Tartaros on the Orphic and Pythagorean Underworld and Pythagorean Pentagram by Johan August Elm. Full audiobook reading upload to Goat Scriptures channel, and your narration by none other than Cody the Goat. Okay, from the flaps on the dust jacket. The magical doctrine of the ancient Orphics and Pythagoreans are poorly understood by modern scholars, in part because they were secretive in their own time. Well known for speaking in riddles and complex ciphers, its adepts were bound by strict taboo and silence, the breaking of which was punishable by death. The enigma of the cult's teachings was further shrouded by centuries of suppression and in some cases appropriation or misrepresentation by the growing forces of Christianity. What remains today are the fragments of its lost books, together with the words of those who, for good or ill, wrote about them. In an original interpretation and synthesis apt for today's student of ancient mysticism and occult, August Elm advances a new conception of these ancient mystery cults and their sublime doctrines of chaos, darkness, and light. A foundational part of these ancient Greek mystery cults was the concept of Tartaros. As the abyss of primeval darkness and chaos, Tartaros was, in its most ancient conception, the birthplace of the human soul and the cosmos itself. This vast and incomprehensible dominion held at its center a great fire, an axis mundi, about which the universe was arranged. In later eras, it passed into myth as a vast and voidful underworld, a place of binding for condemned souls and the enemies of gods, sealed fast with the barriers of bronze and iron. Christians later appropriated it as a partition of their own concept of eternal punishment, a division of hell which constrained no less than the fallen angels. An equally enigmatic Pythagorean cipher is the symbol of the pentagram, or the fivefold star, whose form has been reversed in Western magic for some 3 millennia, but whose origins and original attributes are shrouded in mystery. Its attribution to the 4 elements, joined together with aether, was popularized in the Middle Ages and is best known meaning in modern occult sciences. However, its earlier Pythagorean usage was related to health and well-being, and almost certainly enumerated another retinue of arcana, one which was ancient even at the time of the Pythagoreans. Exhuming the scattered fragments of these 2 elder doctrines of Tartaros and the pentagram, Elm examines the reverberation as occult and occluded concepts through centuries of philosophical thought, in line connecting the shadowy teachings of such dark traditions as the Orphics and Pythagoreans, later penetrating the adieta of Neoplatonism. Arguing for a new understanding of the pentagram, he connects the fivefold mystery to the great powers of Tartaros, and also to such terrifying gods as Hecate, Nyx, Erebos, Typhon, Cerberus, and even their Erinyes, the Erinyes. That's basically the theories. Cerberus and the Erinyes. This strand of mystery touches upon such related concepts as high theogony implicit within the Platonic solids, the shadowy influence of the cult of the Idaean dactyls and the on-Pythagoreanism, the light which is rooted in darkness, the magical pathology of the unrooted tree. Johan August Elm works as a researcher in mathematics at Stockholm University and holds a master's degree in mathematics and is a licentiate degree in mathematics. He lives in Uppsala, Sweden, and in his spare time is a musician and painter. Tartaros is his first book for 3 Hands Press. Okay. Tartaros by Johan August Elm, Standard Edition, 3 Hands Press. By 3 Hands Press, published 2013. Incorporation date, Johan August Elm, 2008. To the Kishtis. Thanks to Tanny Janstag and Phil Marsh for the keys and invaluable heart. To Vishwa Adluri for the support in Hardy Mails. To Carl Hoffman, Herman S. Shibby, Walter Buckert, and to Radcliffe Edmonds for the helpful remarks. To David L. Toy, John Holloran, Witold Witowski, and Ed Snibble for the help with the information when I required, and to Peter Kingsley for the ready-made scholarship. Apology. The poet's function is truth, whereas the scholar's is fact. Robert Graves. Being truthful is not the same as being factual, and while being factual, you can still be very untruthful. Often they go hand in hand, and one does not entail the other. Let me give you 2 examples. A man notices that every time the moon is full, his wife seems to menstruate. Hence a man thinks to himself, a full moon causes my wife to get her period. Of course, there is nothing factual about this statement, but the man is truthful. An example of the opposite would be statistics. With a clever selection of data, a little mathematics and geographic presentation, you can be very, very deceptive. You do not lie, but you are certainly not being truthful. Philosophy, at least from a more existentialist perspective, is about giving account of the experience of being. It is from this perspective that we say things such as, I'll keep the memory of you in my heart forever. In a factual sense, this is complete idiocy. First of all, memory is not a thing. Secondly, the only thing you are likely to have in your heart is muscle tissue and blood. But this is how we experience. When we remember something with fondness, it is felt in the chest. In this sense, it is definitely a more truthful thing to say compared to the more factual. Some neurons in my brain will change and cause the imprint of a memory on my brain, and every time the proper synapses are triggered, a dose of serotonin will be released. This more factual description hardly carries any truth at all. The inner meaning, the philosophical communication, is entirely lost. As an account of our experience, it is a total sham. This book is mostly about people who lived circa 2,500 years ago, people who laid the foundations for Western culture, lived in the transition from oral to textual culture during the time when people began to textually record history and to commit descriptions of peoples and places to writing. Because they lived during such a revolution, they were quite aware of the relationship between truth and fact. For example, a biography of some historical person in which every word is factual is not necessarily true to the person's character. A factual biography does not necessarily describe a person at all. Conversely, a biography with a somewhat slack attitude towards the words can be very truthful in its presentation of the person. Of course, you can always deliberately lie or just fail to capture the truth. But that is not the point here. This is a well-known but today people have lost sight of this relationship. In writing this book, I primarily sought to be truthful. I am fully aware that factual errors might have crept into the text. Also, many, if not most, of the facts in this book are a matter of historic probability because ancients did not revere fact as a goal in itself. The fragmented accounts that come down to us unavoidably bound up with varying degrees of conjecture. It is difficult enough to reconstruct all the things that happened during World War II, as that was only half a century ago. This book is about people that lived more than 2 millennia ago, and as an added difficulty, most of them were famous for their secrecy. This is why, looking back towards the long-deceased people, I see only very little material for historical fact. Truth, however, is not sensitive to entropy in the same way. Truth is something I think they are very capable of imparting to us despite the vast distance of time, while other facts, i.e. geographical, astronomical, mathematical, etc., are either known to us as well or have been proved wrong. This truth was one of philosophia, a love for the wisdom of the principles that govern existence, a truthful account of reality. An author's foreword. The central concern of this text is Tartaros. The word Tartaros traces its history back to ancient Greece, where it is denoted an infinite chasm of darkness in which the cosmos was born. When Zeus seized power and the Greek city-states united over Olympian rule, Tartaros lost some of its potency and became Zeus's personal prison house to which he expelled his enemies. Centuries later, a man named Peter used the word to mean the lowest place in hell where the fallen angels were confined. 2 Peter 2:4. To the Hermeticists living in the same time as Peter, the word did not mean quite that. Hermeticism retained a lot of earlier Greek ideas, where Tartaros had been viewed in such a more positive manner. It was the infinite, a void that was inhaled as a breath by the world, and that had caused a diversification and vivification. It was also a place of initiation where the mystics and magicians went, practicing incubation in caves. In the midst of Tartaros, mythically inside the earth, a mighty fire. This mysterious fire in the center of Tartaros was the axis mundi around which the whole cosmos revolved. In the same way, this book revolves around Tartaros too. The first part of this book tries to uncover the nature of the doctrines held by the interrelated mystery schools of the pre-Socratic philosophers, and it also seeks to document things historically. Part 2 of the book is more speculative than the first, as it seeks to reconstruct material and doctrines of which there are only a few traces left, and little to no ready-made scholarship to build on. Then, in Part 3, you enter my world, the world of someone who is part of modern groups of people that have adapted the ancient doctrines and philosophical views related in the first 2 parts and developed these into living philosophies. As such, Part 3 makes no pretensions. It is what it is. It interprets ancient ideas of previous chapters and fills in the blanks with historical material that is just too sparse. Everything in this book returns to Tartaros. I intend to show all the doctrines and philosophies I touch upon have a common source, Tartaros, where they have seen to put their differences aside and reach some sort of unity. Let us, for the moment, call to this point of agreement, the doctrine. When nearing the doctrine, it may first seem completely unintelligible and supremely strange. Then maybe you will hear it calling, like someone walking through a noisy market playing a gentle tune on a flute. You hear it and find it mesmerizing. You instantly resonate with what is said, or just intuitively know that you are onto something. Then, if you engage your cerebral faculties, the teaching turns into a big, crudely built ship. It will seem clumsy, impossible to maneuver. However, as you begin to grow familiar with its symbols and terms, the cerebral faculties will find there is no more work for them to do. The doctrine will begin to evolve and grow, but as it grows, it leaves most of what used to be behind. You will see false dichotomies evaporate before your eyes. The doctrine grows into another realm altogether, and as you follow the teaching, it disintegrates and withdraws into itself. If you still hear the flute, then you will keep following, and perhaps one day you will find that you have been lured all the way to Tartaros. At the other end of the spectrum, there are those who might react as if a life-threatening autoimmune response has been triggered, and they might lash out with hatred and contempt, seemingly unable to even grasp the slightest leaf on the vast tree that is the doctrine. It is as if these people are enemies of the flame itself. The text thus moves with strange and wondrous paradigms. The drama above is my own experience. I do not expect my book to have that effect on each and every reader. Not really. All I hope is that for the reader will have a joyful and curious journey that won't be forgotten. This book revolves around a word and a concept, not around a message. There is no point made, no bottom line message to make out of it. There are just words. Words that have succeeded if they evoke something new in the reader. As for my own inspiration, and for all the joy of it, now muses, now high in genius, do your part, and memory, scrivener of the psyche and informant of the heart, here show your virtue, unfold your noble art. And that has been the introduction. So before I go on here, I just want to drop a couple things. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to add my own commentary. If I do, this book is going to be a lot longer than it is. I don't know how long it's going to take me to read. I know I'm not going to be able to pull this off, most likely not in one sitting. For those of you who are new to Tartaros, who have never heard of it before, as we'll find out in this book, Tartaros is the womb, the cosmic womb from which the earth was born. Not the cosmos was born. Entire universe and all other worlds. Now, this is not exclusive to Hellenistic mythology. Every world religion, world mystery school has an abyss in it. Now let's refer back to Erica Frevel's The Deplorable Word. If you have not listened to that audiobook, you should go back and listen to that audiobook. If you're not going to listen to the whole thing, you should at the very least listen to part 2, which is her essay on the abyss. Now, many different cultures have different words for it. For the Greeks, it was Tartaros. For the Muslims and the Arabic culture, they have their own word for it. The Norse tradition called it Ginnungagap, or the yawning chasm. Very, very descriptive word for it. In the Vedic tradition, they call it the Sunyata, the great void. In the Chinese tradition, they called it the Tao, which is basically like the force. But this is not an invasive, all-consuming womb. This is an all-pervading cosmic force that not only gives birth and gives life to the universe, it is all penetrating through the universe. It is all sustaining. It is a flowing current. Just like Ginnungagap is pure, raw consciousness, and not some lower astral pit full of monsters and devils that are out to just get people's souls, and it's just oh my God, it's this black cosmic cancer that's spreading its tentacles and is out to devour everything and devour the whole world. I recommend you read this book with an open mind. Listen to this book with an open mind. If you listen to the deplorable word, great. Now I want you to listen to this book with an open mind and see how the message contrasts with that from the deplorable word. There is a difference here. Rather than some monstrous, malefic abyss that's trying to devour and consume everything, this is more of a generator, destroyer, and sustainer kind of force. It's like the Tao, it's the force. Now I'm going to continue on. I'm going to read the actual book now. On Tartaros. One last thing. I want to dedicate this reading of this audiobook to Gnundagat itself, the pure black fire, raw consciousness that birthed all existence, all the worlds, all the stars, and all the 9 worlds and all life. I also want to dedicate this reading to Loki, and I want to dedicate the reading of this book to the Red King of Sulphur, Lucifer, horned god of witch flame and son of Hecate. Part 1. A History of Thoughts. Preface 1. This, the first part of the book, deals with only more or less accepted historical facts about some ideas and traditions in ancient Greece. A few things that I argue are not academic consensus, but in those cases I say so. To a great extent, I have left the ancients to speak for themselves. This is because I think it makes the subject much more alive and so much easier to connect to. I am sure that it is much more interesting and fascinating to read their words than it is to read mine. I have also chosen this approach as a means to support my arguments. And one more thing. I will let you know when I'm inserting my own commentary. I will make a deliberate break or a pause for it. Pause, and I'll be like, I'm going to interject here, or I'm going to add my own commentary. And then when I return to the actual reading, I'm going to do one of two things. I'm going to read the last sentence, the last 3 words before I stopped, or I'm going to say continuing on. So I will let you know what is the book and what is my own commentary. Chapter 1. Ancient Greece. Ancient Greece is a vague and sloppy term, but one that will appear many times throughout this book. The chapters of this book will mostly delve into the history of thoughts and concepts, but to understand the thoughts of people, it is essential to know the soil and times for which it sprang. Hence, the introductory chapter to set the stage, what is meant by the Pelasgians. I'm so sorry if I butchered that word. Pelasgians. Pelagesians. Pelagesians will be explained. This chapter is meant more to introduce than to explain. The history of Greece BC is divided into the following main periods: 6000 to 2900 before Common Era, the Neolithic period; 2900 to 2000 before Common Era, Early Bronze Age; 2000 to 1400 before Common Era, Minoan Age on the island of Crete; 1600 to 1100 BC before Common Era. Mycenaean Age on mainland, 1100 to 750 BC. Dark Ages, 750 to 500 before Common Era. Archaic Period, 500 to 336 BC. Classical Period, 336 to 146 BC. Hellenistic Period. In about 6000 BC, farming began on the Greek islands and mainland. Prior to the inhabitants were the Stone Age hunters. The civilizations that started to form during this time are called the Helladic, mainland Greece, and the Cycladic, the Aegean Islands, and the Minoan, Crete. In the 4th millennium BC, people migrated into Greece from Asia Minor. They were of different tribes and their language was different. It was Uralic. I interject here, that might be, so it's Uralic, might be from the Ural Mountains, like the Caucasus and that part of the world. Continuing on, from that use by the later Indo-European Greeks, these peoples were called the Pelasgians, and are usually thought as the Autochthonous inhabitants in Greece, and hence pre-classical Greece is sometimes called Pelagia. One of the more warlike tribes among the Pelagians were the Centaurs of Magnesia. Sorry if I butchered that. Who probably got their name from their close affinity with horses, who paid tribute to the divine mythical king Cheiron. The Minoan culture, named after the legendary king Minos, was small but very rich and quite powerful, and far advanced in architecture and metalwork. The Minoan people moved to the island from Libya, but they were originally Pelasgian, Altic, not African. The labyrinth of the Minotaurs, the serpentine goddesses, the Knossos palace, and the trademarks double axes all belong to Minoan Crete. In circa 1900 BC, an Indo-European people called the Achaeans broke into Thessaly, a region of northern Greece to the south of Macedonia. They gradually conquered more and more of Greece, but as they did, they also blended with the Pelasgian culture. They turned to a matrilineal succession and began to reward themselves as the same people as the Pelasgians. Later Greeks seemed to argue and refer to them as the Pelasgians. People back then did not think about races as we do today. As it developed, Pelasgian became synonymous with ancient and original. It was when the Achaeans and the earlier Pelasgians started to blend that what we think as the Greek culture began to grow, particularly with the Mycenaean culture in the southern part of Greece mainland. More Indo-European groups gradually moved into the area, and some groups left, notably some Arcadian tribes that went to southern Italy. The Trojan War took place towards the end of this period, the date for the fall of Troy favored by most scholars being 1230 BC. On the side of the Mycenaean culture is Achilles, disciple of Cheiron, and his 50 ships of companions. On the other Trojans, Crete, which appears as something of a stronghold and the last outpost for the Pelasgian language and culture, gradually declined in power during this time. Zeus in the Olympian world order originated in these times, and many of the myths about how Zeus subdues the earlier gods, Titans, speak of cultural and ethnic changes in the gradual move to patriarchy. A generation or so after the fall of Troy, circa 1100 BC, Greek islands were beset by troubles, weak and war-plagued. More Indo-European groups began pushing from the north, among them the Dorians, who conquered most of Greece. The Mycenaean culture fell apart. Many became fugitives because of the mayhem caused by the invasion, and people were scattered in all directions. We do not know precisely how much of the pre-Dorian culture was forgotten or abandoned, but the cultural decline was considerable. One element the Greeks did abandon was writing, and we cannot fully explain why. Without writing, they left us practically no history of the collapse of Mycenaean civilization. We have instead only 5 centuries of mystery. The Greek Dark Ages. Not only did the Greeks abandon writing, and indeed most crafts, they also abandoned their language, their large commercial network. They virtually stopped trading with Asia Minor, the Middle East, and Egypt. In fact, they seem to have stopped trading with one another as well, despite where perhaps because of the dark times the population increased and many new colonies were settled around the Mediterranean. It was during this time that Homer composed, or rather wrote down, the Iliad and the Odyssey, the culture of which had birthed these stories, originally part of an oral bardic tradition, was gone or dying. The stories probably have been lost if Homer had not written them down. Greeks had adopted a new and simpler alphabet in the 8th century BC and adopted a form of the Phoenician one. The major change was the addition of 5 letters to represent vowel sounds. However, the older way of writing was preserved by few during the Dark Ages because references to people using the Pelasgian alphabet continued even for centuries to come, more often in connection with the Orphic and other cult doctrines. Then, around 750 BC, began what is called the Archaic period, which is preeminently a time of political change. The Greek world was slowly becoming urbanized, and the Greeks developed the most widespread, influential of their new political forms, the city-state or polis. With this urbanizing came aristocracies. The kings were replaced by nobles who set up oligarchies. Soon most of these early oligarchic governments and a few of the still remaining kings were overthrown by tyrants. While Greek history is generally unkind to the tyrants, we can, through the haze of later Greek democratic propaganda, come to some objective conclusions about the nature of tyrannies. The Greeks believed that tyrants were illegitimate usurpers of political power, but they seemed to have popular support in many cases. The Greek tyrants were often swept into power by dissatisfaction or crisis, and they were more often than not extremely popular leaders when they assumed power. 594 BC, Solon, the ruler of Athens, granted a constitution that marked the first step towards democracy. The idea of democracy would eventually become the norm, though both tyrannies and oligarchies continued to exist. The early 6th century BC was a period of colonization. The Greeks, pressured by growing populations around the city-states, actively went looking for unpopulated or thinly populated areas to colonize in Greece, the Aegean Sea, and elsewhere. The Greek city-state began to appear on the Italian and Sicilian shores. Then trading posts were set up in the Middle East and Egypt. Greek culture was spreading across the Mediterranean, and Greek commerce was rapidly making city-states wealthy and powerful. The Greeks were not alone in the Mediterranean, though. The seafaring Phoenicians and others sailed and traded too. There was no military, political, or cultural center of the Greek world during the Archaic period. Different city-states developed separate cultures, but were dynamic cultural interactions between them. The greatest flowering of culture occurred in the city-states of Asia Minor. What scholars call the first philosophers appeared in that region around 600 BC. Thales, Anaximander, and Pythagoras, to name a few prominent names. Greek philosophy began in the eastern city-states and then spread westward in the Greek world. Also important to this are the mystery schools of Greece, such as Orphism, the school of Pythagoras at Croton, the cults on Sicily, and the Eleusinian mysteries. These cults were quite widespread and influential on Greek culture and politics during the Archaic period. The school of Pythagoreans was many times confused with the Orphics, and they shared many characteristics. The same poems and practices were indifferently attributed as Orphic and or Pythagorean. The Pythagoreans seem to have been something along the lines of a more intellectual and elitist branch of Orphism. The classical period, the age of Plato, began when the wars between Athens and Persia in 500 BC. The wars came to an end in 479 BC when the Persians were beaten at Plataea. A short but prosperous age in the arts and learning then followed in Athens. Many of the finest sculptures and painted pottery were produced during this period. Athens formed the Delian League with other Greek states that dominated Greece politically in 432 BC, and the building of the Parthenon was completed between about 460 and 430 BC. During the height of Athens, Athenian politics were influenced by the democratic and popular, but also vehemently patriarchal politician Pericles. The Polynesian Wars were fought between Athens and Sparta from 431 to 404 BC. Athens was defeated and the Spartans installed their own government through democracy was soon restored. When Plato wrote his dialogues, the Athenian culture was already in decline, exhausted by the war with Sparta. In 356 BC, Alexander the Great was born, Prince of Macedonia, a region located in the northmost part of classical Greece. Alexander's father, Philip II of Macedon, arranged for Plato's former student Aristotle to be the young boy's teacher. Alexander became the king of Macedonia when he was 20 years old, after his father had been assassinated. Following the unification of the multiple city-states of Greece under the rule of his father, Alexander conquered the Persian Empire, Egypt, and many other smaller kingdoms in just 12 years. In Egypt, he founded the city Alexandria, which was to become the capital of the Ptolemaic dynasty and the center of the Hellenic world. Under Alexander's reign, Babylon was the capital of the empire. Alexander died in 323 BC in the place of Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon, struck by a mysterious illness. By the time of his death, his empire stretched from Greece to present-day Pakistan, Afghanistan, and modern northern India. Alexander's conquest of Persia in 336 marks the beginning of the Hellenic age, characterized by its cosmopolitanism. Alexander's conquests actively exported Greek culture, politics, law, literature, philosophy, religion, and art. Exporting culture was a new idea that would deeply influence all the civilizations and cultures that would later erupt from the soil of Alexander's empire. the Romans, the Christians, the Jewish diaspora, and Islam. Many intellectual Greeks emigrated to Egypt during this time, and Hellenic Egypt under the Ptolemaic dynasty and the city of Alexandria was consequently equally Greek as it was Egyptian. Alexandria was a haven for science and philosophy, and with its famous library the chief center of learning. The Hermetic treatises originated in Hellenic Egypt, as do many other magical and esoteric treatises. The lion's share of what is counted as Western science, philosophy, magic, and esotericism can be traced back to Hellenic Egypt. Alexander's death initiated a struggle for power amongst his generals, which resulted in the breakup of his empire and establishment of a number of new kingdoms. By this time, Romans, the Trojan descendants, were beginning to acquire their own empire. First, they took over the Greek colonies in Italy, then they moved into Greece itself. At the end of the Hellenic period, the end of what is called ancient Greece, was when Greece became a Roman province in 136 BC. I gotta read more books for this channel more often for you guys. I apologize for that I fuck up and I'm not able to pronounce some of these names in some of these books. What this shows me is that I have to read more. Continuing on to chapter 2. The Orphics, Tartaros, and Krator. Orphism is a collective name containing all the teachings ascribed to the legendary Orpheus and practices and beliefs associated with that flora of writing. The writings attributed to Orpheus date back to 6th century BC. Much of the practices denoted as Orphic date back further in time, however. Orpheus was an archetypal ancient bard, an inventor or perfecter of the lyre, who, it was said, by his music and singing, was able not only to charm the wild beasts, but even to draw the trees and rocks from their places, and to arrest rivers in their courses. As one of the pioneers of civilization, he was supposed to have taught mankind the arts of medicine, writing, and agriculture. As closely connected with religious life, he was an augur and seer, practiced magical arts, founded and or rendered accessible many important cults, such as those of Apollo and Dionysius, instituted mystic rites, both public and private, and prescribed initiatory and purificatory rituals. It is possible, but not probable, that Orpheus was a historical personage, because even in ancient times his existence was denied. It is more likely that he stands as a representative for the bards and groups that preserved the earlier Pelasgian culture ideas through the Dark Ages. Indeed, Orpheus is said to have used the Pelasgian alphabet and to have come from Thrace, a northeastern Greece, a stronghold of Pelasgian culture. The name Orpheus also has an etymology that seems more fictional than real. The most probable is that it was an actor noun derived from the hypothetical archaic verb orpheo, to be deprived, to long for. Cognatives would include the word orphe, darkness, and the English orphan. Orpheus would therefore semantically be close to goal, to lament, sing wildly, cast a spell, uniting his seemingly disparate roles as a disappointed lover, transgressive musician, and a mystery priest into a single lexical whole. Orphism was a disparate religious movement with a history that is hard to follow. Although an Orphic church never existed, the doctrines of the many small communities or branches varied on a broad scale. There were some unifying foundational tenets. Hence, it is possible to reconstruct a common pattern for those initiations of individuals. For a long time, scholars tried to pinpoint an exclusively Orphic set of myth and teaching, but in recent years, this has been given to a new approach that tends to treat the Orphics more as a special approach to the common mythology. To quote Professor Radcliffe Edmonds, Orphism is defined by the way it handles the mythic tradition rather than by particular elements of that tradition it employs. Orphics are not distinguished by what goods or what myths they used, but by how they use those goods and myths. Because an Orphic teaching is so elusive and interbred with other cults, some of the contents in this chapter are not exclusively Orphic. Some things in this chapter might be more properly labeled as Bacchic. But then again, an Orphic teaching overlaps with the cult of Bacchus, as well as with the cult of Persephone, that of Hecate, that of Dionysos, and so on. No matter if some things are more properly described as Bacchic, what this chapter describes was part of Orphism as well. Splitting hairs regarding what label is most properly applied would not help us understand Orphism. Most of what we know about the Orphic doctrine stemmed from surviving poems because that was the Orphic's favorite mode of encoding. 1. R. Edmonds, tearing apart the Zagreus myth, a few disparaging remarks on Orphism and original sin in classical antiquity. 18.1, 1999. R. Edmonds, Myths of the Underworld and Journey. Cambridge University Press 2004, page 228. Peter Kingsley, Ancient Philosophy, Mystery and Magic, Oxford University Press 1996, page 261. Much of the cosmology, however, can be gleaned from the writings of others, such as Hesiod, because the Orphic's cosmogony was largely the same as Standard Greek. Hesiod wrote his theogony in the early 7th century BC. The text is a large-scale synthesis of a vast variety of local Greek traditions concerning the gods, organized as a narrative that tells how the gods came to be and how they established control over the cosmos. Much of the text reads as a hymn invoking Zeus and the Muses. Homer gives the Greeks a sense of nationalism, but Hesiod unified them under Zeus's Olympian rule. Hesiod, though politically biased to establish the Olympian order, begins the generation of the cosmos with the words, Verily, first of all did chaos come into being, and then broad-bosomed Gaia, a firm seat of all things forever, and the misty Tartaros in a recess of broad-wayed earth and Eros, who is the fairest among the immortal gods, looser of limbs, and subdues in their breasts the mind and thoughtful counsel of all gods and men. The ideas here current are commonly taken as predating the classical Olympian ideas and also as being foundational for the Orphic cosmogonies. Chaos should not be taken as disorder here. The root meaning of the Greek word is yawning gap, the closer to English word meaning chasm to our use of chaos. I'm going to interject here. I called it Gununga gap, the yawning chasm, and then here he says the Greeks call it the yawning gap. It's the same thing. It's different cultures. The yawning chasm, or the Gununga gap, or the yawning gap, or the yawning chasm. Continuing on, closer to the English word chasm than to our use of chaos. One very interesting account of the Orphic cosmogenesis is given by Aristophanes, the great man of classical comedic theater, in his play The Birds. In it he outlines a cosmogony supposed in ancient even this day with the words, first of all there was chaos, night and black Erebos, darkness, and white Tartaros, and neither Ge or air nor Oranos existed. In the boundless bosoms of Erebos, black-winged night begets, first a wind egg, from which, in the fulfillment of the seasons, ardent Eros burgeoned forth, his black gleaming with golden wings, like he was to the whirling winds. Eros, mingling with winged gloomy chaos, and broad Tartaros, hatched out our race and first brought it to light. Two other quotes building upon the same ideas are, and the tale is not mine, but from my mother, how sky and earth were one form. When they had been separated apart from each other, they bring forth all things, and gave them up into light, trees, birds, beasts, the creatures nourished by the salt sea, and the race of mortals. Euripides. For by the original composition of the universe, sky and earth had not one form, their natures being mingled. After this their bodies parted from each other, and the world took on a whole new arrangement that we see in it. Diodorus. These quotes summarize the basic structure of the Orphic cosmogenesis, from chaos, night, darkness, Erebos, and Tartaros. There emanates forth an egg in the unbounded bosom. The egg is hatched, and Eros burgeons forth, and with Eros the whole world as we know. Eros is in other accounts variously identified with Protagones, firstborn, or Phanes, from Fiano, to shine forth, to make visible. From the darkness a light is born, then the light is formed into our arranged cosmos. The highest in this theology would be the unbounded primeval darkness. There is also a slightly different trend in the accounts of the Orphic cosmogenesis that bruises itself with various sea and ocean deities. Some accounts imply that Okeanos, the ocean, is the first existing thing, and not something to appear shortly after night and chaos. For this reason I can think to be gleaned upon the dual account where Orpheus received his wisdom. One story is that he was taught by his mother Calliope, who was an initiate in the Near Eastern or Mesopotamian mysteries taught to mankind by the Oannes. Okay, footnotes for page 10 and 11. G.S. Kirk and J.E. Raven and M. Schofield, the Pre-Socratic Philosophers, Cambridge University Press, 1999, page 19. Ibid, page 34. Ibid, page 35. 11 is the same. Ibid, 26. Ibid, 42. And Ibid, 42. I'm going to interject here that the deep sea deities like Poseidon or Neptune, who is also Belial in the primal craft tradition. Belial is the lord of the depths. Belial Poseidon, or Belial Neptune, or the spear of Binah in Kabbalah, is the lord of the subconscious mind, the Atlantean depths, the deep, deep, deeps of the soul. So these sea deities like Poseidon and Neptune, they don't literally mean the ocean. They could be meaning the astral or the subconscious mind. Continuing on, Mesopotamian mysteries taught to mankind by Oannes. There is another tradition that traces Orpheus leaning to the Idaean dactyls. The dactyls are dealt with in Part 2. 10. The cosmogony and the generation of gods that center around the various water motifs that seem coupled with the tradition of the Oannes were amphibious fishermen, seafarers, and divine teachers. The oceanic tradition aspect, if one may call it that, is not really a part of what this book deals with, because it was not part of the strand of Orphism linked to Pythagoreanism, nor the very influential, large, and hence will not be dealt with. With a bit of clever bending and decoding, the significance of terms such as the ocean and oceanic aspects can be made to yield to pretty much the same ideas anyhow. Suffice it to say that incorporated in the Orphic corpus is various oceanic imagery. That entirety of the universe was initially contained in an egg is a mighty feat of imagination, one which is very sympathetic to the modern scientific mind. The egg is not present in all accounts, but the idea that all the substances in the sky itself and the cosmos were originally melted into an original undifferentiated composition is a key feature. Zeus often presented as something of a Greek proto-Jehovah. That picture is not completely right. As a correcting pointer, I include a quote by Homer. And he, Zeus, would have cast me from the ether into the sea, out of sight, had not night, subduer of gods and men, saved me. To her did I come in flight, and Zeus ceased, angry though he was, for he was in awe of doing what would be displeasing to swift night. 11. Note here that night is referred to as feminine. Greek mythology was early on more of a matriarchal than patriarchal. The quote given above, that he may be better understood if compared to the accounts dealing with Zeus's birth and how he was an infant, had to dwell hidden in a cave, and how there was tutored by the dactyls and suckled by his nurse Amalthea with goat's milk and honey. 12. Footnotes. Diodorus Sicilius, Library of History, ed. by C.H. Oldfather, Loeb Classical Library, Harvard University Press, 1985, 5.4.5 FOC, 5.64.3. 11. Kirk, Raven, and Schofield, OP, Part 17. The Dervini Papyrus and other texts identify this cave with the cave mother of night. From this cave, her sanctuary, she delivered her oracles. The decree of necessity to which Zeus was subject. Darkness continued to have an influence also after creation, is as evident in what Homer says above, how night is the subduer of both gods and men. It is true that in myth, Zeus expelled the primeval forces of chaos and darkness, represented by the beings under the dragon Typhon, 15, and haphazardly referred to as the Titans, but even so, the Orphic understanding was done by Zeus because it had to be done because Mother Night dictated it a necessity. An instance in the Orphic fragments has Zeus asking Mother, highest of the gods, immortal night, how am I to establish my proud rule among the mortals? How may I have all things one and each separate? To which night answers, surround all things with the ineffable Aether. 16. Aether, I should say, is a word that originally meant the clear air around us and the firmament of heaven. It did not mean mist or fog, a kind of intuitive concept of space. The aether was later regulated to mean only the upper air, the firmament of the heavenly body. 17. This binding with the aether is paralleled by the mythical telling of how Zeus expelled the forces of chaos from the cosmos, often specifically described as expelling from the aether and locked them away in Tartaros. In construction, the aether is like setting up a barrier, a defense wall, so as to bind the forces of chaos and separate Tartaros from cosmos. Tartaros also being called Zeus's prison house. 18. Typhon and his brood were relentlessly trying to break down the gates of heaven and to escape from their prison. 19. The surrounding Tartaros was described by Homer and others as being made of bronze and iron by Zeus and Poseidon, or by Zeus alone. 20. Footnotes. 12. R. Janko, The Orphic Poems in Classical Mythology, 81.2, 1986, page 157. R. Janko, The Deriveni Papyrus, a New Translation in Classical Philology, 96.1, 2001, columns 11 through 13. Kingsley, O.P. Citation, page 136. Kirk, Raven, Schofield, O.P. Citation, page 68. 16. W.K.C. Guthrie, Orpheus and the Greek Religion. Methanol, 1952, page 138. Kingsley, O.P. page 13 to 23. Ibid, 195. 19. Virgil, The Greater Poems of Virgil, ed. by J.B. Greno and G.L. Kittredge, Gin and Company, 1985, Gorks, 1279, Kirk, Raven, and Schofield, O.P. Citation, page 9. And is having, or Poseidon, or by Zeus alone, and is having no joints. 21. In terms of cosmology, it means that an Orphic doctrine that ordained the cosmos was established, and when aether or space or all-pervasive air was formed, and this was like a defense barrier against the primeval darkness and chaos that is relentlessly trying to get back. A very important source for Orphism is the Deriveni Papyrus. It is the oldest Greek papyrus ever found. The ancient owner of the papyrus had intended for it to be destroyed on a funeral pyre, but chance had it otherwise. The papyrus survived the flames and was unearthed in 1962. The text is complete, but what is preserved infers that night is first, and then comes Protagones, who is in turn devoured and supplanted by King Zeus. 22. Zeus supplants Protagones Eros, not by placing, but by identifying with the former king. 23. The Deriveni Papyrus also portrays Zeus as the force of the aether and states that the aether is where all things take place. 24. But, though locked away, Tartaros could still be reached. The way into the underworld was descent through Crater. Crater, interjecting here, spelled K-R-A-T-E-R. Continuing on, originally meant mixing bowl, used for mixing water and wine. Only did it later acquire the now familiar connotation of a crater, spelled C-R-A-T-E-R. But the later meaning did not replace the old. The two were coexistent. When the ancient word reference to a crater, krater, was given, it was almost always described as a point of descent and entry into the underworld. Though this link with the underworld, the places become sites of oracles, appropriate spots of undertaking oaths, places of ordeal where truth was revealed and untruth was exposed, and locations associated with dreams and their interpretations. 25. There are many stories about how Greeks' heroes and mystics descended into Tartaros, Hades. The distinction between Tartaros and Hades was very optional back then. 26. In their quest for wisdom. The underworld as a source of wisdom was the rule. For example, Apollo temples were built at the mouths of caves, and the oracle at Delphi was situated sitting at the mouth of a deep chasm. And early Medusa in her original connection with wisdom before her subsequent degradation. 21. Ibid, page 230. 22. Janko, The Orphic Poems, page 155. 23. Kirk, Raven, and Schofield, OP Citation, page 62. 24. Janko, The Dervni, Papyrus, and New Translation, page 4. 25. Kingsley, OP Citation, page 133 to 134. 26. Ibid, page 74. Before subsequent degradation was connected to the caves. Craters are mentioned repeatedly when describing the region of Sicily and the Bay of Naples. This being not only because of the volcanic terrain, but also because of the prominence of Pythagorean doctrine and the cult around the Persephone there. It was told how Pythagorean philosopher Empedocles threw himself down at the crater of Etna, and how Hecate, she who is the queen and guard of the entrance to Tartaros, gave him a sandal of bronze to show that she allowed him entrance, and that Empedocles, by doing this, purified himself by drinking the immortal fire from the crater. 27. The Thracians had it that Orpheus, who established the worship of Hecate, 28. Hecate, just like Persephone and Nyx, night, being one of the more proficiently appearing goddesses in relation to the Orphics and Pythagoreans. One is also drawn back to Nyx's oracular cave, and the cave in which Zeus spent his infancy. Excuse me there, I fucking hiccup. An early example of the poetic use of the concept of crater is found in Homer, or the Homeric Cave of the Nymphs. Homer, Odyssey, Book XIII, describes the cave in the following manner. Interjecting here. I cannot read fucking Roman numerals. Roman numerals, okay? So, do not roast me over this, okay? Any troll comments over, oh, you don't know how to read Roman numerals. I'm gonna fucking delete all of you, okay? I cannot read Roman numerals, okay? I am fucking, do not apologize for that. I'm gonna have to learn how to do that fucking later. That's not my top priority right now. My top priority is delivering good content. So, from now on, we're gonna just, okay, Homer Odyssey Book XIII describes the cave in the following manner. High at the head of a branching olive groves and crowns of the pointed cliffs with shady boughs, a cavern pleasant, though involved in night, beneath it lies in Naiades' delight, where bowls and urns, or bowls and urns of workmanship divine, and massy beams in native marble shine, on which the nymphs amazing webs display of purple hue and exquisite array. The busy bees within the urn secure honey delicious like nectar pure, perpetual waters through which the grotto glide. A lofty gate unfolds on either side, that to the north is pervious by mankind. The sacred south to immortals is consigned. 29. 27. Ibid, page 238. 28. Pausianus, Descriptions of Greece by W. H. S. Jones, Iliad Classical Library, Harvard University Press, 1977, 2.32. 29. Taylor, Select Works of Porphyry, Prometheus Trust, 1994. The language is very flowery and demands some explanation. There is a cave open on one end and the immortal realm, and on the other end to mortals. The text is evidently allegorical. Neoplatonist Porphyry, I will return to him later in a later chapter, interpreted Homer as speaking about how souls come into generation. The ancients rightly conceived of biological life as essentially humid or watery. Porphyry hence interprets Homer as describing how in the caves midway between the mortal and immortal sphere the Naiades, water nymphs, weave the souls a garment of flesh around a marble bones as they come into biological generation. The garments are purple because in ancient times purple tincture was often made involving blood. Purple was also considered a royal color. Honey is collected in the bowls inside this cavern, which, according to Porphyry, is a poetic expression for ambrosia. Honey is assumed in purgations and is an antidote to putrefaction, and aptly presents the pleasure and delight of describing into the fascinating realms of generation. Indeed, the Orphics used to ritually drink milk sweetened with honey. After returning from a mystic descent into the underworld, the Orphic initiates identify themselves as newborn kid goats rushing for milk. 31. This custom should be understood in comparison with the myth about Zeus's childhood in Nyx's cave, where Zeus was fed by Amalthea with goat's milk and honey. It is, however, in its meaning that a mixing bowl for water and wine, that crater, is most familiar to us, although the connection is seldom mentioned. The mixing bowl or cup is the origin of the Holy Grail or chalice. It is a well-known subject of Western mysticism and magic. Hounds or wolves as guardians of the threshold to the underworld were almost universal in pagan, religious, and shamanistic traditions, and so also in Greece. The hounds guard the barrier of the underworld, that they can also be hunting dogs that pursue, acting on usually the goddess's command. In Greek mythology we have Hecate and her Cerberus, Artemis and her hunting dogs, and Persephone similarly. Hecate, the guardian of the gate, lady of Tartaros, the mistress of the hound of Cerberus, sometimes even appeared herself as a hound or bitch. A Hellenistic spell directed to Hecate. Footnotes 30 Ibid, 31 Kingsley, OP citation, page 264, 32 Ibid, page 135. Contains the following: Hail, holy light, ruler of Tartaros, who strike with rays. Hail, holy being, who whirl up out of darkness and subvert all things with aimless plans. I'll call, and may you hear my holy words, since awesome destiny is ever subject to you. Thrice-bound goddess, set free yourself. I now adjure you by this potent night, which is your light, is at last to fade away, in which a dog opens, closes not, its mouth, in which the bar of Tartaros is opened, in which the gates of Kerberos, armed with a thunderbolt. 33. Plutarch described the logic assigning dogs as the guardians of the underworld by saying that they guard a circle which divides the invisible part of the world from the visible, and as this circle touches equally upon the confines of both the light and darkness, it may be looked upon common to them both. And from the circumstance arose from the semblance between the divinity guarding the threshold and the underworld and the dog being observed, this animal, and he is equally watchful as day and night. 34. I am sure the Orphics and other cults that feature dog divinities did not incorporate the canine guardians because they resonated out that it would be logically fitting. But that quote shows that mostly a mythic or poetic reason behind the madness of the myth. The circle dividing light and darkness, mentioned by Plutarch, may he be compared with Zeus's jointless defensive wall in the Aether. This tradition of dogs as an underworld guardians appears to tie in with the Egyptian cult of Anubis. Egypt might seem to have very little to do with Orphism, but the great historian Herodotus would disagree, because according to him, these practices are in agreement with those that are called Orphic and Bacchic, but they are in reality Egyptian and Pythagorean. 35. The practices he is referring to are burial practices, and that is the practices that pertain to the underworld. The only thing being considered historically wrong in Herodotus' account is that he reversed the order of indebtedness regarding the Orphics. 33. H.D. Betts, e.g. the Greek magical papyri in translation. University of Chicago Press, 1996, page 78. I'm going to interject here. If you have not read the Greek magical papyri, or haven't heard of it, what the fuck are you doing? You need to go out and read the Greek magical papyri. A lot of powerful fucking shit is in there, and a lot of fucking shit is revealed and explained. Okay? Greek magical papyri. Got a lot of good Greek stuff, a lot of good Egyptian stuff. Go fucking read it. Find a PDF or something out of it online. Footnote 34, Plutarch's Moralia, translation by F.C. Babbitt, The Old Classical Library, Harvard University Press, 1962, page 107. 35 is Kirk, Raven, and Schofield, citation, page 221. Continuing on, regarding the Orphics and Pythagoreans in this particular case, the Orphics burial practices predates the Pythagoreans. 36. Again, in the underworld, dogs appear in almost all odd religions, so the links between the Anubis cult and the Orphics practices need not be a matter of historical influence, so much as a question of doctrinal affinity. The affinity was anyhow great enough for the Greek magicians who migrated to Egypt during Hellenistic times, which was a time which above spell involving Cerberus dates to identify their Hecate with the Egyptian Anubis. Of the greatest importance to the Greeks was the concept of justice, or dike, a word that meant the way things are done, more or less. The god above all identified with this justice is Zeus, the order, the way things are, which acts throughout the cosmos. The Deriveni Papyrus explains that when people say fate is spun, they mean that the wisdom of Zeus sanctioned that which exists, has come to be, and will come to be, must have come to be, exist, and cease to be. Orpheus likens him to a king. For this, among the names where the current appears to him to be apt, when he says as follows: Zeus the king, Zeus the ruler of all, the shining bolt. 38. Oh! Zeus is the force that locked Tartaros away, penetrating all cosmos with his force. The Deriveni Papyrus stated that the Aether is where all things take place. Within the Aether, Zeus's justice rules supreme. To breach the boundaries of this justice resulted in bringing the horrendous forces of Tartaros upon oneself. Beings breaching this justice were not exactly spelled to Tartaros in the same sense as Typhon and his king has been, at least not while they were still in existence. When you breach this justice, then you call the Furies, an earlier name their Erinyes upon yourself. The author, the Deriveni Papyrus, quoted the philosopher Heraclitus of Ephesus and agreed with him that then the sun was kept in his measures because of the Erinyes, explained as the ministers of justice. 39. 36. Kinsley, OP, citation, page 264. 37. Betts, OP, citation, page 66. 38. Janko, OP, citation, page 39. 39. Ibid, column 4. Their Erinyes were winged females with snakes in their hair, along with the Moirae, or the Morae, the three fates. They were the helms maidens of the great goddess Enaki, necessity. They regarded it as their special duty to punish anybody who stepped over their limit, who strayed or missed the mark, or who breached the ring of justice. Hesiod said they were the offspring of Gaia, earth, and were the blood of the sky. Aeschylus said they were the daughters of night. Sophocles said they were born of darkness and earth, and others said they were born of Hades and Persephone. They were the dwellers of Tartaros, guardians of its adamantine doors, for which they issued in search of directors and avengers. They are called the goddesses of vengeance, ready to stab fear and terror into the hearts of mortals. They had serpentine hair, brass wings made escape impossible. Their ripping claws made their torment relentless and horrible. Ritually sacrificing meat or wine, or even shedding burning tears of remorse, would not enchant away their Erinyes. No, the only thing that can make them go away was catharsis. 42. See the next chapter for an example of what catharsis meant. But the Erinyes were also known as the Eudimentes, the kindly ones, and the Semnae, or the vulnerable ones. They are seen as the protectors of what is good. A person who has suffered a wrong could magically call upon the Erinyes for help, but it only worked if the person had really suffered a wrongdoing. 43. In the chapter, The Acathartic States of Being, in part 3 of this text, sometimes the acute feeling of being pursued, the inability to feel at ease, and that spiritually tormented people feel is discussed. Also discussed is the archetypal image of a ropey, wavering serpentine Ereny, or Medusa-like a vision that Psyche clothes the feeling with. It reaches a state of delirium, the blank-eyed face of Gorgo with its stare of horror, as Homer put it in the Iliad. 44. Or in the Odyssey, where Odysseus says that he fears. Footnotes. 40. Styatis, Sile, Thebad, Achille, translation by J.H. Mausley, Liad Classical Library, Harvard University Press, 1928, 13, 557. Ovid. Metamorphosis, translations by A.D. Melville, Oxford University Press, 1998. 45. Aeschylus 1. The Oresteia, translation by R. Latimore and B. Green, University of Chicago Press, 1969. Agamemnon, 69. Apollonius Rhodius, Voyage of Argo, ed. by E.V. Ryu, Penguin Books, 1959. 44. Homer, The Iliad of Homer, translation by Latimore, University of Chicago Press, 1961. Odysseus says that he fears Persephone might send against me from Hades because of the Gorgo head. Send against me Hades from the Hades house, the Gorgo head. That pursued feeling is the Erinyes, and the hound's imagery for this is often one-eyed too. The Graeae and the Cyclopes, in their most ancient form, literally ring-eyed, can be seen as aspects of this, an image that can freeze you into stone with fear. The Graeae the Graeae were Enyo, horror, Dino, dread, and Pamphredo, alarm. The Erinyes were, according to Euripides, Tisiphone, avenger of the slain, and Megara, the jealous, and Alecto, the unceasing hatred. An Orphic hymn to the Erinyes, in that a translation by the classicist Thomas Taylor reads as: vociferous bacchanalian furies here, ye I invoke to dread powers whom all revere, nightly profound and secret who retire. Tisiphone, Alecto, and Megara dire, deep in a cavern merged, involved in night, near where Styx flows, impervious to the sight, ever attendant on mysterious rites, furious and fierce when fate's dread law, and delights revenge and sorrows dire to you long, hid in a savage veil, severe and strong, terrific veins, who forever dwell in various forms, deepest hell, aerial, and unseen by humankind, and swiftly coursing, rapid as the mind. In vain the sun with winged refulgence bright, in vain the moon, far darting in milder light. Wisdom and virtue may attempt in vain, and pleasing art our transport to obtain, unless with these you readily conspire, and far avert your all-destructive ire. The boundless tribes of mortals you descry, and justly rule with right's impartial eye. Come, snaky-haired fate's many form divine, suppress your rage, and to our rights incline. Interestingly, they are also associated with the force of Typhon. This is brought upon in the acathartic states of being in Part 3, and they could call upon Typhon for help. Therefore she, Tisiphone, withdrew an empty Valifar, dug into the ground her Stygian blade, and muttered into the earth the name of the absent one, a sign undutiable to the Elysian realm. The underworld raised aloft a horned serpent from her hair with long-drawn hisses. He was the prince of the Carlulian tresses. Straightway hearing him, earth shuddered in sea and sky, and Father Zeus glanced at him again by his Etenian fires, the fires of Etna, where Typhon was buried. 47. 45. Homer, the Odyssey, by W. Shewring, Oxford University Press, 1998. 46. T. Taylor, The Hymns of Orpheus, London, 1792. It is notable above how Tisiphone calls upon Typhon by raising a serpent with long-drawn hisses. This idea is explored at some length in two later chapters, the Pentanimikos and Parmenides poem. The boundaries of justice, the barrier circle denoted upon which light exists. To breach this could bring the Erinyes upon you, or plunge you into the jaws of the hellhounds. But, as mentioned earlier, going into the underworld could also mean initiation and wisdom. This makes Orphism a dark tradition. It involves a gnosis of that which is outside the boundary, a passing through a crater. To quote a scholar, any account of nature is inerratically involved with night and her children, and thus with obscurity, death, unknowability, and borrowed light. Night has determinate dunamis, which light is either absent or present. Revelation or philosophical illumination cannot fully explain. 48. Verily the ancients gave night quite a horrible family. from Nyx and Erebos were born. Fate, old age, death, disillusion, continence, sleep, dreams, love that is, Lysimines, Epiphoron, Porphyrion, Epaphius, discord, wretchedness, wantonness, nemesis, Euphrosyne, friendship, compassion, Styx, the three fates, namely Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, and Hesperides, Aegil, Hespere, Erica, why can't I read this? Erica. Orphism dealt with all the above, author of the Derby Pravius lamented about with his fellow humans that why do they disbelieve in Hades, and the faith of the soul is taught by Orpheus, since they do not understand the dream visions or any other occurrences of what sort of proof. 47 Statius, OP citation 1147, 48. Alduri Knight in the Pre-Socratic Philosophy, Abstracts in the American Philosophical Association, 2003. 49 is M. Grant, The Myths of Hyagnius, University of Kansas publication, 1963, phase. Since they do not understand dream visions or any other occurrences, what sort of proof would include them to believe? Orphism, with its focus on night, Tartaros, definitely involved in gnosis and understanding that these things fall outside the light of Zeus's sanction. Not only did the Orphics busy themselves with dark gnosis, they were quite exclusive as well. The Durivini Papyrus has thrown extensive light on this, stating first of all that Orpheus should be understood as having taught that allegory wishing to state important things in riddles, and secondly that he is not making laws for most people but is addressing those who are pure in hearing. However, it is important to forget that Orphism, Pythagoreanism, and the like certainly not involved in the light too. Catharsis, mathematics, and music are all part of the light. Implication is they can go outside the ring and Zeus's aether without breaking it and thus go unharmed. The Unaries say themselves in Aeschylus' play, the Eumenides, we claim to be just and upright. No wrath from us will come stealthily to those who holds out clean hands, and he will go through life unharmed. Tartaros was a place of trial, a place in which truth and falsehood were tested. If you could stand with a spark of innocence, with your innermost being laid bare at the mercy of the terrific forces of the underworld, then you would go unharmed, accepting that Crater was the gateway from here to there. It was the way through which Tartaros associated with the powers enacted in our here. It's implicit in the way, example of the Uranus. Crater was way traveled in both directions. How this happened was sometimes described as a process of breathing. The Orphics pictured the world was perforated with tunnels and chasms, craters into the underworlds, serving as the Earth's respiratory system. This has been attested and documented by scholar Peter Kingsley, from which I have borrowed extensively. The word was something living, and it was vitalized in the breathing through Crater. The Orphics soon considered the soul as coming from Tartaros, and from the time of death returning hitherto. The soul thus belonged to and is part to the unlimited vastness that is Tartaros. Soul or psyche was by the Greeks the most ancient peoples considered as breath, or perhaps it was better to speak of spirit than of soul in this case. And by spirit I mean by the impersonal energy or soul stuff, psyche I should say. It was a very elastic expression and sometimes translated as mind, sometimes a life principle, and sometimes a self. The ancients had a much more organic and complex idea of soul. For example, in the famed duelist Descartes, the psyche was breath. Crater and Tartaros were the earth's respiratory system, and as above, so below. Crater was the connection and gateway between the physical and that which is outside space of time. Tartaros, night, Erebos, chaos. While it was pictured as an allegorical myth and mythological language as a cave, crater, or cup, it was in reality understood to be something uncentralized. The Orphic underworld was not only a place to be reckoned with at the time of birth and at the time of death, it was also important to the here and now. Plutarch describes Orpheus's insight into the true nature of crater like this. It has no boundary anywhere on the earth, neither does it have a single set base, but it wanders everywhere through mankind in dreams and visions. Tartaros was also, as stated earlier, the chthonic realm where all the enemies of the cosmic order were locked away, and as such called the prison house of Zeus. It was said to lie outside the aether in which Zeus had lordship, and what we here today call this space, and why it was also beneath the earth. Tartaros, or the vastest chasm of all, was to be found at both the limits of the sky and the deepest of earth's recesses. Tartaros is outside or inside of the aether, and hence it too permeates everything. With Crater, if the peepholes into it, is also evident in what Plutarch said about Orpheus's insight above. Pivotal in Orphic religious practice was a belief in the transmigration and paligenesis, literally again becoming of souls. In the Orphic understanding, the soul came from Tartaros and returned hitherto at the time of death, only to be reborn once more. However, while the soul was clothed in flesh, it was forgetful of its divine origin and the immortal understanding of its rightfully should have. The Duriveni author says that the soul is full of ignorance. The process is continually repeating itself because at the time of death, before being again, the psyche soul was thrown into the underworld, and there it drank from the underworldly river Lethe, literally oblivion or forgetfulness. Because of this, the soul, while being immortal in substance, was still mortal in function. The Orphic goal was to avoid this and to achieve real immortality of the soul. They believed that a pure soul could actively choose to instead drink from the water flowing forth from the lake of memory, the Mnemosyne, and by doing so survive death. The Orphics had oaths engraved on tablets tied around the necks of their dead. The injunction on the medallions was to not forget, i.e., to not drink from the river Lethe. The forgetfulness was called amnesia, and the implication seems to have been the acquiring of spiritual truth was a recollection and the rediscovery, remembrance, amnesia, that took place in the underworld. Not that the soul remembered previous incarnations, no, that the remembrance was the truth and awareness. Indeed, aletheia, not left, means truth in Greek. By choosing memory over forgetfulness, the soul became a master of its own destiny and transcended the mortal sphere. The earliest tablet discovered so far, found in southern Italy, reads, "Say, I am the son of earth and starry sky. I am perched on the with thirst and am dying. So quickly give me the cold water flowing forth from the lake of memory, and the kings of under the earth will pity you, and they will give you to drink from the lake of memory. And it is a thronged road that you are setting out on, a holy one, along which other famous initiates and Bacchants are proceeding." Other tablets promise such things are, happy and most blessed you will be, a god instead of a mortal. Now you have died, and you have come into being thrice blessed on this very day. It is curious that the later alchemy and hermeticism is contained pretty much in full already in these tablets. The reason and remembrance meant being apotheosized, and then in the Greek mind deathlessness was the very thing that defined the gods. They were called athanatos, meaning deathless, immortal. To receive this initiation meant becoming more than mortal. The Orphic practices were not solely focused on the moment of death, however. Remembrances and clarity could be achieved while still alive. You could die without actually dying. This means to do this was the same, to which the underworld something that attests to this. The most peculiar manner is that the inscriptions of burial tablets all present buried individuals as dying due to being struck by lightning, which was considered the purest form of fire linked with Zeus, and one may infer an emanation of firstborn light. As Heraclitus said, thunderbolt steers all things. The idea of death by lightning also ties into another practice, not descend to the underworld, which served to achieve spiritual insight, or rather to purify the initiate as to make the initiate a receptacle fit and able to receive insight. The practice of catharsis. That is dealt with in the next chapter. In later chapters it will also discuss the epistemology of spiritual truth and remembrance, as was expressed first by the Pythagoreans and then by Plato, but later Plato did it in a more philosophical clothing. To conclude, the scheme of the Orphic initiation can be summarized as follows. First, the person will be duly purified through proper living. This would entail a number of things, varying over time and between the local groups, being the nature of dietary prohibitions, dream working, rituals. Then the initiate would undertake and descent through the crater, presumably beginning with a purifying strike of lightning or fire, leading up to an immortalization on overcoming of amnesia. That's all I'm reading for tonight. I'm going to come back with the second part of this reading, and we are going to read chapter 3. And I vehemently apologize for all that, as I am not the only one living here. I'm not in control of what goes on here, so I'm going to try to do my best to read at night. You know, if people get up and walk around, use the bathroom, or whatever like that, I can't do shit to fucking stop that. I'm trying my damnedest to do a good offering, a good audiobook, you know, a good reading, you know, for you, because, you know, it's been a while since I posted some good content, you know, and I used to post very frequently, you know, and I want to give something back. I want to really go over the top, head over heels with this one, and really deliver, you know, something that, you know, you're going to enjoy. I'm going to end this video with a little bit of commentary of myself here. So what he was saying in the chapter about going into Tartaros and having yourself judged, you know, being able to walk out of the abyss, essentially, with a pure heart. This is an allegory, one thing. Those of you who are into the occult, who are in the left-hand path, the mystery of bridging the abyss, which is also in the some right-hand path traditions. In primal crafts and other spiritual traditions, you will literally have your soul weighed. You'll have your soul, in some of these initiation rites, you'll have your soul weighed. And you will be judged. You will either be judged you are a good person, and you will be bestowed an elevation. You will be given gnosis and major expansion. Or you will be judged unworthy. You will be judged evil, dirty, and unclean. And then that's when Hecate, Lucifer, and Kin, they take your soul and they keep it. And that's the end of your path. Another thing too I'd like to mention on the memory of the waters of forgetfulness and the waters of memory. So a lot of people are going to think that that these Orphic teachings are going to teach you how to remember your past lives, or are going to teach you to remember your identity, your ego identity, and your previous life that you lived in flesh, that you may float about the astral, retaining your personality, that who you are. For example, Joe, the bread baker, who baked loaves of bread and fermented wine, and had 3 kids, named Adam, Sam, and Daniel, and he had a wife named Karen. And that he's gonna, after death, he's gonna remember and retain all that shit. Oh, my name is Joe. I'm Joe the baker. I have a wife named Karen, and I had 3 sons named Daniel, Adam, and Mark. And I sold wine and I sold bread while I was alive. No, it's not like at all. I actually think it's the other way around. You, Joe the baker, or Joe who's married to a Karen, is not the true essence of what you really are. The vibe that I get from this, what this is really fucking saying, what this is really driving home, is it's really remembering your own boundlessness, your own infinity, your own God soul. Because really at the center of it all, you are the void. You are nothing and everything. It's remembering your own divinity. And death here is symbolic, okay? So you don't literally die in these rites. You die to your identity as a mortal. And you become reborn to the identity as an eternal child of the Tartaros, of the primal fucking womb, of pure raw consciousness. And what this does, this eliminates all fear of death. Drinking the waters of forgetfulness, too, might also have to do with the reincarnation cycle. That if you fail to remember your divinity in life and live out your soul desire, you will be recycled and go through this fucking gig over and over again. However, if you remember your divinity and remember your infinity, your boundlessness, and I don't mean the infinity within finite, I mean boundlessness. If you remember that you're fucking eternal and you have no bounds, no measure, no depth, you cannot be measured or quantified. If you come to that realization that you are the all in life and you live like it, when death, you'll just go straight back to the absolute. You'll skip all future reincarnation cycles. So that's the true meaning of let me drink from the waters of memory, is to remember the womb, to remember the absolute, and not to preserve, not to remember, oh, I'm Joe the bread baker, and I want to wander about the astral and reincarnate in a future life, and I'm going to remember that in my past life I was Joe the baker. No, 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 no. Because Joe the baker is just a role that you play, and not the essence, not the spirit. So what this is really talking about is returning your soul to the great void, to the great womb. It's about returning yourself to the absolute. It is about the left-hand path, Vedic, Far Eastern concept of Mahasamadhi, or liberation, which is a radical form of Tantrism, which one basically chooses a certain deity, or he can choose the absolute himself, and he lets this take a complete residence inside his mind. He's no longer Joe the baker, he is a vessel, almost, and his chosen deity completely displaces him, and he is essentially a vessel. Then he willingly leaves his body and he joins into the object of his devotion. He is a devotee who surrenders his own life at the end stage. This is different from just mere suicide. This isn't killing yourself. You were already dead. You were already merged with the absolute. Now you're just a shell. You're already completed the great work, and then you just leave the husk behind, and your spirit just fully, 100% integrates with the absolute, with the womb, with the all, with the goddess, with the goat, with, whatever god or goddess, whatever thing you're worshiping, whatever archetype or whatever like that, you become one with that. So there's also a little bit of Mahasamadhi going on here in this book as well. This is some very potent stuff here. That's all I'm going to read for this session. We will return with chapter 3. Okay. Cody Goat on Goat Scriptures. That was Tartaros, Johan on his own, chapter 2. We will be back shortly. Cody Goat here again with some more reading from Tartaros by Johan August Elm, Three Hands Press. We're going to be reading on to chapter 3. And if you hadn't figured it out already, I'm not going to be reading any more footnotes. Okay? There's an appendix at the book, which, a bibliography that's at least 3 or 4 pages long. And I will get to that, but I won't read all the little details, the little page number and everything like that. If I can read a book, you can read a book, okay? All you need is the author and book. Go find these sources and quotes yourself, okay? So, Hail Lucifer, Tartaros, chapter 3. Metis, Logos, Eros, and Catharsis. The pre-Socratics held that Eros was born from chaos, from an egg fertilized by some pre-cosmic force of darkness, as described in the previous chapter. Eros was thus one of the eldest of the cosmic gods. What do you mean, goddesses? Eros or is that the Eris? I'm pretty positive that Eris is a goddess. Eros might be a male. Anyway, continuing on. Oldest of the cosmic gods, it was no doubt an unexpected role for some readers. Desire is a normal state of human nature, and without it there would be no existence, and ancient reasoning as below, so above. Do not confuse the word desire with the word lust, though. They do not necessarily mean the same thing at all. Eros is clearly something other than lust. Eros is a primeval force that is usually explained in sexual terms, but that is to only scratch the surface. Eros was also the light emerging in darkness, also known as protagones, firstborn, or phanes, from fiano, to make visible, appear, shine forth. Eros' history is a complicated one, with many variants of his birth myth. Later myths said that Eros was the child of Zephyrus, god of the west wind, and Iris, goddess of the rainbow, or of Aphrodite by Zeus or Ares. Whatever the percentage, the hint of violence, Ares is unmistakable, as is the windiness inherited from the earlier accounts in which Eros was born from windy Tartaros. Eros himself is a violent deity and outside the control of the Olympians, as there are many myths that testify the power of Eros' darts striking the gods, especially Zeus, all of which testifies the origin of Eros as older than the Olympic pantheon, putting Eros on the same level as Tartaros, Gaia, and Rhea, elemental or abstract forces that cannot be controlled. Such can't be controlled does not apply to lust at all, or to hunger. Eros is what controls, what drives, what is not subject to anything except the darkness from which it is born. I'm going to interject here. I was wrong earlier. Eros and Eris, I got it confused and mixed up, but I'm pretty positive that the context in these past 3 paragraphs, that Eros has to do with love. Now, the Greek language, they had like 4 different words for love. One of them is a lusty kind of love. The other is like a brotherhood kind of love, a philo or philia kind of love. That's where we get the word phile suffix from. Another is a kind of like heart desire, like, yeah, it manifests in the spiritual plane as lust. You know, like certain devotees, they have a lust for their god or goddess, but of course their relationship goes far beyond the flesh, or just even the mind or the lower astral. It goes right to the heart of the being. It is a soul love, S-O-L and S-O-U-L, solar, soul love, soul devotion. Continuing on. Classical Athenian, later than Homeric or Hesiodic image, Eros is that of a young winged man of great beauty, and he can appear alone or in a plural form as the Erotes. His winged iconography remained and cannot be explained not only through his birth connection with the winds, but also as symbolic of the swiftness of love. Love can come quickly and leave just as fast. Where it blows, the heart will follow, or tire and lose its shining. Winds haunt across the earth, stirring and caressing all, but cannot be seen, just as the elusive primordial Eros that steers the cosmic arrangement. A spell directed to Eros that was found in Egypt but written in Greek, dating to the 1st century BC, reads, I call upon you, author of all creation, who spread your own wings over the whole world, the unapproachable and unmeasurable, who breathe into every soul life-giving reason, who fitted all things together by your power, firstborn, founder of the universe, golden-winged, whose light is darkness, who shroud their reasonable thoughts and breathe forth your dark frenzy, clandestine one, who secretly inhabit every soul. You engender an unseen fire as you carry off every living being, without growing weary of torturing it, rather having pleasure delighted in pain from the time when the world came into being. You also come and bring pain, who are sometimes reasonable, sometimes irrational, because of whom men dare beyond what is fitting, and take refuge in your light, which is darkness, most headstrong, lawless, implacable, inexorable, invisible, bodiless. generator of frenzy, archer, torch carrier, master of all living sensation, and of everything clandestine, dispenser of forgetfulness, creator of silence, through whom the light and whom the light travels, infantile when you have been engendered within the heart, wisest when you have succeeded. I call upon you, unmoved by prayer, by a great name. I'm not even sure if I can pronounce these. Azar, Rachfarzalata, Iathalaliala, By Alafala, Fo Io, I, Oero, Oae, Lagatarami, Amataratagal. First shining, night rejoicing, night engendering, witness, Areskete, archaic hara, episcopete, Iabizebeth, Io, you in the depth, Briamo, Briamber, Briambebo, you in the sea, Murmagero, clandestine and wisest, Akapa, Adonai, Basma, Kako, Icobal, Ieo, Kararor, Auror, Leilam, Samasilam, Samarpa, Marba, Karaba, Mena, Both, Ial. Turn the soul of her NN to me, NN, so that she may love me, so that she may feel the passion for me, so that she may give me what is in her power to give with her hands. Let her say to me what is in her soul, because I have called upon your great name. Before we continue reading with the next paragraph, I'm going to interject here. That was Greek, but some of these names here I'm going to bring this up again later in the book. In the Greek dark magical system of the Greco-Egyptian Greek magical papyri, there's this sounds of power or spoken words of power called barbarous tongues. Now, particularly sorcerers of the Goetic tradition, which is Greek, the Goetes, or the sorcerer, which is a word for sorcerer, who call upon spirits in the name of the all-sustainer, all-dominator, all-killer, Hecate, the great goddess of witchcraft and dark sorcery. But she also has her light aspects as well. In order to open up the gates to the void, or the Tartaros, or to get one in that state from the conscious mind into the subconscious mind, there's these things called barbarous tongues. You know, Zephyr, Erebos, Zoloft, Sakhabapa, you just get into this frenzy. Barbarous tongues. Today, unironically, or ironically, however you want to see it, in the right-hand path, Christians are guilty of this occultic sorcerer's practice. But they don't call it barbarous tongues, they call it speaking in tongues. When they place a Bible on top of their head, they completely get into a spell and they start babbling what would be incoherent nonsense to the atheist or the uninitiated. But those who are in the know that the Christians are tapping into the astral, they're tapping into the spirit, they're speaking in tongues, or the barbarous tongues, or the barbaric words of power, all to get you in there. And that's why in dark magica, Latin and Greek is very fucking powerful. Greek especially, if you can recite the invocation of Set, or the invocation of Eros, invocation of the Headless One in pure Greek, it's going to be very fucking powerful, because the nature of the Greek language itself is very barbaric in tongue. It's very, there's a lot of Erebos and bless, and there's a lot of hard consonants, almost like serpentine hisses. There's a lot of hard vowels and consonants in there. So Greek is a very magically charged language in and of itself. Continuing on with the next paragraph. This hymn or spell was written by a Greek magician in Hellenic Egypt, dating to the time when the Orphics and Pythagoreans had moved to Egypt. That makes it a few hundred years later than the quotes in the beginning of the previous chapter. Nevertheless, this is perfectly true to the earlier tradition. The strange words, the great name of Eros, have lost their meaning. The words are partly arranged as palindromes, and obviously had some magical meaning to the person who wrote the spell. Okay, so for those of you who don't know what a palindrome is, a palindrome is any word or a name that reads forwards and backwards the same thing. Okay, I give you an example. Okay, in Hellraiser 5, Inferno, the first opening scene there, Joseph Thorne goes on an investigation, and his partner there, Tony Nenonen, Nenonen, Nenonen. It spells forwards and backwards and reads forwards and backwards the exact same way. Nenonen is a palindrome. And some of these Greek names here are palindromes. They may not look like it, but when you string them together, they may not look like it's struck separately, but when you string some of these names together, I'm not going to test this theory out here because I'm just here to read, that they will form palindromes. And that's another thing about the Greek magical languages, the palindromes, the rhymes, the rhythm. Very, very fucking powerful shit. Very, very fucking magical shit. Okay, we're going to continue reading. Palindromes, and have obviously had some magical meaning to the person who wrote the spell. The spell contains just about all of Eros' aspects, and with the perfect ease it slides from talking about the universe coming into being to spellbinding the soul of a woman. Actually, this poem manages to say so much that it contains mostly all of what is written in this book. Note the subtle interplay of darkness and light. By no means is this dualism, especially the beginning of the gold mine of interferences. This light that orders the cosmos was also, especially later, identified with as the Logos. The Logos was a word that originally had standard meaning in the Greek of spoken word. A Logos meant message or a dialogue, but could also mean internal words, thoughts. Furthermore, the word had the strong connotation of cunning, charm, and bewitchment. Successful Logos was the trademark of humans and divinities who were masters of deception, who would circle around arguments and objections, lure and wrap you around in their little finger. To speak was to do magic. This can all be seen in the art of Logos, rhetoric. The meaning of the word Logos was quite far from that of the modern logical arguments. It had very little to do with any pursuit of truth. The masters of Logos were so because of their metis, or understanding. The word metis denoted practical intelligence, skillfulness, trickery, and cunning. The Athenians had a divinity called Metis, and she was a shapeshifter. Metis meant to be able to think quickly, to judge from direct awareness, and to think outside the box. The word also had connotations with steering, to steer a horse, a chariot, or a ship in the ocean. One had to rely on Metis, as any Greek knew. Metis meant a quality of intense awareness that always manages to stay focused on the whole. When you ride a horse or sail a ship, you do not rely on reasoning. You rely on direct knowledge of informed through the senses, a kind of gut knowledge. This quality of metis is necessary foundation for successful Logos. One could say that Logos was like a net that Metis knitted and used to catch its prey, or weave a garment it could wrap itself in. In Heraclitus, a more mystical and esoteric usage of the word logos can be seen, a use that equates logos with protagones and raises its potency to the logos. In Heraclitus' terms, when the unbounded divine was in our world and steered the cosmic arrangement, it was known as logos, and likened to a fire or a thunderbolt, quotation at the end of the previous chapter. Heraclitus describes this in terms resembling the breathing of Tartaros through crater. This world order did none of the gods or men's make, but it was and shall be an ever-living fire, kindling in measures and going out in measures. The fire spoken of directly linked to the fiery craters and pits of the mythology through which the word had its breath. Logos meant organizational force of proportion that permeated the universe, the ultimate whole through which all things are one. Heraclitus further said, "Wisdom is one and unique, to be acquainted with the true judgment, how all things are steered through all. The wisdom is the metis, and it is the one and unique, and it knows the logos, knows the judgment through which all things are steered." The metaphysical use of logos was carried on and developed further by Plato, Aristotle, and the Stoics. As was thoroughly shown earlier, the spirit of a human mind, indeed the spirit of the cosmos, was breathing through crater. Because of this, it is also likened to a fire. When the breath it is here, it is the fire. The connection and identification between the soul and the fire was absolutely standard. When Heraclitus spoke of the logos as the fire going in and out in measures, it was directly linked to the fiery craters and pits of mythology through which the world had its breath. Moreover, this universal breath was shared by each individual soul. According to Heraclitus, we become intelligent by drawing in this divine logos through breathing. Logos in this sense was the soul, or perhaps the outward bound, shape, harmony, pattern, and proportion of the soul. Speaking in proportion, at least by the time of Plato, logos also meant proportion in the mathematical sense of the Greek language. The logos arranges and makes proportional the cosmos. Metis and logos, the sheer power of persuasion, lie at the core of all teachings of the pre-Socratics. Everywhere in their writings, they inform us that we need a supreme metis to understand what they say. Sometimes they use layers of meaning, or they might use language that at first seems to say something, but then really, if you read it with metis, says something completely different. This is what the pre-Socratic logic was, to have enough metis to not be conned or lured by preconceived notions, etc., and instead otherwise undeceived. Language has so many traps. There are infinitely many ways through which reason could lose itself. True logos slips past that because it has enough metis powering it. It could easily see when the emperor is naked. At one point in the philosopher Parmenides' poem, more about him in later chapters, the goddess, whom is the one conveying in Parmenides' poem, commands that we listen to her deceptive words. She absolutely insists that we follow her wherever she will lead, no matter how ludicrous and offending her words might be to our notions of what is true. There is no alternative, no other way. Parmenides' goddess has a divine metis, strong enough to drag us out of the deceptive illusions of everyday experience, if we only follow her deceptive words and play the game. That is what logic is, or rather what it once meant. Aristotle, the man supposedly so great in logic, stated that Parmenides' poem was close to madness. Maybe Aristotle could not maneuver his way through the goddess's deceptive logos. It is known that this fire that Heraclitus equated with logos, the fire that continually passes through us, each like breath, was closely tied to the idea of catharsis. Catharsis is a word commonly translated as purification. This may not be incorrect, but translating it as release, or to just let it stand as it would be more appropriate. The Orphic practices were intimately bound up with the Bacchic and Dionysiac mysteries, and with the classical orgias. The purpose of these was catharsis. With the orgias in mind, it is easy to see why purification, as that word has come with many different inferences in modern English, does not give the right associations. Diogenes Laertius wrote about in the mythical descent into Tartaros by the philosopher Empedocles that there came a time, Empedocles, when you purified catharsis your body with living flame, and drank immortal fire from the mixing bowls of the craters, and he leapt into the craters of fire, and in them drank life. The fire of purification is the fire of the living, it is the living flame. Empedocles came from Sicily, and there in southern Italy we have evidence of a doctrine about a sun inside the earth, or rather a sun burning in Tartaros. It was descriptively referred to as Tartaros-like, the god of the midnight sun. Interjecting here, this might also be the black sun, or Lucifer's dark sun, and those of you who are devotees of the primal current, or traditional dark Luciferianism, you know Lucifer not just in this light aspect, but if you're experiencing this, odds are you have had interface or worked with his dark solar or his Septian aspect. Continuing on, as it was sometimes called, was Apollo. He was also one of the prime gods of purification. On one level, this fire of catharsis was quite evidently closely linked to otherworldly wisdom journeys. On a lower mortal level, it was more akin to a mortal Eros, the life-giving fire. In the quotes about cosmogenesis, Eros probably had an unexpected role for many, as the light that is born from the darkness and arranges a primordial state into what it is today. If the same model is taken down to the context of mundane catharsis, Eros takes the function and role that we are used to, the living flame. The two models really speak of the same thing, just as darkness, Erebus, and night are interchangeable. It all just depends on perspective and reference. Purification meant to have the flame of Logos and Eros always flowing, free and strong. Divinities that aided in this were often depicted holding torches. Also, notably, Thanatos, the embodiment of stagnation and spiritual death, was depicted as holding the torch upside down. What was Thanatos lacked in flame of the living? In the Orphic fragments, Phanes, Protagones, is referred to as coming full of metes and being the key of mind. Properly having this light was the key prerequisite in the Orphic mysteries. Purification was the first stage in all of Greek mystery schools. Only after that came the stage referred to as paradosis, which was the actual transmission of the teaching. It was considered that without initial purification, the person would not have the metis or logos, and hence the teaching could not be planted in the person. After the stage epoptia, overseen, which was also the central stage, the teaching was wiser than the initiate. And when the teaching knew that the initiate was ready, it would sprout little by little. The teaching grew, not from learning, but on its own, if the initiate saw and tended to it properly. The reader is advised to read the appendix, the parts of the soul, and then to compare them with this chapter. Okay, I'm going to interject here before we move on to chapter 4. Okay, what he's saying there, the catharsis. Okay, paradosis and epoptia. What I get from these, I hear negredo, albedo, and rubedo stages of initiation. For those of you who know the 7 stages of alchemy, know that catharsis, or the cleansing by fire, is the blackening or the endarkenment stage of the soul. Paradosis is the washing away of the ashes of the soul, and apoptia is the conjunction, or the 3rd phase of initiation. Now those few of you elite souls, those maybe like 1 or 2 people out there who know this, that these actually relate to the 7-fold way in the sinister tradition of the Order of the 9 Angles. So those of you who practice the 7-fold way, you'll know exactly what the fuck I'm reading about. For those of you who want to know more about that, you should just go on Amazon or whatever and grab a copy of the Sinister Tradition. Oh, by 9 Angles. Make sure it's a thick one. It's got like over 200 pages in there. They'll tell you everything you need to know. So that sprouted out of the Pythagorean school, and this shit is older than fucking Kabbalah. Kabbalah, as we know, there's this Jewish separate, came much later, came like hundreds of years later. I'm going to read on chapter 4 now, which is titled Pythagoras. Pythagoras and the Pythagoreans are better known for their contributions to science and mathematics than for their influence on esotericism. They developed number theory, geometry, both plane and solid geometry, and the theory of irrational and incommensurable numbers. Pythagoras, also credited with discovering the relationship between the length of the string, the emitted pitch, and from the Pythagoreans developed the structure of Western musical theory. Gotta adjust my seat here. The Pythagorean school quickly rose to become the chief Greek scientific school of its time, flourishing in the latter half of the 6th century BC. The Pythagoras is credited for coining both the word mathematics, mathemata, and the word philosophy, philosophia, reveals this immense impact. But Pythagoras was more than a mathematician and a physicist. He was universally recognized in the ancient world as a teacher of the whole way of life. And as a distinguished initiate, the magician in the Orphic Mysteries, one ancient comment was that Ion of Chios. The Treblings relates that Pythagoras too attributed certain writings to Orpheus. But Epigenes, in his work in the poetry described to Orpheus, says that the descent into Hades and the sacred account are the works of Cercops the Pythagorean, the robe and the Physics, the work of Brontius. Other sources tell us that an early Pythagorean named Zopyrus wrote an Orphic poem entitled Crater. Orphic and Pythagorean may, in many cases, have been interchangeable labels. One of Pythagoras and his initiates avowed an accomplishment was to have succeeded the Orphic goal of overcoming the state of forgetfulness. Ancient commentators call Pythagoras a Goaty, which means a sorcerer, and Aristotle stated in his On the Pythagoreans that Pythagoras bruised himself with mathematics and numbers, but would not renounce miracle mongering. Pythagoras' own house had a reputation as a house of mysteries, and he was credited with the ability to appear in many places at once, and other magical powers. Contrary to what was commonly assumed, the developmental trend and theory of the stories and legends about Pythagoras was not one of increasing inventiveness, but one of growing rationalization, of an increasing embarrassment in the face of the bizarre or miraculous, a growing tendency to replace it with either the understandable or the merely sentimental. The Pythagorean society is associated with strange and superstitious prohibitions, such as abstaining from beans, not stepping over a crossbar, not touching a white cock, etc. These rules seem like primitive pagan superstition, similar to walking under a ladder brings bad luck, rules which may prompt snickering in modern readers. The abusive epithet mystikos logos, mystical speech, was hurled at Pythagoras even in ancient times to discredit him and prove him religious. How could these diverse elements, natural science, mathematics, magic, and superstitious taboos, coexist under one roof? The Pythagoreans were instructed orally. They observed a rule of silence called akimithia, the breaking of which was punishable by death. Their silence was said by authors like Pythagoras to be of no ordinary kind. Further, the Pythagoreans were divided into an inner circle called the mathematikai, the mathematicians, and an outer circle called the akumastikoe, listeners. According to Porphyry, the mathematikoi learned the more detailed and exactly elaborate version of this knowledge. The acoustamikoi were those which heard only the summary heading of his Pythagoras's writings without the more exact exposition. According to Iamblichus, the acoustamestici were the exoteric disciples who listened to lectures that Pythagoras gave out loud from behind a veil. The acousmatikoi were not allowed to see Pythagoras, and they were not taught the inner secrets of the cult. Instead, they were taught the laws of behavior and morality in the form of cryptic, brief sayings that had hidden meanings. The acousmatikoi recognized mathematikoi as real Pythagoreans, but not conversely. After Pythagoras' death, the two groups split from each other entirely, with Pythagoras' right, Theano, and their two daughters leading the mathematikoi. Theano, daughter of the Orphic initiate Brontius, was a mathematician in her own right. She is credited with having written treatises on mathematics, physics, medicine, and child psychology, although nothing of her writing survives. Her most important work is said to have been a treatise on the principle of her golden mean. In a time when women were usually considered property and regulated at best to the role of housekeeper or spouse, Pythagoras allowed women equal terms in his society. The mathematikoi produced greater emphasis on inner understanding than did the acousmastikoi, even to the extent of dispensing with certain rules and ritual practices. For the mathematikoi, being a Pythagorean was a question of innate quality and inner understanding. The key here is that the acousmata means rules, that the taboos primarily belong to the acousmatikoi, and many rules were probably invented after Pythagoras' death and independent from the mathematikoi, arguably the real hires and perpetrators of the tradition. Beans, black and white, were the means used in voting. The maxim, abstain from beans, was perhaps nothing more than an exhortation to not vote. If true, that would be an excellent example of how ideas get distorted when they are heard secondhand and taken out of context. There was also another way of dealing with the acousmata, namely by allegorizing them. We have a few examples of this, one being Aristotle's explanations: step not over a balance, i.e. be not covetous; poke not the fire with a sword, i.e. do not vex with sharp words a man swollen with anger; eat not heart, i.e. vex not yourself with grief. We have safe evidence for a Pythagorean allegorizing in the way at least as far back as the earliest 5th century BC. This would make the strange sayings into riddles for the initiated. Compare this to what is said in the Derveni Tapris about Orpheus giving laws through riddles. Originally then, there were not two sects, but two kinds of followers sorted by natural inclination and innate abilities. Music, one of the Pythagoreans' favorite subject, offers good analogy. Not all are suited as students of music. People range from tone deaf to the rare ones gifted with the perfect pitch. To someone with inferior musical ears, however, the perfect pitch is bound to seem almost mystical, and were it not for the blatant practical results those with perfect pitch manage, they would probably be wholly disregarded and disbelieved by the tone deaf. Pythagoras wrote nothing himself that has survived, and Pythagoreans were instructed orally and committed very little to writing. Hence it is necessary to study the sources from which the Pythagoreans drew, to study what the non-Pythagoreans, such as Aristotle, said about the Pythagoreans, and to study possible Pythagoreans or Pythagorean associates if we want to understand the Pythagorean philosophy and tradition. There are many accounts of Pythagoras' life, and none seems completely reliable. The story consists of some of the more reliable details, if not attributed otherwise to the details taken from Diogenes Laertius' biography of Pythagoras, or that written by E.M. Blakis. Pythagoras was born at Samos, an island near the Turkic coast. Samos was famed for its long-distance trade, engaging in commerce with both the Far East and with Andalusia and the Far West. Pythagoras' father, Menisarchus, was a merchant who came from Tyre, the main city of the Phoenicians, and there is a story that he brought corn to Samos at a time of famine and was granted citizenship of Samos as a mark of gratitude. Pythagoras' father is also reputed to have been a gem engraver, a profession that had a number of connotations. Pythagoras' mother, Pythias, was a native of Samos. As a child, Pythagoras spent his early years in Samos, but traveled widely with his father. There are accounts of Menisarchus returning to Tyre with Pythagoras, and that Pythagoras was taught by the Chaldeans and the learned men of Syria. It seems that he also visited Italy with his father. Otherwise, little is known of Pythagoras' childhood. It is probable that he had 2 brothers, although some sources say that he had 3. Some accounts claim that he, at age 18, entered the Olympics in boxing and won. Diogenes Laertius relates that. But Aristophanes says, as Favernius quotes him in the 8th book of his Universal History, that his philosopher, Pythagoras, of whom we are speaking, was the first man who ever practiced boxing in a scientific manner. In the 48th Olympiad, having his hair long and being clothed in a purple robe, and that he was rejected from the competition among boys, and being ridiculed for his application, he immediately entered among the men and came off victorious, and this statement was confirmed among other things by the epigram which the Aetius composed. Stranger, if ye ever knew Pythagoras, Pythagoras the man with the flowing hair, the celebrated boxer, erst of Samos. We do know that a Pythagoras of Samos won the Olympics in a boxing a fitting year, but it has been doubted that he was a future mathematician and mystic. The visual description fits Pythagoras, though, as he was known for keeping his hair long, as were subsequent Pythagoreans. Pythagoras was at any rate certainly well educated, learning to play the lyre, learning poetry, and to recite Homer. There were among his teachers 3 philosophers who were to influence Pythagoras while he was a young man. One of them was Pherecydes, whom many describe as the principal teacher of Pythagoras. 2 were very closely linked in antiquity. There exist identical stories, differing only in having Pythagoras and Pherecydes as a leading figure. Pherecydes was also a Goaty, and when he died he was buried by his disciple Pythagoras. 2 other philosophers who were to influence Pythagoras and introduce him to the mathematical ideas were Thales and Anaximander, who both lived in Miletus. It is said that Pythagoras visited Thales in Miletus when he was between 18 and 20 years old. By this time, Thales was an old man, and although supposedly created a strong impression on Pythagoras, he probably did not teach him a great deal. However, he did contribute to Pythagoras' interest in mathematics and astronomy, and advised him to travel to Egypt to learn more of these subjects. Thales' pupil Anaximander lectured in Miletus, and Pythagoras attended these lectures. Anaximander was certainly interested in geometry and cosmology too, and many of his ideas influenced Pythagoras' own views. In about 535 BC, Pythagoras went to Egypt. This happened a few years after the tyrant Polycrates seized control of the city of Samos. There is some evidence to suggest that Pythagoreans and Polycrates were friendly at first, and it is claimed that Pythagoras went to Egypt with a letter of introduction written by Polycrates. In fact, Polycrates had an alliance with Egypt, and there were therefore strong links between Samos and Egypt at this time. The accounts of Pythagoras' time in Egypt suggest that he visited many of the temples and took part in many discussions with the priests. There are also established links between the Samian gem engraving, sculpture, and architecture in Egypt, and considering the reputed profession of Pythagoras' father and the ancient custom that a son learned his father's profession, the story seems very probable. Polycrates abandoned his alliance with Egypt when Cambyses, the king of Persia, invaded Egypt in 525 BC and sent 40 ships to join the Persian fleet against the Egyptians. After the Persians had won the battle of the Pelusium in the Nile Delta and had captured Heliopolis and Memphis, Egyptian resistance collapsed. Pythagoras was taken prisoner and taken to Babylon. Iamblichus writes that Pythagoras was transported by the followers of Cambyses as a prisoner of war. What bliss he was there, he gladly associated with the Magoi, and was instructed in their sacred rites and learned about a very mystical worship of the gods. He also reached the arcane perfection in arithmetic and music and other mathematical sciences taught by the Babylonians. In about 520 BC, Pythagoras left Babylon and returned to Samos. Polycrates had been killed in about 522 BC, and Cambyses died in the summer of 522 BC, either by committing suicide or as a result of an accident. The deaths of the rulers may have been a factor in Pythagoras' return to Samos, but it is nowhere explained how Pythagoras obtained his freedom. Darius of Persia had taken control of Samos after Polycrates' death, and would have controlled the island on Pythagoras' return. This conflicts with the accounts of Porphyry and Diogenes Laertius, who both state that Polycrates was still in control of Samos when Pythagoras returned there. Shortly after his return to Samos, Pythagoras made a journey into Crete to study there. Upon his return to Samos, he founded a school called the Semicircle. According to Iamblichus, he formed the school in the city of Samos, the Semicircle of Pythagoras, which is known by that name even today, in which the Samians held political meetings. They do this because they think one should discuss questions about goodness, justice, and expediency in this place, which was founded by the man who made all these subjects his business. Outside the city he made a cave, the private site of his own philosophical teaching, spending most of the night and daytime there doing research into the uses of mathematics. Pythagoras left Samos once again, and circa 518 BC, some say much earlier, he went to southern Italy. There in Croton, on the east of the heel of southern Italy, he founded what later came to be known as the Pythagorean Society. There, many stories about Pythagoras' life, some that fit in with the above and some contradict it. Much about Pythagoras' life remains an enigma, and already in antiquity much was speculated about him. Even his name has been thought an invention or title because it translates as either voice of Pythia or the Pythia place. There is only one story about Pythagoras which stands out as particularly important. It is the story about how Pythagoras met with Abaris the Hyperborean. It was only after this meeting that Pythagoras acquired his exalted and enigmatic title, the Hyperborean Apollo, amongst his followers. He became known as a demigod, an incarnation of the specifically Hyperborean god Apollo. Later, the Pythagoreans appear to have considered this meeting as Pythagoras' defining moment. Arborus' name likely meant the Avar. The Avars were a tribal and nomadic people originating in northern Central Asia, or what the Greeks referred to sloppily as to Hyperborea, meaning simply beyond the north. He arrived in Greece as an envoy or ambassador from his people, carrying in his hand a golden arrow. The practice of carrying a ritualistic decorated arrow was an Avar custom of proving the legitimacy of an envoy, much like carrying an emblem or sigil ring. The arrows were also the most distinguished ritualistic tools of a shaman. Indeed, Albarus' arrow was said to be a magical tool, with which he was able to deliver prophecies, heal, and even fly. It was said that Abaris walked through the lands as if carried by his arrow, and that he had the habit of talking to his arrow, a custom also practiced by the later Mongol shamans. The Greeks describe Abaris as a priest of the Hyperborean Apollo, and as walking in a trance, guided by Apollo, or guided by the arrow in his hand. Then one day he met Pythagoras and gave him the arrow as a token of mutual trust, pistis, and traveled back to Hyperborea. This act of leaving the arrow is an ancient Mongol custom for envoys, emissaries, a particular way of sealing the mission with a token of mutual trust and agreement. Iamblichus, in his biography of Pythagoras, said that when Arborus met Pythagoras, he recognized him as an incarnation of the Hyperborean Apollo, both from the noble marks he observed in him and from the proofs of identity revealed to him in advance. The whole story from Arborus' arrival to his meeting with Pythagoras and subsequent departure is amazingly similar to Mongol and Tibetan stories about how Tulkus, divine incarnations, are recognized. To summarize, we can safely reckon the philosophers Pherecydes, Thales, and Anaximander are the common mythological background of Eastern Greece, the region from which Orphism thrived. as Pythagoras' principal sources, the common ground for how the Pythagoreans projected the doctrines of Tartaros, chaos, dark and light onto the world as a context for physical understanding and study can be seen in their concept of the Perion. The early Greeks noted that all things in this world are bounded, defined, para in Greek meaning border. The cosmos, they felt, can be described as the set of an all-defined, bounded things. Hand in hand with those trails of thought, the concept which was not bounded was formed, hence the apeiron. The discovery of the apeiron, or apeiron, is attributed to Anaximander. The surviving lines of this discovery read, "The beginning and the origin of all living things, of the all there is the apeiron, and therefore the emergence, waxing of all being things thereinto is also their waning, destruction, annihilation, according to their fate. They pay each other their justified debt and penance for their injustices according to the law of the time." What Anaximander did was put forth a rationalized version and understanding of the mythological cosmology. The doctrine presented in the previous chapters about how an egg is conceived in the darkness and there is hatched with the result of the arranged cosmos offers a background and an understanding of how the cosmos came to be that is quite appealing to the modern mind. When Anaximander uses apeiron and perion instead of the more mythical words, then the whole thing seems even more modern. First there is Anaximander's apeiron, then from this unfolds all being things. They separate off a swirl or a vortex because of dialectics. This, however, is something that must be paid for, and time takes care of that, grinding all things back into equilibrium. Aristotle sheds more light on the ideas contained in this when he comments below. Of the apeiron there is no beginning, but this seems to be the beginning of other things, and to enfold all things and to steer all, and this is the divine, for it is the immortal and the indestructible, as Anaximander says, and most of the physical speculators. Apeiron is what fills the perion, and the perion exists as limits in the apeiron. The influence of the apeiron initiates a ceaseless dialectical motion of opposites according to Anaximander, a thought which was carried on by Heraclitus in modern days formulated as dialectical materialism. Pythagoras, inspired by this idea, but formulated it in another way, as a teaching that everything in the world is determined by and preserved in precise mathematical attunements, harmonia. This is what really set Pythagoras apart. I will say that it was probably the mathematical and scientific knowledge the Pythagoreans guarded most jealously, and not their magics. With knowledge in mathematics, metalworking, medicine and the like, you can make complex architecture, weapons, you can navigate and heal or poison, etc. Knowledge is power. It was also a secret of the trade. As long as you're the only one around to hire, you are guaranteed to make money and be considered useful. Just to give some glimpse of what the people back then were capable of constructing, I will give a few seemingly anachronistic facts. Fully functional batteries, made and used around the time of the infant Jesus, have been found near Baghdad. Supposedly they were used in electroplating, in the same way that we today put chrome on bicycle handlebars, etc. The batteries were found among what has been identified as magical amulets. Around the same time, Heron of Alexandria constructed fully functional steam engines. What for? He used them to power self-moving toys. He also constructed a mechanism that made a temple door swing open when a torch lit by the side of the door was lit. A legend relates how Archimedes built a strange device with lenses and mirrors that focused the sunlight on distant objects, setting them ablaze. This prevented the invasion of Syracuse by setting the sails of the invader ships on fire. An extremely advanced mechanical calculator of astronomical positions known as the Antikythera mechanism was found in 1901 in a shipwreck of the Greek island of Antikythera. The complexity of the Antikythera mechanism is nothing short of amazing, and these are fine testimonies but only examples. There are many more to the heights of the inventive minds of Hellenic science, which, it can be argued, began in the earnest with the foundations of Pythagoras' society at Croton. When Pythagoras arrived at Croton, he did so an already reputable man. At the invitation of the city government, he began to teach the public gymnasium, teaching men, youth, and women alike. Apart from this, he held his Pythagorean school or society, which was not open to everyone. First, you were only an acousmatikoi, and then you were free to apply for membership as mathematikoi, about which time Timaeus said that when the younger men came to him wanting to associate with him, he did not immediately agree, but said that they must also hold their property in common with whoever else was admitted membership. According to a Latin historian, Eustinus, the inner circle consisted of 300 that lived and segregated from the rest of the citizens, bound to teach each other like a brotherhood, as if to form a secret band of conspirators, and brought the city, Croton, under their control. No matter what the people outside the Pythagoreans thought of their schemes for power, within the group they were communal. Sources tell us that a member had to enter all of his belongings in the collective at entering, and should he in any case want to leave, he had the right to claim the double amount of whatever he had pooled in as his. Pythagoras went to Delos in 513 BC to nurse his old dying teacher Pherecydes. He remained there for a few months until the death of his friend and teacher, and then returned to Croton. In 510 BC, Croton attacked and defeated its neighbor Sybaris, and there are certainly some suggestions that Pythagoras became involved in this dispute. Apart from the matters of political power, jealousy seems to have contributed to the eventual dismantling of Pythagoras' school at Croton. A man named Aristoxenus has preserved the history for us. He came from Tarentum, where Pythagoreanism continued to flourish until the 4th century BC. He was an expert on mathematical musical theory, and he personally knew many of the last generation Pythagoreans, i.e. those who trace a direct line of succession to the disbanded Italian communities in the 5th century. He had the following to say. Cylon, who came from the old families of Croton, was its leading citizen by virtue of his birth, his reputation, and wealth, but otherwise was a difficult man, violent, turbulent, and tyrannical in disposition. He evinced all eagerness to share in the Pythagorean way of life, and he approached Pythagoras himself, who was already an old man, but he was rejected as unfit on the grounds just mentioned. When that happened, he and his friends declared a vigorous war on Pythagoras himself and his associates, and so excessive and intemperate became the rivalry of Cylon himself and those who ranged themselves with him, that it continued until the time of the last Pythagoreans. The account given above is thought to have based on hearsay that reached Eratosthenes from the actual Pythagoreans. As such, it is held to be the mostly true by scholars, but is now based in its presentation we cannot say. The account is not only interesting historically, as it may also say a great deal about what kind of people the Pythagoreans did not like, and what kinds of people they did not deem fit for their school. In 510 BCE, a revolt shook Sybaris, a neighbor city of Croton. The leader of the revolt was a man named Telis, and after his coup d'etat, he initiated a persecution of the supporters in the former regime. Many of these people sought asylum in Croton. Telis demanded that the refugees should be extradited for punishment, but the Pythagoreans convinced the people of Croton to defy Telis and to house the refugees. Telis was infuriated and marched against Croton with 300,000 men, where the Pythagorean Milo had gathered 100,000 armed citizens under his command. After 70 days of war, Milo's superior tactics had brought the Crotonians victory. As retribution, the Crotonians diverted the river Cratus so that it flooded Sybaris and destroyed much of it. Despite the victory, Croton was in chaos, and at this time of crisis it had to be decided what to do with the newly gained land and power. Rumors sowed mistrust against the elitist Pythagoreans amongst the ordinary people. Suspicious the Pythagoreans would use the situation to increase their already significant power. Cylon made himself the spokesperson for the people who mistrusted the Pythagoreans. I have to adjust my seat once again. I'm sitting on my bed here. I need a fucking big ass beanbag chair just so I can read books for y'all. Okay, spokesperson for the people who mistrusted the Pythagoreans. The Cylonians, as they were known, continued to intrigue against the Pythagoreans and to show them every kind of enmity. Nonetheless, for a time the noble character of the Pythagoreans prevailed, together with the desire of the cities themselves to have their affairs administered by them. But eventually the Cylonians carried their plots against them to such an extreme that when the Pythagoreans were holding a council at Milo's house at Croton and deliberating on political matters, they set fire to the house and burned all of them except two, Archippus and Lysis. Being the youngest and strongest of them, these two somehow managed to break out. When this happened, the cities took no account of the calamity that had occurred. The Pythagoreans abandoned their involvement in politics. Of the two who survived, Archippus returned to Tarentum, but Lysis left for Greece because of the city's indifference. The rest of the Pythagoreans collected at Rhegium and spent the time with each other there. But as the time went on and the political situation deteriorated, they left Italy, except for Archytas of Tarentum. Iamblichus did not accept this version and argued that instead the attacks by Cylon was a minor affair and that the Pythagoreans returned to Croton. Pythagorean society certainly thrived for many years after this and spread from Croton to many other Italian cities. There is for some reason to believe that Pythagoras not only survived the Cylonian attacks, but returned to Croton. Evidence for this includes a widely reported statement that Pythagoras was close to 100 years old at the time of his death, and reports that he taught Empedocles, thus claiming he must have lived well after 480 BC. Pythagoras probably died in Metapontum. The Milo mentioned in the text is none other than the famous Olympian wrestler who, according to legend, carried a calf on his shoulders. Despite the often stated Pythagorean vegetarianism, Milo was reputed for eating enormous quantities of meat, which, if true, would attest to the flexible nature of the taboos adhered to by the mathematicoi. Milo's character as a man of superhuman physical feats, and Pythagoras' success as a boxer, if true, also shows the Pythagoreans to have been far from simply unworldly ascetics. Not only were there athletes among them, but they also counted successful military generals and inventors of war machines. The Pythagoreans partook of society in every way, traveled widely, and accomplished a lot more than mathematics. The Pythagoreans had their meeting houses sacked and burned. In short, they were violently suppressed. In the cases above at the house of Milo, about 50 or 60 of them are said to have been surprised and slain. The Pythagoreans naturally became more cautious in their doings after Pythagoras' death, but they certainly continued to have an influence philosophically, scientifically, politically, and mystically. The tradition continued through a series of great names such as Parmenides, Zeno, and Philolaus, Empedocles, Archytas, and to a less documented extent through names such as Theano and Zophorus. One center for Pythagoreans after Pythagoras' death was Sicily. Many of his Pythagoreans were master craftsmen. Sicily and Mount Etna became known as the home of Hephaestus. Another haven for Pythagoreans was Naples, which, like Sicily, is a place of volcanic activity. Etna and Sicily and Vesuvius close to Naples. Interestingly, it was thought of an underground complex of tunnels filled with fire, lava, and vaporous smoke connected the Bay of Naples and the north of Sicily. These were the places where, according to myth, Typhon's head and tail were fastened when Zeus expelled and imprisoned him, so that the monster lay stretched between 2 points. When Empedocles sought divinity, it was into the mouth of Typhon, Etna, that he plunged himself. Apart from Sicily and Naples, the last real stronghold seems to have been Tarentum and the city of Metapontum, where the Pythagorean Archytas was leading political figure during the time of Plato, being elected general 7 consecutive times, and thus breaking a local law against holding office more than a year. Archytas had a strong support amongst the local people, and neither the Pythagoreans could continue. The city Metapontum had, alone amongst Greek cities, the Hyperborean Apollo as its patron god. Circa 680 BC, before Pythagoras was born, there was a poet and priest of Apollo named Aristias of Proconnesus in Asia Minor. He traveled to Hyperborea in a state of trance described by Herodotus as seized by Apollo, a description completely parallel to that applied to Abaris. His poetic account of the journey was the standard of ancient reference for all things Hyperborean. When he died, Aristias was said to have left his body in the form of a raven to accompany Apollo as his servant. Around 470 BC, during Archytas' time, Aristias manifested in Metapontum and bid the citizens to build an altar to Hyperborean Apollo. Yet, another peculiar link between Pythagoreans, Metapontum, and Central Asia was a painting depicting a man with decidedly Mongolian or Tartar features, excavated in Metapontum dating the time of Archytas. Thebes was another place on the Greek mainland of Pythagorean importance after Pythagoras' death. The Pythagorean Philolaus came from Croton and Tarentum, spent the later of his life teaching there. Lysis of the two, the above quoted fragment to survive the ambush of Milos, also went to Thebes. The deaths of Archytas and Philos ended the Pythagoreans. After them comes what historians have called the Neo-Pythagoreans. Though exactly why such a distinction should be made can be questioned. After Pythagoras' death, the mathematikoi split entirely from the acousmatikoi. I think a distinction between the two groups would be more justified. Without accepting any listeners, acousmatikoi, without the same involvement in society, Pythagorean mathematikoi tradition would not leave many traces behind for modern research to pick up, even if it still existed underground. Evidence shows that Pythagoreans mathematikoi, after Pythagoras' death, were quite at ease with developing personal angles on the original philosophy, but it is also clear that there remained a fundamental unity and agreement. This is all I'm reading for tonight. We will return with Chapter 5. Tartaros, Johan August Elm, Freehands Press, Chapter 5, Parmenides. Parmenides is credited as the founder of the Western science of logic, and even more so the branch of philosophy known as ontology. 2,500 years ago, he wrote a text on subjects of being, non-being, and becoming. For Parmenides, being is one, eternal, changeless, and the only thing that is truly real. However, Parmenides conveyed his words through poetry in something that makes him quite enigmatic and makes his philosophy possible to misinterpret in many ways. The trend among interpreters of Parmenides has been to state that for Parmenides the empirical world of the senses is a mere illusion. There is nothing true about the things available to the senses. They are mere appearances, and hence the only way to give a true account of anything is through rational logical inquiry. Parmenides is made out to be a dry, sense-rejecting, abstract rationalist. However, beginning with a series of remarkable archaeological excavations done during the 1960s, a number of scholars has raised the need for an alternative interpretations. How to correctly interpret Parmenides is a subject of heated debates, but the philosophers have carried to interpret him correctly or not shows something Parmenides' influence casts a long shadow. Parmenides lived and was active around 500 BC in the city of Velia in southern Italy. Some accounts say he was a student of Xenophanes, who was a student of Anaximander. Other sources nowadays, thought more reliable, say he was a student of Pythagorean Amenias, and that was from him that he derived the basis for his own philosophy as well as initiation into stillness. We are again and again brought eastwards, investigating the mystery traditions of Italy and Sicily. Parmenides was a Phoenician, and the Phoenicians were at the heart of these things. They carried the east into the west. The Phoenicians were named so because they came from around Phoenicia, a town on the coast of what is now western Turkey, not far from Pythagoras' native island Samos. The Persians took over western Turkey circa 540 BC, and the Phoenicians fled and became wandering exiles of the sea. The Phoenicians were extremely conservative and kept their traditions and their customs intact wherever they settled. With the Persian army approaching their gates, and not a moment to spare, they prioritized rescue of their sacred objects in order to preserve continuity of their religious tradition. Amongst other Greeks, they were almost a race apart. Greeks and Romans did not know what to make of them, and they considered them absurdly brave and grotesquely effeminate, impossibly moral, and hopelessly decadent. They made contacts, had allies, but in all their doings managed to keep elusive, private, and to themselves. There is a tendency to think of the Greeks as one people with one culture. There is also a tendency to think of the people as nationalistic, as caring about borders and city-states. That is wrong. Not all wrong, but definitely wrong when it comes to certain groups of people. The Pythagoreans, the Phoenicians, etc. When studying these people, it becomes apparent that they cleave to themselves only, and if circumstances became hostile, they simply moved somewhere else. Moreover, all these groups came from eastern fringes of the Greek world, and shows that their beliefs were decidedly eastern. One of the Phoenicians' main settlements was the city Velia, Parmenides' hometown, founded only a few years before Parmenides was born. Parmenides was from a wealthy and influential family, and according to recent archaeological evidence, he was recognized by his people as a magician, prophet, and healer, as a iatromantis. Other Greeks knew these iatromantis figures as priests of Apollo, whom, among other things, was the god of the land Hyperborea. To the far northeast, recall that Pythagoras was known as the incarnation of Hyperborean Apollo. And I want to interject here, before I forget, and before we move on to this section of the book here, beyond the Hyperborean stuff, there is this might have something to do with the Scythians or the Scythane people. Now there is a theory that the Hyksos or the Scythane people, there were no Jews, okay? There were no Jews in Egypt, no chosen people, no Moses, no exile from Babylon, no Babylonian captivity, no Egyptian exile. It's all bullshit. But there were Hyksos people. Now another name for them were Scythane people. Now these people were from the Far East and from the far north. So this what might be referring to the Scythane people. They are the Scythane Dragon Empire from the Far East. Like Tibet and the Himalayas. Now they're related to the Mongol Empire, and they had very high advances in culture. They started the practice of smoking pot too, and the symbol of the Scythane people was the dragon. Now, how does this relate to everything? Lucifer is a solar deity. Lucifer is Apollo, but Lucifer is also Abaddon. He is also the black son of Set. He is also Baal. He is also Moloch, Baal. He is the dark dragon, and he is the same at the simultaneously the light dragon. Continuing on here, I'm gonna find my place. I lost myself for a minute. Okay. Who among other things was the god of the land of Hyperborea to the far northeast. Recall that Pythagoras was known as the incarnation of the Hyperborean Apollo. Apollo was the god of music, of wolves, and of catharsis, and was the leader of the Muses. In southern Italy, in Anatolia, the Asian part of Turkey, he was also well known for his links in the underworldly initiation of darkness with the underworld and with the caves that led there, and worshipped as Apollo Oleos, having the ambiguous meaning of both Apollo the destroyer and Apollo the healer. At Velia, the priestess Apollo Oleos were known only by the title Pholakaros, meaning land of the den or lord of the lair, meaning that they were practitioners of incubation and initiates into the underworld. Apollo was the god of love above all others, was the god above, Apollo was also the god above all others of law-giving. Parmenides, accordingly, served his city as a lawgiver, something attested by Plato's nephew, Speusippus, and among several other ancient commentators. Archaeological findings at Velia alone during the 1960s has shown that Parmenides was, after his death, made to the founding hero of a line of successors, all with the title Philarchos, meaning as the title Philarchos and functioning as lawgivers. It was only later, in the hands of the Romans and more modern historians, that Apollo became the god of logic and reason alone. In the same way, Parmenides restricted his connections with mysticism and magic. The wheel comes full circle when one examines the grounds of Parmenides' alleged philosophy and sense-deprived rationalism. It turns out the foundational text for Western metaphysical rationalism is a poem describing, in the language of myth, a man's initiatory journey into the home of an unnamed goddess who bestows clarity. The poem, entitled On Nature, is only partially preserved, and by scholars treated and divided into 3 parts. I cite a recent scholarly paper. The extant fragments of Parmenides' work has been arranged into 3 parts, traditionally called the poem, Way of Truth, Aletheia, and the Way of Mortal Opinion, Doxa. The poem contains a detailed description of youthful protagonists' chariot ride escorted by the daughters of the sun. A goddess he meets on the other side of mighty gates delivers the way of truth. This is the second part, the Aletheia. Pushing language to new limits, the goddess argues for a unified, non-temporal, and unchanging being. Her argument is traditionally considered to be Parmenides' greatest philosophical accomplishment. The third portion, and Way of Opinion, is badly preserved, and since it purports to be a cosmology and a description of a dynamic universe, its relationship to the truth and portion of the poem is problematic. Many academics have pretended that the middle part, the Way of Truth, is the whole poem. Hence they come up with the Parmenides, the sense-deprived logician of ultimate reality. The third part, though fragmentary, is thought to have been the longest. So evidently Parmenides argued mortal opinions a worthy subject. It seems the whole reason d'etre of the third part, the reason that is part of a poem and not a separate poem, is to state the necessity to return from the immortal, non-temporal world of the goddess to the mortal world we know. It is, after all, our home. The relation of the poem to the Aletheia is commonly interpreted is even more problematic. The poem has often labeled a mere rhetorical device, a self-promotional claim of truth not attained by anyone else, or vaguely poetic attempt at describing how the philosopher leaves confusion behind for newfound philosophical clarity. I deem such solutions superficial. The poem needs to be read as a whole. The opening stanzas are these. The mares that carry me as far as longing can reach rode on, once they had come and fetched me onto the legendary road of the divinity that carries the man who knows, through the vast and dark unknown, and on was I carried as the mares, aware just where to go, kept carrying me, straining at the chariot, and young women led the way, and the axle and the hubs let out the sound of a pipe, blazing from the pressure of the well-rounded wheels, at either side as they rapidly led on. Young women, girls, daughters of the sun, had left their mansions of night, for the light, had pushed back the veils of their faces with their hands. There are the gates and pathways of night and day, held fast in place between the lintel above and the threshold of stone. They reach right up into the heavens filled with gigantic doors, and the keys that now open, now lock, are held fast by justice, she who always demands exact returns. and with soft, seductive words the girls cunningly persuaded her to push back immediately, just for them, the bar that bolts the gates. And as the doors flew open, making the bronze axles which their pegs and nails spin, now one, now the other, in their pipes, they created a gaping chasm, straight through, and on the girls held fast their course for the chariot and horses straight down the road. Specialists and experts in the field of logic and philosophy had thought that the heaviest equipment to bear the task of explaining Parmenides' words. It is not surprising that those scholars are locked in the assumption that Parmenides relied on stout reasoning alone, and locked in their own academic analytic tradition, have surrendered before in the poem and simply jumped into part 2, which is written in an at least seemingly more somber manner, and is more accessible to reason and discourse. But regardless of the matter which Parmenides presents the ontology in part 2, it would, in my opinion, be a woeful mistake to think of it as separate from the beginning of the poem. It is, after all, one poem. Leading the way to the goddess are the daughters of the sun, attendants to the sun god Apollo. In the earliest myth, the myths of Homer and Hesiod, the sun descends into the underworld during the night. During its passage through Tartaros, the sun passed through the gates and threshold where night and day would ever meet but never stay together. It is the light represented by the daughters of the sun that carries Parmenides to the goddess, but the light comes out of the darkness and carries him to a goddess whose realm is behind the gates, described as etherical, reaching to the heavens, and is guarded by justice. Parmenides describes how he travels through the bronze gates, recalls that the gates to Tartaros were said to be made of bronze, and how he thus enters a vast chasm, i.e. Tartaros, where the goddess waits for him. The realm of the goddess is darkness, or at the very least the underworld, the threshold where the gates of night and day, even if it is the light that carries Parmenides there. He describes this journey as a spinning, as a turning of wheels, and accomplished by the sound of pipes, all of which are purely magical elements described by numerous magicians and yogis throughout history, both in the East and the West. There is much more to be said about this poem, but it is saved for later. See Parmenides' poem in part 3, as it is too much of a personal interpretation for this part of the book. Here it is enough to establish that Parmenides was part of the whole tradition dealing with magic and the underworld that flourished in southern Italy during his time, as both recent archaeological findings and a close reading of the poem support. Turning now to a brief outline in the ontology outline of Parmenides' poem, it reads as a formalized account of the pure being in which this realm of the goddess put into her own mouth and addressed to the protagonist. It never was, and never will be, because it is now altogether one, holding to itself. For what possible birth of it will you look for? In what way could it have grown? From what? To say or think. From what is not is something I won't allow you, because there is no saying or thinking that is not, and besides, it is started out from nothing. What could have made it come into being later than sooner? So it must either be completely or not be. Neither will the strength of the persuasive proof ever permit anything to come into being out of non-being alongside it. And this is why justice has not allowed freedom for creation or destruction by relaxing her constraining grip. Instead, she holds fast, and the decision in the matters comes down to this: is or is not. What has already been decided, the judgment has already been passed as necessary. The second of these paths is to be dismissed as unthinkable and unnameable because there is no true way, while the other is as hollow to be and really be. And how could it be that being could be at some later time? How could it come into being? For it came to be, it is not, and if at some point it intends to be, then again it is not. So, it is the creation that has been extinguished, and in destruction there is not a word to be heard. Pure being is uncreated and imperishable because it is truth atemporal. Being an absolutely, immutably one only, change rests simply upon a word, is a mere name. Thence being is also opposed to all beginning and becoming. Pure being is Godhead, that which is the protagonist in the poem attains, and that which the goddess is one with. Thus the Eternal One is pure spirit, pure consciousness, pure knowledge, yet it transcends all concepts of knowing, because it does not allow for a known and a knower, and hence abolishes the act of knowing. Yet this sort of knowing is the only knowing known to the goddess, and from her perspective of immortal, atemporal logic, all mortal knowing of mortal things is unthinkable because it cannot be thought separate from the changing temporality. And also there is no dividing it because it's all alike. There is nothing more here that could stop it from holding together with itself or less there, but all of it is full of being. So it is that everything is continuous with everything because being draws near to being. Being draws near to being. And what's more, motionless, in the bonds of the great fetters, it has no beginning or end because creation and destruction have wandered far away, and the true and persuasive evidence is what has driven them out. It stays just as the same in the unaltered state, lies by itself on its own till it remains constantly where it is, for a mighty necessity holds it fast in the fetters of a bond that shuts it from all around, and this is why it's not right for it to be incomplete, for there is nothing that wants or lacks, but non-being would lack everything. Not only is being proper, atemporal, it is also necessarily falls outside of space and spatial terms. It is one that does not allow for separation. In all respects it is non-dual. Parmenides' disciple and adoptive son, adopting grown-ups, was particular to the mystery cults. Zeno formulated a number of paradoxes showing how problematic ideas of motion are. He argued that if you take a moving object like an arrow on its way to a target, you will have to agree that it is quite motionless at every single moment of its journey. What is moving is at rest throughout its movement. Zeno concludes that in each instant now, the world is just the way Parmenides' goddess of being describes it, because of the moment is atemporal. The superimposition of mortal logic of temporarily and the goddess's logic of atemporal being is what creates the paradox and what makes our reality so deceptive. Central in the problem is the concept of metis. It is that and not logic, if anything, that Parmenides perfected and saluted. The goddess stresses that her words, the Althea, are deceptive, that it is a persuasive truth, and that the daughters of the sun cuttingly persuade justice with the soft seductive words to open the gates. The poem is a riddle, requiring metis. Of course, this is all just a personal perspective, but I think a great deal of the failure of the properly present and to explain Parmenides is due to the fact that we assume the goal of all the ancient philosophers was to rise above the murkiness of myth and give a proper, rational explanation of the world. But no, they were not hoping to become Aristotle or Immanuel Kant, and philosophy applied a whole way of life. It was a method or methodos in its truest original sense of meta hodos, literally meaning after along a path. Philosophy implies following a way, and to navigate the one required metis. Philosophy was a way to journey and not a way to explain away reality. Most Greeks do not like the ocean. In fact, They were terrified of it. In contrast to these were the Phocians and the Phoenicians, while other Greeks thought it impossible, an act of outright hubris, to sail past the Gibraltar. The Greeks thought it impossible, and an act of outright hubris, to sail past the Gibraltar. The Phoenician sailors are known to have traveled far south and far north in the Atlantic. The most famous of their explorers is a man called Pytheas. He went north, past Britain, Scotland, and Ireland, stopping only when he reached what he called the Solid Sea. As unbelievable as it may seem, Pytheas reached the Arctic. During his whole trip, he carefully kept measuring everything: the height of the sun during the day, the height of tidal swells, measured the movements of stars and constellations, the phases of the moon, calculated the size of Britain, the length of the day, everything. Centuries later, his measurements were preserved in the Library of Alexandria, where astronomers used them to calculate the diameter of the earth, among other things. I mention this here because Parmenides is one of the first to have said that the earth is a sphere. The notion is tucked away, almost hidden, even being omitted in many translations in the third part of his poem. And what's more is he also divided it into 5 zones: a hot equatorial zone, 2 extremes of intense cold at the poles, and 2 temperate zones in between. Most scholars, like the assumption that Parmenides denied everything of the senses, have been so dumbfounded by this that has been largely kept silent. But no, Parmenides was a man of great metis and a true Phocian at heart. Some have explained Parmenides' belief that the earth was round to be a lucky guess, based only on the presumed intellectual preference for the sphere on Parmenides' behalf. No, Parmenides probably already knew the earth was round from practical observation, albeit it was not his own but Pytheas' observations. It was, until recently, believed that Plato was the first to believe that the earth was spherical. Plato says the earth is round in the end of his dialogue, the Phaedo, and Plato points out that what he says about the earth is altogether different from what most Greeks believe, in fact, startlingly different. This and the general authoritative importance of Plato has been the basis for the belief that Plato originated the idea, but Plato is also careful to add that it is not his or Socrates' invention, but instead something that had been handed down to him by certain others. Chapter 6, Empedocles. Empedocles is one of those who, whether knowingly or not, helped shape the Western world. His impact runs impossibly deep and puts him on par with Pythagoras, Parmenides, and with Plato and Aristotle too, for that matter. Yet it is very easy to underestimate him. Empedocles lived during the 6th century BC, was a generation younger than Pythagoras, and some 15 to 20 years younger than Parmenides. It is not known whether or not with whom he studied philosophy, but various teachers assigned to him by ancient sources such as Parmenides, Pythagoras, and Anaximander, from whom he is said to have inherited his extravagant mode of dress, lorete, long-haired, with purple robe and golden girdle. Simplicus, quoting Theophrastus, says he was an emulator and associate of Parmenides, even more than the Pythagoreans. Diogenes Laertius, in his life of Empedocles, tells us that Empedocles was a Pythagorean, but that he was expelled from the brotherhood supposedly for making public certain teachings. Pythagorean, ex-Pythagorean, or just an associate. His teachings and doings were very bound up with the Pythagoreans. Empedocles made a unique and quite unparalleled contribution to the Western world. His impact can still be seen in philosophy, rhetoric, medicine, chemistry, biology, astronomy, cosmology, psychology, and religion. He followed the Pythagorean trend and was deeply involved in the local politics of his hometown, Achragos, earning himself a reputation as an ardent democrat and famed orator, so much that Aristotle went so far to call him the inventor of rhetoric. He was also an admired poet, mystic, prophet, and magician. His fame as a miracle worker and doctor was somewhat connected to the story of his successful action against the plague in Salonitos and an epidemic in Achragos, where he let a break be cut into the mountains so that the north winds could drive away the unhealthy miasmas from the nearby marshes. He began his political career with the prosecution of 2 state officials for their arrogant behavior towards foreign guests, perceived as a sign of incipient tyrannical tendencies. He is also credited with activities against other anti-democratic citizens, and even with putting down an oligarchy and instituting a democracy at Achragos by the use of his powers in rhetorical persuasion. 2 speeches by him in favor of equality are also mentioned. Another report is of him breaking up a shadowy aristocratic political organization called the Thousand, which might have been the same as the earlier mentioned oligarchy. As the whole tradition presents a picture of Empedocles as a popular politician, rhetorician, and champion of democracy and equality, this appears to fit in with the known history of Achragos, where, after the death of the popular enlightened tyrant Theron in 473 BC, his son Theresteus proved to be a violent despot. After his forced removal, a democracy was established despite continuing political tensions. Just like Parmenides and the Orphics, Empedocles taught through poetry. 3 principal works are attributed to him: On Nature, Purifications, and Medicine. Scholars indicate that less than a fifth of On Nature has come down to us, even less of Purifications, and nothing all of Medicine. Nevertheless, the fragments are quite extensive in comparison with most other pre-Socratics. The fragments deal with cosmology, theology, chemistry, everything we consider science, as well as, at the same time, metaphysics and the soul. The division into 3 works may have been done by some commentator and not by Empedocles himself. Empedocles, like Parmenides, seems to have lacked any interest in mathematics. Numbers and mathematics are nowhere mentioned or even implied in his fragments. The idea of the Pythagoreans as primarily mathematicians is probably largely a Platonist construct. Empedocles' material cosmos is constructed from 4 basic constituents of 4 elements: aether, fire, earth, and water. Empedocles often used the self-invented code words for the 4 elements, referring to the aether as Zeus, to fire as Hades, to earth as Hera, and to water as Nestis. Air, in the sense of mist, smoke, fog, is, according to Empedocles, a kind of evaporated water, a combination of fire and water, and hence not a basic element. The interactions of the 4 elements is ruled by 2 forces of love and strife. Empedocles explains that they, the elements, keep changing and changing without break or end, never stopping, now all coming together through love to be one, and each of them being carried away again and left separate by strife's hate. We are currently, according to Empedocles, in the phase of the cosmos when the power of love is waning and the power of strife is correspondingly increasing. When love had complete dominion, the elements were melted into one indistinguishable and undifferentiated whole, wherein nothing could be singled out, described as a sphere, equal to itself, and with no fertile parts. When the one undifferentiated sphere of love is tarnished by strife's hate, the sphere equal to itself is broken and transformed into a vortex. For a time, love continues to hold complete dominion in the middle of the vortex, while strife is haunting the edges of the vortex. From this vortex, the cosmic swirl is then produced various strange beings and creations due to the mingling and moving apart of the elements, due to strife moving the cosmos continually further away from its holy love-governed state. Empedocles holds that Aether was the first to be separated off, next fire, and after that earth. From the earth, as it was excessively constricted by the force of the rotation of the vortex, sprang water. From water, air came by evaporation. The heavens came into being from Aether, the sun from fire, and the bodies around the earth from the others. Aetius. Next in evolution, after the planets and heavens have been arranged, comes biological evolution. Empedocles held that the first generations of animals and plants were not complete, but consisted of separate limbs not joined together. The second, arising from the joining of these limbs, were like the creatures in dreams. The third was the generation of whole-natured forms, and the fourth arose no longer from the homogeneous substances such as earth or water, but by intermingling. Aetius. Where then everything turned out as it would have if it were happening for a purpose, there the creature survived, being accidentally compounded in a suitable way. Aristotle, commenting on Empedocles' teaching. The world keeps evolving, differentiating due to strife's slowly growing influence. By this evolution, forms and beings appear apparently by chance. Even so, these things are compounded in a suitable way, show a curious kinship. And Empedocles puts this quite well in this poem when he says, "Thus do tall trees bear eggs, first olives, for the egg is a fetus, and the animal is produced out of part of it, while the remainder is nutrient." Aristotle. Empedocles was, to our knowledge, one of the first who developed a detailed and very systemic account of biological evolution. He understood that things have evolved, and that nature would do this according to both randomness and ordered patterns. Aristotle, who is most often celebrated as the creator of biology, to a large extent only plagiarized Empedocles. Aristotle criticized Empedocles for allowing randomness a crucial role in evolution. It did not fit very well with Aristotle's teleology. Biology today is more in accord last sentence did not fit very well with Aristotle's. I think that's theology, but there's no H. Theology today is more in accord with Empedocles than with Aristotle on that point. The driving force in this is strife, gradually grinding the mingled elements apart, grinding all mingled forms into death and dissolution, yet also into evolution. Nowhere is love equated with good and strife with evil. Many modern as well as ancient interpreters have tried to make it so, tricked by their own deeply weird preconceptions that love must be good. In fact, the case rather seems the opposite. Love, or Aphrodite, which is a synonym used by Empedocles, is the villain, if any. Love has brought under, made firmly fixed, and hidden in dense obscurity. Empedocles says that Aphrodite works through deception, by alluring and bringing about through with her binding magic. Empedocles said, "Those that are resistant to mixture have become affectionate towards each other, made alike by Aphrodite. And the elements are resistant, meaning that their union under love is forced upon them. The natural state of the roots is to be separate, to themselves alone." Empedocles speaks of the entire cosmos, not just the human realm, but even so he is still in accord with his contemporary culture. His depiction of love echoes what other Greeks would have been familiar. His depiction of love echoes what to other Greeks would have been familiar words by Homer. Already my heart had turned. I wanted to return back home again, and I grieved over the deception handed me by Aphrodite when she led me astray from my own dear home. Empedocles' elements each have their separate homes, just like the speaker in Homer's quote above, but through Aphrodite's binding magic, the elements were led away from their dear homes and into a state of perfect union. Strife is now, during this epoch of the cosmos, the undoing the spell cast by Aphrodite. The preceding paragraph summarizes the aspect of Empedocles' teachings that qualifies as natural philosophy. To understand the mystical side of Empedocles' teaching, we must first of all find out his ideas regarding the human soul. Empedocles' birth and death did not quite mean what it did for most people. For all mortal beings there is no such thing as birth, neither is there any end for them in hateful, destructive death. There is nothing at all but mixture, followed by rearrangement of the things that have been mixed. Birth is just a name applied to those events by humans. When light has been mixed in the form of a human, any kind of wild beast or shrub or bird, and then comes into contact with aether, this is what they call coming into existence. When those elements are separate again, they call this ill-fated destiny. What they say is for them quite right, and I myself must conform to their convention. Aristotle said that, but aether, he, Empedocles says, sank beneath the earth with long roots. This indicates that Empedocles, just like the author of the Derveni Papyrus, thought that the aether is all-pervasive, both surrounding the stars and roots of the earth. The birth of a living being, its coming into existence, is described as a blueprint of light fire being entering into the aether. What humans call birth is not a true birth in the ultimate sense, because there is light essence that precedes the coming into existence. Nothing is actually created, only assembled. This is reminiscent of Heraclitus' doctrine about how the world breathes logos, fire, out of the Orphic doctrine, that the soul is a kind of outflow from Tartaros. Considering that Empedocles used Hades as a code word for fire, it is clear that light entering the aether at birth is the soul of a living being. Before the material body is born, this soul of fire exists in Hades, Tartaros, as a fiery light, and after death of the material body, which is not a destruction but merely a separation of the elements, this soul fire returns to Hades. Empedocles proclaimed that he had direct access and vision of the soul fire, claiming that he could fetch from Hades the life force of a man who had died. Empedocles referred to the souls of living things, with living things including not only humans and animals but also plants, as daimons, or daemons, a word that in the Greek language of Empedocles was roughly that of a divine being. Interject here, daemon is also a Greek word for messenger. So messenger and divine being, two Greek meanings of daemon. Continuing on. Hence Empedocles taught that his fellow Greeks were essentially divine beings, but unlike himself, they had failed to realize this, because they were trapped by their mistaken conceptions about birth and death. Mortality is a deception, simply put. The point of Empedocles' teaching was to break the spell of deception, to remove these mistaken conceptions. Listen to his words to his disciples, taken from the poem On Nature. Watch her, love, with your consciousness. Don't just sit there in a daze, staring blankly with your eyes. Even mortals acknowledge her as implanted in their members, as she through whom they think thoughts of love and perform their acts of joining. They call her Delight and Aphrodite. Apparently, Aphrodite, or love, cannot be trusted. Empedocles seems to imply that she threatens to lead humans astray into deceptive illusion. Left in a daze, away from what is important, Aphrodite is like the sirens who the irresistible charm of the song lured mariners to their deaths, to their destruction on the rocks surrounding the sirens' island. To steer and keep on course to navigate, that is what Metis meant. Just like the sirens, Aphrodite lures with her deceptive beauty. Just like the sirens, she can make humans forget the path they are supposed to tread. Empedocles is really only rephrasing his own terminology. The Orphic doctrine about how the soul is drawn into existence because existence is so delightful and falls into forgetfulness, deceptive, delightful Aphrodite makes us forgetful. Empedocles does not encourage his disciple to renounce Aphrodite or choose celibacy. He orders him to watch her with his consciousness and to realize how she dwells within his members. To not sit in a daze staring blankly, but it is tempting to be deceived by Aphrodite. It seems so pleasurable. We want to love and hate hateful strife. That is human, and that is what we are. To love Aphrodite is fine. The crux is not to forget. Just like the elements are led from their dear homes and firmly fixed in dense obscurity by love, so it is the daemon soul drawn from its home in Hades into existence, lured by Aphrodite's charms. Subsequent attachment to the works of love that we experience is in particular what has made us forgetful of our divinity and what has created all of our misconceptions about birth and death. In the quote wherein Empedocles explains that his understanding of birth and death, he said that what they say, i.e. his fellow humans say about birth and death, is for them quite right, and I myself conform to their convention. Empedocles is acknowledging the relative truth of the mortal perspective compared to Parmenides' mortal opinions, and see that chapter in Parmenides' poem. He is even saying that he himself conforms to the universal conventions. This explains why he is attaching such positive adjectives to love and such negative adjectives to strife. He is simply conforming to moral convention. All of our familiar terms like bad and good and death are utterly deceptive in the ways that we use them. There is no destruction, just rearrangement. Death is a result of strife, the tooth of time, but that is also the cause driving things to be alive, to diversify and become. Empedocles explains exactly why our ideas about life and death are so deceptive, so limited in truth, and in what way they are wrong. Then instead of avoiding or denying them, he does what the exact opposite and lets us know that he conforms to their convention, while he carefully explains that humans with their ideas are trapped in a web of illusions. He at the same time enforces the same illusions despite what he says about reality. He is still persistent in clothing love in positive wordings and strife in negative, calling love blameless, strife accursed, and hateful. The adjectives have no epimistic reality. They are only part of the master rhetorician's trick. And what a staggeringly curious trick it is. If you listen, he outright tells you he will use deceptive language, words that have no reality. I am going to conjure up fantastic, value-laden specters of death and life that have no genuine existence. Do people listen? No. Most certainly do not. The spell of Aphrodite has fooled the most would-be rational minds. Aristotle commented that anyone who follows Empedocles and understands him is not on the basis of his inarticulate babbling, but on the basis of what he really means will discover that love is the cause of good, while strife is the cause of evil. Aristotle evidently felt that he understood Empedocles better than the man did himself. Love is the cause of good and strife of evil, and if Empedocles ever said these things to the exact opposite, then it must have been in a state of temporary confusion. If Empedocles had been alive to reply to Aristotle, he would have no doubt have deemed him lost under Aphrodite's deception. Just about every scholar since Aristotle up to the very modern times have been deceived too, unfortunately. Plutarch said with confidence that love is the name Empedocles gives to the power responsible for doing good, while strife is his principle of evil. Empedocles is like an illusionist that tells his audience exactly how a trick is done, and then with the utmost success performs the same trick again. I will know you all be looking at my right hand, so I can carefully hide the coin in my left hand, and without anyone noticing, the illusionist says. Then he repeats the exact same trick, and everyone still looks at his right hand. Or perhaps not everyone. The few who take heed will see the deception at work. That is exactly what I think Empedocles hoped for when he told his disciple to watch Aphrodite with his consciousness, and then when he decided to write in such an eccentric way. Empedocles is deliberately infiltrating the human web of illusions by destroying it from the inside. His words are the words of a magician. Either you are freed, or you will fall deeper into deception. Those who fail to take notice and go on reading anyway are not really reading Empedocles, they are reading their own reflections. Aristotle credited Empedocles as the inventor of rhetoric. He knew Empedocles was a master trickster when it came to language. It did not help Aristotle to begin to see precisely how sublime Empedocles was in his knavery and metis, and to what scale interpreters had been conned by his rhetoric. I suggest to the reader any old standard philosophical treatise on Empedocles. If Empedocles' veiled meaning was lost by the philosophic tradition, it still seems to have been preserved by the alchemists. Much of the Greek esoteric philosophy went into Arabic alchemy and Sufism, and from there passed back into Europe. The alchemists busied themselves at great length with the separation and death of the mixture of the elements as prerequisites for the producing of alchemical gold. Empedocles does not reject reality bound up with human illusion or not. He does the exact opposite. Reality is perfectly real. It is we who, under the spell of Aphrodite, fabricate the illusions for ourselves. Accordingly, Empedocles encourages his disciple, "Come now, watch with every palm how each single thing becomes apparent. Don't hold anything you see as any more of an assurance than what you hear, or give those loud sounds you happen to be hearing preference over those sharp tastes on your tongue. And don't reject the assurance provided by any other limb that offers some passage for perception, but perceive how each single thing becomes apparent." For some comments on Empedocles' use of the word palm, see the end of the chapter, The Pythagorean Pentagram. Most have interpreted the above fragments as a critique of Parmenides. Empedocles believes that the world of the senses, and Parmenides does not, they say. But there is no real disagreement, and Empedocles is doing much more than stating a belief in what his senses tell him. He tells his disciple to embrace everything, to be completely present in the state of wakeful alertness. Knowledge is through the flesh, but the flesh has to become conscious. Watch with every palm. He calls for direct experience for his student to perceive that he is perceiving. He says, for humans, metis grows into relation to what is present. In other words, metis lies in absolute presence. In order to convince himself of Empedocles' teaching, Pausanias is excuse me, tongue twister there. Pausanias is solemnly, man, this is a fucking tongue twister for me. Pausanias is solemnly reminded of everything around him. Empedocles calls on the brilliant sun, luminous heavens, gloomy rain, solid earth to substantiate and verify the truth of what he teaches, to show that a tree is not lacking in wood, as he puts it. It is known that Empedocles wrote of a deep preoccupation with Parmenides' thought. But just how profound his response to Parmenides was has flown over most people's heads. Parmenides unfolded his doctrine from a metaphysical ontology of pure, unchanging being and unapproachable non-being. Then he carefully takes this doctrine and contrasts it with human opinion, doxa, which, looked up in existential demands and temporality as it is easily led astray into dualism and illogical non-truth. Empedocles is not in opposition to Parmenides, no. He is just beginning at the opposite end. Empedocles starts out with the most pungent and oh-so-human dualism, and he passes through and beyond it. Strife stalks Empedocles' universe like a ghoul, embodying everything we fear the most: death, destruction, the undoing of love's careful work, the gruesome process of organic life being torn apart and dismembered. But we have to remember what Empedocles is taught about being watchful of deception. Love traps the soul, while strife sets it free. A disciple of Empedocles asked him, "What is the noblest thing to know?" He answered, "What people neglect the most." We live in an age when strife is growing. There is no standing still, and what Empedocles seems to be saying is that we should work with strife. Strife can be good and it can be bad. It has the potential to bring us home, to set us free. Strife will grow whether we want it or not. It is very clear in what Empedocles is taught. No matter if we continue under the spell of love, strife will get its way anyhow. The indifference will just be that we're dragged along by the heels. If we love strife, it will manifest as violence and destruction all around us. If we instead put our trust in strife, then we can channel its energy into destroying our illusions and attachments. Just like Parmenides and the others got clarity from Hecate or Persephone, the goddess of death in the underworld, so does Empedocles turn to the power of death. That is what Empedocles really seems to be saying. Below is a fragment from Purifications. We know Aphrodite could not be trusted, but apparently strife could. Whenever it happens that any daemon, one of those beings who has life for a long, long time, through some failing pollutes his dear limbs with blood, for thrice 10,000 years it is made to wander away from the blessed ones and take on all sorts of shapes and forms of mortal existence through the course of time, exchanging one hard path of life for another. The might of Aether chases it into the sea. Sea spits it out onto solid ground. Earth spits it up into the rays of radiant sun, and the sun hurls it into the whirlpools of air. One receives it from another, then another from another, and they all hate it. This is the way that I, too, am now going, an exile from the gods, and a wanderer, placing my trust in mad strife. Empedocles outright declares that he has put his trust in raving strife. The path that makes him tread is a hard and dangerous one that certainly requires a lot of metis. Empedocles, having put his trust in strife, haunts the edges of reality. It is possible that something had gone wrong spiritually for Empedocles. By this I do not mean that his teaching and clarity was flawed and wrong, no. By this I mean that I have many doubts about whether Empedocles had tread the path he felt was the path of righteousness. The picture he evokes is not very positive. In fact, it seems an absolute spiritual horror. He is apart from the blessed, and with a keen sense that very atom of the cosmos abhors him. There is a sense of large-scale doom, of utter spiritual unease. He comes off as pursued, with hellhounds on his trail, as tormented by the Erinyes. In this state of utter loss, he puts his trust in raving strife and hope for redemption. And if he has to wander in exile from bliss in thrice 10,000 years, then so mote it be. Precisely what I am aiming at here is dealt with in Part 3 of this book. The reader is advised to return to Empedocles' Laments after reading that part. Perhaps it offers an explanation for the rumor that he was expelled from the Pythagoreans. What else remains of Purifications is very scattered and fragmentary. It reads like this: The order of fragments may not be correct. Alas, poor, unhappy race of mortals, from what strifes and groanings were you born? From what higher rank, and from what a height of bliss we came under this roofed cave? I wept and wailed when I saw the unfamiliar place where murder and anger and the tribes of other deaths, they the daemons, wander in darkness over the meadows of doom. There were Chthonian and far-seen sun, bloody discord and serene harmonia, beauty and ugliness, haste and tarring, lovely truth and blind obscurity, clothing a daemon in an alien garment of flesh. I might say one of those words wrong. Tarring, it's tarrying, Tarrying, tarrying. Returning now. These fragments describe what the daemons experience in the intermediate state between two incarnations. They seem to describe the visions and encounters experienced by the daemon while in Hades, shortly before being clothed in a garment of flesh, entering the aether's light. Among beasts they are born as lions, with lairs in the hills and beds on the grounds, and as laurels among the fair tressed trees. But they at the end have come among men on earth as prophets, bards, doctors, and political leaders, lawgivers. And thence they arise as gods, highest in honor, sharing with other immortals their hearth and their table, without part in human sorrows or weariness. Here, in what seems to be the end, the picture finally brightens. Empedocles probably identified with one of the heroes that finally come amongst men, prophets, bards, doctors, etc. He certainly was a prophet, doctor, and a poet, and he claimed magical powers, and he wrote things such as, "An immortal god, mortal no more, I go about honored by all." He was also a lawgiver, just like Parmenides. The pitch-black nightmare in the beginning of the poem would then be Empedocles speaking as if from another life, as being he was thrice 10,000 years ago, and then magically recollecting his past lives in a sort of remembrance. The poem would be Empedocles' final recapture of ease with existence. I think this is the most likely interpretation. After plunging into the depths of madness and death, Empedocles, as all shamans, has to return into the world of deception. But now no longer under bondage, Aphrodite is the supreme metis and deception of creation. After freeing himself from it, Empedocles then returns to identify himself with it. Empedocles did not abandon love, to be lulled to sleep by the love he rejected, but he also rejected the idea of shunning it as bad. To try to run from love would only add to this deceptive power. The forces of love and hostility, union and separation, binding and releasing were the underpinnings of all black magic in the ancient world, and to be able to break a spell you had to be able to make one. A few stories of Empedocles' magical exploits used to make the rounds of the ancient world. Among these stories are accounts of him in particular using binding magic. Empedocles has put his trust in strife and shattered love's spell, and he returned and made love his ally. The first trap in reading Empedocles is mistaking him for nothing but a primitive natural philosopher with quaint ideas about everything consisting of fire, earth, water, and air, and how there is a dualism of forces, one principle doing good, love, and the other who is responsible for death and destruction, strife. Penetrating past this level, there is yet another pitfall to be trapped in. If Empedocles is not thoroughly understood, then it is easy to confuse this doctrine as something resembling certain strands of Gnosticism, just like the Orphics, who are wrongly made out to be world-rejecting ascetics. It would be easy to turn Empedocles into something similar, but that would mean the understanding metis would be wholly lacking, and Aphrodite's spell as powerful as ever. I think it is apt to say that Aphrodite is nature and love in nature, and strife is nature dominating nature. Both are unavoidable and hence necessary for the initiatory journey. They are means, and as Empedocles sharply points out, the only thing that gives them substance and meaning is a dualistic way of relating to phenomena. Take that away, and the two disappear into each other, and the only thing left is the metis of creation. That love and strife at some point unite is not reading too much into Empedocles, because, particularly in southern Italy, Aphrodite was commonly juxtaposed with Persephone, and the goddess's attributes were many times merged. The account of Empedocles' death has always attributed to the attention of biographers. The most persistent version of how he died is that he threw himself into the crater of Etna. When he did, he drank immortal fire and was purified by Hecate, who granted him safe passage, and he was apotheosized. As a sign of Hecate's approval, the mountain returned a single bronze sandal. Some biographers, not understanding the connection between the sandal of bronze and Hecate, claim that the sandal revealed Empedocles as a fraud who tried to stage his own death. They would have it that he threw himself into Mount Etna so that people would believe his body had vanished and that he had turned into some immortal god. However, the volcano threw back one of his bronze sandals, revealing the deceit. Originally, it has been argued not only was the sandal a sign of Hecate, but Empedocles did not even die during his descent, but the story was that he died only to be reborn. That would, of course, mean it originally was allegorical and not literal. Okay, before we go on to chapter 7, I just have a little bit of commentary for you. So, love and strife. Let's talk about these two seemingly opposing, conflicting forces. Okay? Now, what you must bear in mind here is the Greeks have about like 4 or 5 different words for love. They had a word for sexual love, for like a lusty kind of love that, you look at someone, they make you horny. They had a word for like brotherly kind of love, for friendship kind of love, and they had a word for primal love, which is like eros, the love that brought the universe into being, or the love the love of the void, if you will. Now, here's the real trickster here, okay? Now, today, most people associate love with, with like friendship, things like that, and like de-occultists like Mark Passio, and others associate love with a force that expands human consciousness, and Mark Passio's own definition of the word love. That is not the love that Empedocles is talking about. When Empedocles says love in this context, what he's talking about is more like gravity. It is a gravitational, restrictive force, almost like Saturn. So Empedocles' love is a binding kind of love. It's a Saturnian current. It's a binding, gravity, Saturnian kind of love. It's the love that wants to collapse the universe and bring everything back into the void, essentially. It's the void. It's the love that says we're all one in the void and wants everything to be annihilated back into itself. Empedocles' love is the vacuum. It's the dark feminine. It's death. It's the reaper. It's annihilation. Okay? And then he proposits that strife is what brings existence and what makes it possible. The strife that makes things possible to be separate from one another, possible to be individual items. Okay? This isn't hate. This isn't fear. Okay? This isn't a force that's for war, although strife can manifest. One of its lowest forms can certainly manifest as human conflict, bullets flying and bombs exploding. That certainly can happen. But what I think is really being said here, and this is the trick there, is that strife is actually love, Mark Passio's love. Because strife is the expansive force that allows for items to be separate, to tear themselves from the void and to emanate into the causal world, into the world of cause and effect. Okay? Also, I forgot who said this, but another person said that true love is freedom. So if you truly, truly love something, you're going to let it go free. You're going to let it go and do its own thing. Okay? So we know that Empedocles' love that tries to bind everything together and spellbound everyone is not true love. It's not the divine love. Okay? The love he is using in this sense is the regressive, Saturnian, death, bondage force. It is the counter-turning swastika. It is the left-turning spiral. Okay? And the strife and conflict force that wants to set everyone free, the force that allows individual spirits or undifferentiated spirit and undifferentiated primal matter and the primal materia of the void to separate from the void and become individuals so they can experience that is strife, setting them free from the void and allowing them to have a separate experience. That is evolution and emanation. Okay, so that is what strife is. Revolution, evolution, and emanation, while Empedocles' love is reversal, counterclockwise, emanation, and backwards evolution. I forget the word. Yeah, involution. Okay, that's it. So Empedocles' love, counterclockwise, involution, emanation, and Saturn, death. While strife is clockwise rotating spiral, rotation, revolution, evolution, and emanation, which is going outwards. Okay, now if you want to read more about the swastikas wheels I mentioned about it, there'll be a link in the description to a screenshot of Chaosphoros from the OSI, Ordo Satani Imperium. They're the guys behind Nexul, Helvatron, and Neog Tablis. Chaosphoros wrote about the swastika wheels, their being as Empedocles' love and divine hate, as being the hands of Abraxas, and the many, many other multi-dimensional layers. Fucking 100% fucking solid. If you want to read that commentary on the swastikas, that will be in the description. But essentially, that's what Empedocles' love and strife is. You know, like most some of you will be hearing this, oh my god, love is good though, love is life and everything like that. Okay? Now the truth is, we need both. We need both love and strife in order for there to be any existence. The counter-creation, the anti-cosmic forces of the void, and the pro-cosmic solar forces of life, they interact together like a chemical reaction. Okay? And this is what creates a dynamic universe. We have to have both. There has to be light and darkness in order to there to be free will choice. For either to be rule supreme, we'd all be enslaved. It'd be spiritual prison if we lived in a universe dominated by the void. And it'd also be a spiritual prison if we lived in a universe solely dominated by the light. We have to have both. Okay? Now there's a word for this. It's called kymatica. There's a documentary on it. K-A-M-Y-T-I-C-A, kymatica. Something like that. And one more thing, while love may be like a force that expands consciousness or whatever, Empedocles' love in the most extreme sense of the word, for those who are in like the bondage, scene like that, Empedocles' love is like the seductress. She is that hot girl, that you meet at the bar. She spikes your drink, and then the next thing you know, you wake up without any arms or legs, and you have a ball gag in your mouth, and she's made you her slave, her fuck toy, to fuck forever and then kill, essentially. So that's what Empedocles' love is talking about in the most extreme sense of the word. If it wasn't for strife, Empedocles' love would entirely dominate the universe. We'd just all be silenced, and we'd all just be living in a big, like, black ball of goo. We'd be living in a fucking void, essentially, So, but without the void, or without love either, we'd all be separate. We'd be like, the universe would be torn apart. Physicists say that the universe is going to end in one of two possible ways. That Empedocles' love will triumph, and if his love triumphs, then the universe will stop expanding, and it will start to fall back in on itself, and it will collapse into just a void. It will collapse back into the cosmic egg. If strife triumphs, then our universe will die through what is called a big rip, and that is when dark energy increases at such an exponential rate that anti-gravity overpowers gravity, and like everything is basically shredded. I mean, galaxies will fly apart. The galactic arms will just extend outward and outward. Stars, systems will flee from the galactic center, and eventually suns will lose their planets, and suns will be lonely. Planets will be stripped of their moons, stripped of their atmospheres, and even the stars and the stuff, and like this is billions and billions of years now, will be shredded down to nothing, and even down to the atoms and stuff. The electron clouds will be stripped off the nuclei, and then even the nuclei themselves will be scared into quarks and everything. They'll just be shredded into just absolute zilch. So these two very, very extreme forces, extreme swastika forces, the left turning swastika and the right turning swastika, this is what Empedocles is talking about here. The fucking hands of Abraxas, as Chaosphoros puts it. These two very extreme forces, these two wheels, these two turning vortices, coming together and colliding, and between those collisions, that is where we are. That is where our universe is. Those two wheels grinding against each other. Tartaros, Chapter 7, Philolaus. Nearly nothing about the Pythagorean teaching under Pythagoras himself has survived. There is a great deal of certainty about why Pythagoras' own sources were, and a general outline of these has been provided. He carried on the Orphic teaching about the soul's forgetfulness and remembrance, the wisdom journeying into the underworld, and probably Anaximander's understanding of the indefinite apeiron. Another of Pythagoras' sources were Pherecydes, but in what way his teaching ran into Pythagoreanism is less clear. It is discussed in Part 2. After the violent circumstances surrounding the history of the Pythagoreanism, in the decades after 500 BC, there came a time when Pythagorean school went largely underground. Paradoxically, though, it is in the doctrines espoused by the Pythagoreans in the 5th century BC that we know of any detail, or perhaps not, as we know a great deal about Parmenides and Empedocles, but whether or not they can be counted as Pythagoreans or just friends with the Pythagoreans is an open question. Someone there is no hesitation about is Philolaus. Who we count as Pythagorean and who we count as something else is largely based on what Aristotle and his pupil Aristoxenus, another tongue twister name here. So if you haven't noticed already, I butchered a lot of names there, and there's a lot more tongue twisters in this book. I apologize in advance for fucking up these names here, but let's see, Aristo, Aristoxenus, Aristoxenus. Aristoxenus had to say on the matter. Who we count as Pythagorean and who we count as something else is largely based on what Aristotle and his pupil Aristoxenus had to say on the matter. And when Aristotle spoke about the so-called Pythagoreans, he spoke about Philolaus and the circle around him. Philolaus was born in Croton around the time when Milos' house was burned, circa 460 to 470 BC. Sometime later, we do not know when, he moved to Tarentum, and then in his elder days he moved to Thebes, where he taught until the time of his death, circa 400 BC. The ancient tradition gives no indication of who Philolaus' teacher might have been. Pythagoras died some 25 years before Philolaus was born. He might have had some contact with the Pythagorean Hippasos, who was associated, circa 530 to 450, who was associated with the mathematics of music theory, who was also a prominent theme in Philolaus. Unlike Pythagoreans and under Pythagoras, Philolaus wrote at least one book. Diogenes Laertius quotes the beginning of his book as, "Nature in the universe is harmonized from both unlimiteds and limiters, both the universe as a whole and everything in it." The theme of unlimiteds and limiters is reminiscent of Anaximander and also of Empedocles' love and strife, the forces of union and separation at play in shaping. Scholars believe that Philolaus' book to have been Aristotle's principal source for what has been said about Pythagoreanism. Aristotle explains how Pythagoreans developed Anaximander's ideas about the apeiron and the perion, the unlimited and the limited, by writing that, for they, the Pythagoreans, plainly say that when one had been constructed, whether out of planes, or of surface, or of seed, or of elements which they cannot express, immediately the nearest part of the unlimited began to be drawn and limited by the limit. So I'm going to interject here real quick. There is in Kabbalah a process called Simsum. This is exactly what it's referring to, the unlimited and the limited. So basically Ein, which is the unlimited, completely unlimited, Ein Sof, the unlimited light, and then Ein Sofar, the unlimited golden light. There, I mean something like that, goes down into Kabbalah, and as it's traversing each of the spheres on the tree of life, It's becoming more limited. So you have infinity without limits, everything basically getting smaller and smaller, okay? And the best way to visualize this is if you ever watched a raindrop enter a puddle of water in slow motion, how the raindrop merges in the puddle, it bounces back up and makes like a finger and merges back in. Just play that in reverse. So a raindrop is undifferentiated. Okay, water is completely undifferentiated. This big pool of water, okay? And what's happening is that a very, very small piece of water separates from that pond. It rises out of the body of water like a finger. And then that finger separates and it becomes a raindrop. And then it falls upwards. That's Simsum in Kabbalah. Okay, and that is what is being expressed and spoken of here. Returning to the book now, and Stobius, in his turn, quoting Aristotle's now lost book, wholly devoted to the Pythagoreans. In the first book of his work on the philosophy of Pythagoras, he writes that the universe is one, and that from the unlimited there are drawn into it time, breath, and the void, which always distinguishes the places of each thing. The early mythological accounts speak of the primeval as something windy breath, broad-wayed and boundless. The transition from myth to Anaximander's Apeiron, and then to Philolaus's inhaled unlimited, is fundamental ways seamless. The unlimited, or the Apeiron, is inhaled just in the same way as darkness through crater. According to another ancient commentator, Philolaus said that immediately after its breath, the living thing draws in breath outside which is cold, and then, as if out of necessity, expels it again. This desire for the breath of the outside arises in order that, as a result of inhalation of the breath, our bodies, which by nature are too warm, may be cooled by it. Another fragment thought to perhaps be the only authentic actual quote from Philolaus's book says that the first thing to be harmonized, the one in the middle of the sphere, is called the hearth. According to both Stobius and Aristotle, the first one draws in the surrounding Apeiron. The first one is a hearth fire, and assuming that Philolaus's is reasoned by analogy, we may infer that the inhalation of the Apeiron cooled this first existing fire, just as breath cools the bodies of living things, a process evidently also making the fire expand and become the ordered cosmos we know. According to Aetius, Philolaus gave the firstborn one various names. According to Aetius, Philolaus gave the firstborn one various names: Hearth of the World, the House of Zeus, Mother of Gods, Altar, Bond, and Measure of Nature. That is, the bond and measure of nature would tend to identify it with the limited. This first fire would be a variant of the theme of a firstborn light that produces the world and the ordered arrangement. The complete picture would be that there is a one, which is the limited, in the void of the unlimited. The one then draws the unlimited and is harmonized into a fiery center from which the universe in turn emanates. Apeiron is the darkness, night, Tartaros. Apeiron is a dark force which permeates, motivates, and steers all of nature. It is because of this that time and change exists. From the unlimited they are drawn into time, breath, and the void. Today we might say that the Apeiron is the grantor behind the law of increasing entropy. The idea of that is that without the infusion of this dark Apeiron force, there would only be a static, undifferentiated whole. if the Apeiron had not been inhaled by the Apeiron-type firstborn one, parallel the egg in mythology that draws in unlimited breath immediately after it had been conceived, see Stobius above, the world would have remained like that, undifferentiated, without separation in time and space. This is very much the same as Empedocles' differentiating strife. This inhalation of the Apeiron is also what makes the world mathematical, not just possible to describe using math, but truly mathematical. The Pythagoreans, too, held that void exists and that it enters the heaven from the unlimited breath, so to speak, breathless void. The void distinguishes the nature of things, and since it is the thing that separates and distinguishes the successive terms in a series, this happens in the first case of numbers, for the void distinguishes their nature, Aristotle. About nature and harmony, this is a position. The being of the objects being eternal, and nature itself adamant of divine, not human knowledge, except that it was not possible for any of the things that exist and that are known by us to have come into being without their existing being, those things for which the universe was composed, the limited and the unlimited. And since these principles existed being neither alike nor of the same kind, it would have been impossible for them to be ordered in a universe if harmony had not supervened. In whatever manner this came into being, things that were alike and of the same kind had no need of harmony, but those that were unlike and not of the same kind and of unequal order, it was necessary for such things to have been locked together in harmony if they are to be held together in an ordered universe. Stobius. Again, the void or infinite is breathed through the heaven, aether. The Apeiron causes separation, which also apparently means that it separates and distinguishes the successive terms in the series. Instead of a whole, we have been living a whole of interconnected parts, separated by void in between them. Between any two whole numbers there are infinitely many numbers. Parmenides' disciple Zeno is famous for his paradox or mathematical tricks that he built upon this insight. In one of them, a runner is to run a distance. First he covers half the distance, then half of what is left, then half is what is left after that, etc. That way he will always have a half left. Mathematics arises soon after we see one thing separates from another as a thing that can be counted. Somehow we could recognize the apples are separate from the tree which bears them, hence we can count them, and hence we have discovered the whole or natural numbers. According to Stobius, the Pythagoreans held the view that all things that are known have number, for it is not possible for anything to be thought or known without this. Countable implies knowable. Next, we can conceive of these as forming relations, such as the harmonic relationships in music. Everything in this, as if infused, are the irrational numbers, spiraling away into infinity. The Greek term for these numbers was alogon, meaning not of the logos. They share in the Apeiron dark. Our logos cannot follow them all the way. Everywhere in the finite is the infinite, and that is a mathematical fact. The Pythagorean dictum, all is number, that is true also in the case of matter, because of the two, mathematics and nature, are upheld by the very same principle. They are both a whole that is undifferentiated by the infusion of the void, or a void in which limits are put. The two statements would seem interchangeable. The two concepts rely on each other. Without the unlimited, there is nothing to limit. And so, with the only concepts, we could not conceive of anything but an undifferentiated whole. Thus, Philolaus offers an elegant way of uniting monism with pluralism. And I'm going to interject here that the ancients did not think in these terms of monotheism versus polytheism. What the author just said here about monism and pluralism being united, we live in a holographic fractal universe. Everything is within everything. Everything is permitted. You know, like that dark lodge saying that black magicians use, that nothing is true, everything is permitted. The everything is permitted part is true. Everything is in everything. Everything exists within each other. You couldn't pinpoint exactly where they thought. You couldn't quantify the minds of the ancients. As Thunder Wizard puts it, if you were to ask an ancient, right, or if you were to ask, a true polytheist in the Far East, is there only one God? Yes, there is only one God. Are there many gods? Yes, there are many gods. But wait, you just said that there's only one God. Well, yes, there is one God. Well, aren't the gods just archetypes, symbols of consciousness? Yes, they are archetypes. Aren't the gods literal beings? Yes, they have literal being, and they are archetypes, and there's only one God, and there are many gods. It's all a bunch of chaos. It's all seemingly chaotic, but it's really holographic, fractal thinking. We're going to continue reading now. A musical scale presupposes an unlimited continuum of pitches, which must be limited in some way in order for a scale to arise. The crucial point is that just not any set of limiters will do. We cannot just pick pitches at random along the continuum and produce a scale that will be musically pleasing. The diatonic scale, also known as Pythagorean, is such that the ratio of the highest to lowest pitch is 2 to 1, which produces the interval of an octave. That octave is in turn divided into a fifth and a fourth, which have the ratios of 3 to 2 and 4 to 3, respectively, and which, when added, make an octave. If we go up a fifth from the lower note in the octave and then up a fourth from there, we will reach the upper note of the octave. Finally, the fifth can be divided into 3 whole tones, each corresponding to the ratio of 9 to 8, and a remainder with a ratio of 256 to 243, and the fourth into 2 whole tones with the same remainder. This is a good example of a concrete applied use of Philaus's reasoning. In Philaus's terms, the fitting together of limiters and unlimiteds involves their combination in accordance with the ratios of numbers. Similarly, the cosmos of the individual things in the cosmos do not arise by a combination of limiters and unlimiteds. The limiters and the unlimiteds must be fitted together in a pleasing way in accordance with number harmony for an order to arise. There is a widespread belief that the discovery of irrational numbers shattered Pythagorean beliefs. But there is little to no argument for this. There is a story in the ancient world about how a young Pythagorean named Hippasos was drowned by his fellow Pythagoreans following an order issued by Pythagoras himself for divulging certain things about irrational numbers and about the pentagonal dodecahedron. You can either believe they silenced him because of what he said did not fit with Pythagorean beliefs, or you can take it as an example of the strictness of Pythagorean oath of silence on certain matters. The most often quoted ancient authority for the story actually has it that the man who first divulged the nature of commensurability and incommensurability, 2 men were not worthy of being made part of this knowledge, became so much hated by the other Pythagoreans that not only did they cast him out of the community, but they built a shrine for him as if he was dead, he who had once been their friend. This anecdote is very strange because shrines were normally only built for people you deeply revered. It was secret, not contrary to their philosophy to boot. There is much evidence to show that Pythagoreans embraced the infinite, unlimited, and unspeakable. but very, very little to suggest that they shunned what was not all reasonable, rational, and cleanly ordered. Also, the Pythagorean woman Theano, said to have been Pythagoras' wife, is supposed to have written a treatise on the golden mean, though his evidence for this is questionable, which is an irrational number, and Plato, in the dialogues, thought most influenced by his contact with the Pythagoreans. More on that in the chapter about Plato. Used irrational numbers without any sign of unease. Everywhere in nature, three numbers discovered in antiquity keep occurring. Pi, the relation between circumference and diameter, E, the base of natural logarithms, and phi, the golden mean. They are irrational because they have an infinite number of decimals in a non-repetitive pattern. They are also curiously related to each other mathematically. To the growth shape you can see the golden mean phi, and to see pi in a flower is to see the aperion in the perion. The growth rate is the number E. The intuitive feeling for these things, for the infinite in-betweenness, felt everywhere infused in nature, was probably one of the first things that separated the mathematikoi from the acousmatikoi. In our times, we are quick to dismiss Thales' famed statement, "Everything is full of daemons." But verily, he was only seeing how the aperion was infused in the perion. Remember, Thales was a good friend and companion with Anaximander. Similarly, Aristotle said about the Pythagoreans that the ringing sound of bronze was struck, he said, the voice of a daemon. Yet, commentators also agree that Pythagoras explained music and sound as a harmony of number. Here there's key features of the Pythagorean approach, that which enables it to move freely between pagan mysticism and seemingly modern clear-cut logic of mathematics and science, the latter which did not exist as we know it back then. It was not thought of as in any way separate from myth. That they tend to be treated as separate in history books is due to one thing only. Modern people feel that this is how it has to be. I will make mention of here someone who is supposed to have been an intimate with Philolaus and roughly his contemporary Democritus, the man who championed the atomist approach. Diogenes Laertius related that Democritus, that, and it is evidence from his writings what sort of man he was, he seems, says Thrasyllus, to have been an admirer of the Pythagoreans. He mentions Pythagoras himself, speaking of him in admiration in a treatise which is inscribed with his name, and he appears to have derived all doctrines from him to such a degree that one would have thought that he had been his pupil, if the difference of time did not prevent it. At all events, Glaucus of Rhegum was contemporary of his affairs, that he was a pupil of some sort of Pythagorean school. The heart of Democritus' teaching is that there is space and there is atoms. The space for Democritus is part of the void and shares of the bounded atoms. In the atoms that move around without resistance, colliding and being entangled with each other, forming earth, air, water, and fire, everything we know. Democritus calls space by these names: the void, nothing, infinite, while each individual substance he calls thing, i.e. nothing without the no. The compact and being. He thinks that substances are so small as to elude our senses, but they all have sorts of forms and shapes in different sizes, so he is already enabled from them as from elements to create by aggregation bulks that are perceptible to sight and the other senses. His teaching is like the physicist's echo of Philolaus' dealings in mathematics, yet in all this he seems to have been deeply involved in magic. His name is one of the most frequently appearing in Hellenic magical texts. To return to Philolaus, There is a doctrine about an astronomical central fire associated with him and his circle, about which Aristotle said, of the stars creating night and day by its circular motion around the center. At first it seemed Philolaus championed the heliocentric explanation, but at closer examination the explanation seems to fall apart. Itis said Philolaus holds that the sun is like a glass, receiving the reflection of the cosmic fire and filtering its light. According to Aristotle, Philolaus posited fire both at the center of the spherical universe and at its circumference. It is not clear in Itis whether it is the cosmic fire at the circumference or that at the center that is reflected by the sun. Both Itis and Aristotle, however, infer that Philolaus equated the central fire with the first existing hearth fire. That makes the logic of Philolaus' system quite difficult to comprehend. Another part of the Philolaic scheme was the counter-earth or anti-earth. Aristotle and Itis clearly posit the anti-earth is a planet at all times located between the earth and the central sun, always remaining unseen. Interject here might have to do with hollow earth theory. The theory that at the North and South Pole there's an entrance, and if you go in there, there's an inner earth, and there's a central sun in the center, but it's daylight all the time, there's no night, because all of the inner earth is completely illuminated by the central sun at all times. Might be wrong though. Continuing on. Between the earth and the central sun, always remain unseen. Now the reasoning behind Philolaus' system becomes even murkier. Scholars have scratched their heads trying to reason this enigmatic system out. Their explanation is that the anti-earth was modeled after the land of the dead, ghosts and spirits, Hades. Hades is derived from Hades, meaning unseen, and the theme of the world of the dead as an aversion of this world was quite common in Greek culture. Hades was said to lie as far beneath the earth as the earth is beneath the sky, and beneath Hades was Tartaros, which makes Hades between Tartaros and earth. This explanation of Philolaus' scheme would equate Tartaros with the central fire, and the counter-earth with Hades. The locations of Tartaros, etc. are given in Homer, and Hesiod were arranged in layers, one above the other. In other words, Philolaus just preserved the earlier description, but coupled it with a spherical arrangement. What that explanation fails to explain is why the central fire was projected outside of the earth. Philolaus' astronomical system remains an enigma. My own opinion is that Philolaus has to be compared with the later alchemists that begin with Ouroboros, signified by a circle, and then proceeds with the sun or first light shown symbolically with a circle with a dot in its center. They also, as did Empedocles, say the visible sun is but a reflection of the higher sun, the fire found at the core and outside the circumference. Plato, as we shall see in the next chapter, posited a spherical earth, with fiery Tartaros inside of it. Further, in Plato's account, we humans live in giant cavities in the earth, though we think we live upon the surface. Up on the true surface of the earth, where the mounts of the craters are in the realm of dead souls. After Plato, people would move to the land of the dead, to the moon. Plutarch suggested in the face of the moon that the moon had deep recesses in which the light of the sun did not reach, and that the spots seen on the moon were nothing but the shadows of rivers and deep chasms. He also explained in detail how the soul is separated from the body at death. He said the body returns to earth, but the soul descends to Persephone, and in Persephone's realm the mind of the soul gets separated from the psyche soul. The psyche soul subsequently goes to the moon and descends through Hecate's recenses, her Nikioi, same as craters. What we have is people from Philolaus to Plato to Plutarch, and beyond them medieval alchemists talking about a black sun, etc. Basically just reiterating what Homer and Hesiod said in earlier mythology, disagreeing with each other only in terms and spatial locations. Interject here real quick that the central sun or the second sun may not even be the hollow earth sun, but may be the same as a black sun. And by black sun, what I'm saying is the sun at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, the supermassive black hole, black sun, void, left-turning, counterclockwise turning sun wheel that makes our galaxy move. Without it, there'd be no galactic life. And we'd be very, very lonely in our star system. Continuing on. Academic convention forbid, but it is hard to not escape the notion that all this is largely exoteric playfulness, and that there behind it remain fundamental esoteric agreement. The outer discrepancies are great, but in terms of the inner grammar, the opposite is true, that Philolaus's astronomical arrangements is largely just early mythology, with the spherical quirk seems to imply that he was not primarily interested in astronomy as an empirical science. The myth was more important than the observations. Whether Philolaus and the Pythagoreans around him had attached any magical practice to the anti-Earth and the central sun, or if they simply preserved the mythological ideas in a new clothing, is not known, judging from what we know of the magical endeavors of Pythagoreans in general, that they probably did attach magical practice and initiation to it. Lastly, I will mention something else Aristotle said about his so-called Pythagoreans. Other members of the same school say there are 10 principles to which they arrange in 2 columns of cognates. That he mentions as the teaching of other numbers implies that this was not something he had found in Philolaus's book, and hence it is doubtful whether Aristotle ever saw this scheme. Chances are that he just heard of it. 10 principles arranged in columns sounds a lot like Kabbalah. Unfortunately, there is no known academic knowing what those 10 principles were. Many of the 5th century Pythagoreans were immensely practical, very involved in politics, despite the unfortunate earlier experience of society. Archytas, who was 40 years younger than Philolaus, and may well have been Philolaus' student, as some antique sources claim, was a military general and extremely influential in his hometown Tarentum. Empedocles, after his ardent political activities in his hometown of Acragas, led to a forced exile in Syracuse, where he helped the Syracusinians in their war against the Athenians. Parmenides' student Zeno took part in a plot to assassinate a local tyrant, but was caught and tortured to death. Anaxarchus, the follower of Democritus, was butchered by the tyrant of Cyprus. Everything they did, be it mechanics, war, magic, building, or medicine, was immensely practical. The idea of them as contemplative aesthetics in the secluded Pythagorean monasteries is just plainly wrong. It is a fantasy invented by so-called scholars during the 1920s. The Pythagoreans were not afraid of traveling either. Zophorus of Tarentum, who was a Pythagorean builder of war machines and artillery, went from Tarentum to Miletus on the Turkic coast to help the locals fight the Athenians. His devastatingly effective war machines were not only the inventions of Pythagoreans made, but they are well known for their mechanical ingenuity. Zophorus' trip to Miletus also proves that the Pythagoreans kept their contact with the East, wherefrom they had originated. Aesthetic pacifists? No, they were deadly and practical. But we should not generalize too much. Philolaus, for example, seems to have led a more quiet and withdrawn life. The conclusion would be that they could be practical if circumstances demanded. Okay, now before we go into chapter 8, what I think of reading the end of this chapter, I think of Assassin's Creed. You know, these Pythagoreans being assassins, you know, going out assassinating tyrants, assassinating assholes and things like that. But where they went wrong, seriously wrong, is they kept all the knowledge hidden to themselves. It doesn't matter what the fuck your intentions are. It doesn't matter if you think occult knowledge is dangerous in the hands of the common folk. If you keep it hidden from the public, if you keep it out of the hands of the masses, you are a dark occultist, in Mark Passio's definition, in Mark Passio's words. Okay? So when you keep this shit, knowledge, you keep it out of circulation, you are just as bad as the corrupt politicians, as the corrupt governments, as the churches, as the left and right lodges. You are just as bad. The best, if you think knowledge is dangerous, the best way to prevent the abuse of this knowledge is to make it widely available. Because if this is commonly known by the common man, these dark sorcerers and these politicians and government, they couldn't get away with half their shit that they do, because the common goy, the common man would see it for what it is. The goy couldn't be swayed anymore, couldn't be manipulated anymore. So that's where Pythagoras was an asshole, and that's where the Pythagoreans fucked up. But by and large, I think of them as kind of like Assassin's Creed. And I'm a little bit of a nerd for the Assassin's Creed games. I just played Origins myself right before the whole lockdown. I'm kind of mad that the libraries are closed down, because if I would have known that they were shutting everything down, I could still have the game right now, playing some Assassin's Creed. But nope, I'm reading this book to you guys instead. So the concept of the assassins, taking out tyrants, taking out the politicians and shit, taking out the corrupt government, to keep freedom and to keep freedom, the common people free from open tyranny and all that shit. That's what I think of. Before we go on to chapter 8 here, I want to expound upon the paradox of Zeno. So what we read earlier about an athlete runs a kilometer, right? He runs like a certain distance, a mile or something like that. Don't matter. You can cut that distance in half, and then so he runs half a mile, half a kilometer, and you cut that distance in half. Then he runs another quarter of a mile, so he's at 3/4 of a kilometer now, or 3/4 of a mile, 3/4 of whatever unit of distance measurement that you want to use. So he's 3/4 of the way there. Alright, then you cut that distance in half, and now he's 5/8 of the way there. And you cut that distance in half, and now he's 6/10 of the way there. You cut that in half, and he's 7/11, and so on and so on. Essentially what he's saying is that everything you can do, every distance, you can take a segment of rope if you want. You can cut it in half, and you cut that half of a rope in half, and you cut that half 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 in half, and you get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. No end. You get infinitely smaller. Okay? And this is greatly shown in the Mandelbrot set. Okay, so those of you, if you haven't heard of fractals, okay, look up a Mandelbrot set. A Mandelbrot design is an example of a fractal. A fractal is any design that you can shrink down, you can zoom in forever, and just find it repeating for infinity and repeating forever. So with the Mandelbrot, you zoom in, you keep zooming in, you see all these colors and spirals and swirls, almost like something you'd see if you were like tripping on acid or something like that. You see all like the swirls and the spirals and everything, and if you keep zooming in small enough into these spirals, you see a whole nother Mandelbrot set. And then you can zoom in again and do it all over again and all over again to infinity. Now, the notion of seeing the infinite, seeing the aperion within the perion, with the infinite within the manifested world, basically if like you looked at a sunflower, or if you looked at that and you saw like a fractal, you saw like a Mandelbrot spiral within a flower, within like an arrangement of stones, you know, the rings of a tree when you cut a log open and you see all the rings in it, you know, that's what it's fucking talking about here. You see these patterns, you know, you see these spirals and these fractals and things like that. The aperion, the infinite within the finite. Back onto Zeno's paradox here. So here's where the big interesting paradox is. If we were to take this seriously and apply it to our lives, no one can go anywhere. I can't even get out of my bed and walk to my door because I cut the distance in half. I go half and half that and half that and half that and half that. According to this problem, no one can go anywhere. Nothing can be done because you have an infinite, unlimited amount of volume within a finite volume of space. If you keep zooming in, if you blow it up by zooming in, you can create infinite amount of space and infinite amount of volume within a limited amount of space. And you know, I knew this from algebra in high school. If you use the decimal system, there is an infinite number of numbers between 0 and 1, between 1 and 2, between 1 and 3, and the same goes for the reverse direction. An infinite number of numbers between 0 and -1, between -1 and -2. You know, so infinite amount of space, infinitely small and infinitely big. The aperion permeates everything. You know, these fractals, these spirals, you know, permeate everything. Hell, you can even see them in like the cellular system, you know, organism. Then you can go down to the subcellular level, and then to like the protein chains and shit like that, to the, you know, to the fucking microcosmic world. I mean, it's fucking amazing. You know, everything is in everything. That's what this chapter is saying here. Chapter 8. Plato. The Orphics had a doctrine of remembrance, of overcoming the forgetfulness of the soul. Plato carried on that doctrine, but in a more philosophical manner. Socrates used a method of philosophical debate that worked in two steps. First, Socrates would rid and disabuse his victim of false ideas and smug convictions. Next, Socrates would aid the person in delivering or giving birth to ideas already in the person. Plato inherited this method, but coupled it with the Orphic ideas about the fate of the soul and his own doctrine of about the forms. Whereas Socrates inquired only about ethical matters, Plato also busied himself with mathematics, music, i.e., with the deeper laws of the cosmos. Plato developed the whole epistemology based on the soul's remembrance. All things available to our senses participate in or mimic a form, which, much as the shadow mimics the object cast in it. When a soul overcomes forgetfulness once more, as did long before being incarnate, discerns the forms for Plato, true knowledge exists a priori within the person as a memory. That is not to say that a person who lacks this innately cannot learn to parrot it. The Meno, the dialogue in which Plato introduces the anamnesis as discovering deep within oneself, if one has it innate, of the eternal forms, was written shortly after Plato had made a visit to Sicily and Italy and acquainted himself with some of the Pythagoreans there. He stayed at the house of one of them for a 10-day festival of Perspiron. The dialogue marks the turning point where Plato moved from presenting Socrates' philosophy to presenting and developing his own. Plato's doctrine of anamnesia and anamnesias is very Pythagorean, and as an example of anamnesias and a priori knowledge, Plato, or Socrates as Plato's mouthpiece, interrogates an unschooled slave boy about the sort of thing the real Socrates never quizzed anyone with, mathematics. He asks the slave boy how to make a square double in an area to any square you might give him to start with. He incorrectly states double the sides. By asking him the right questions, Socrates leads the boy to discover that such a doubled square has actually 4 times the area of the original square. By continuing to press the issue, the boy discovers that to make a square double in area, you have to make its sides equal to the diagonal of the original square. By this example, Plato believes that he has convinced the reader that humans are not born a tabula rasa, esoterically, or without any actually saying so. Plato is also making use of the Pythagorean theorem. If the original square has an area element equal to 1, then the diagonal has the length of the square root of 2. Plato does not make a point out of this, but I think it is no coincidence that he thinks the anamnesias with an irrational number and with the Pythagorean mathematics in such a way. Diogenes Laertius tells us that Plato went to Italy and Sicily not only to converse with the Pythagoreans, but also because he wanted to meet Mount Etna, which is quite curious. Whatever brought him on his journey, during the journey, Plato met Dion, the brother-in-law of the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysus. Dion showed great enthusiasm for philosophy, and his contact with Plato brought about great change in his life. It would become very important to acquaintance for Plato too, if he did not realize to what extent at the time. Plato spent perhaps a year at Syracuse on his first visit, and when he returned to Athens he founded the Academy. Plato's first visit took place around 388-387 BC. Dionysius died 20 years later in 367. He was succeeded by his son, Dionysius II, and Dion sent a request to Plato asking him to come and influence the young tyrant, hoping that the change Plato had wrought in him could be reproduced. At age 60, Plato left for Syracuse, accompanied by Xenocrates, a member of the Academy. When he got to Syracuse, he found that Dion was in jeopardy due to accusations that he was intent on deposing the tyrant. A few months after Plato's arrival, Dion was sent into exile, and Plato found himself in a sticky position. Dionysius II kept Plato a virtual prisoner, but finally let him go. Back at the academy, Dion was enrolled as a pupil. Plato continued to keep in contact with the Syracusan tyrant, despite what had transpired, not yet in despair of winning him over to philosophy. In 361 BC, Plato responded to the request of Dionysius II that he visit Syracuse once more. The offer was made and attractive in a number of ways. Archidemus, disciple of the Pythagorean Archytas, came by boat to persuade Plato, and Dionysius II offered to accept any plan Plato might propose with respect to Dion. Not to be forgotten was the forlorn hope that the tyrant might be won over to philosophy. Thus, for the third time, Plato set out to Sicily together with his nephew Speusippus. Plato failed to accomplish either of the purposes for which he made his trip, and managed to leave Syracuse only at the intervention of Archytas, who sent a ship and a letter to save Plato from death or life imprisonment. The whole story had been persevered for us by Plato himself. Archytas and the Pythagoreans evidently valued Plato's life, if only for political reasons. Archytas's personal and philosophical connections to Plato are complex, and there are many signs of disagreement between the two philosophers as of cooperation. The story also shows Plato was not an otherworldly withdrawn thinker. He was actively involved in shaping society. He was also an experienced soldier and an Olympian wrestler, and a man who liked to travel. In the Phaedo, written after Plato's first journey, Plato, at the end, after discussing the nature of the human soul, describes a geography of the world and the afterworld. The earth is round and situated at the center of the cosmos, and its surface is littered with hollows of various sizes, in which water and the lower air condense. Humans live in these hollows. The Mediterranean and its lands are really all inside of a bowl-shaped hollow, and not really on the surface of the earth at all. The earth itself is pure and lies in pure sky where the stars are situated, which the majority of those who discover on these subjects call the aether. The water and the mist of the air are the sediments of the aether, and they always flow into the hollows of the earth. We who dwell in the hollows of it are unaware of this, and we think that we live above, on the surface of the earth. It is said that the earth, looked at from above, looks like one of those spherical balls, made up of 12 pieces of leather. It is multicolored, and those colors, those used by our painters, give us an indication. Up there the earth has these colors, but much brighter and purer than these. One part is sea green, of marvelous beauty, and another is golden, another is white, whiter than chalk or snow. And the earth is composed also of other colors, more numerous and beautiful than any we have seen. The very hollows of the earth, full of water and air, gleaming among the variety of other colors, present a color of their own, so the whole is seen as a continuum of variegated colors. The true earth, or the true surface of the earth, is with the aether. A ball made out of 12 pieces is another way of saying a dodecahedron, which Plato in his dialogue Timaeus uses as a figure of space, aether, and the universe itself. The whole arrangement of this very strange, if taken in the literal sense. Curious is the light that flashes from the hollows and brings unity to the variety of the arrangement. Might it be rehashed from Heraclitus' steering fire, same as the fire that enters into the aether through crater? I think so. Next, Plato describes the interiors of the earth. All these hollows in which the humans lie are connected with each other below the surface of the earth in many places by narrow and broader channels, and thus have outlets through which much water flows from one to another as into mixing bowls. Huge rivers of both hot and cold water thus flow beneath the earth eternally. Much fire and large rivers of fire, and many of wet mud, both more impure and more muddy, such as those flowing in advance of the lava and of the steam of lava in Sicily. These streams can fill up every and all regions, and as the flow reaches each, and these places move up and down with the oscillating movement of the earth. The natural cause for the oscillation is as follows. One of the hollows of the earth, which is also the biggest, pierces through the whole earth. It is that which Homer mentioned when he said, "Far down, where is the deepest pit below the earth," and where he elsewhere in many poets called Tartaros. Into this chasm all rivers flow together, and again flow out of it, and each river is affected by the nature of the land through which it flows. The reason for their flowing into and out of the Tartarus is that which the water has no bottom or solid base, but it oscillates up and down in waves, and the air and wind about it do the same, for they follow it when it flows to this or that part of the earth, just as when people breathe, the flow of air goes in and out. So here the air oscillates with the water and creates terrible winds as it goes in and out. And nowadays is considered and proved to be based on these things about the underworldly breathing mechanism on a poem entitled Crater, written by the Pythagorean Zopyrus. The passage clearly equates Plato's hollows with the Orphic Pythagorean craters. This strengthens the predisposed interpretation I have made above out of Plato's 12-faced aether drawn in fire and breathing through the craters. After describing the whole world in this manner, Plato turns to the fate of the soul after death and says, "Those who are deemed incurable because of the enormity of their crimes, having committed many great sacrileges, or wicked and unlawful murders, and other such wrongs, their fitting fate is to be hurled in Tartaros, never to emerge from it. Those who are deemed to have lived an extremely pious life are freed and released from the regions of the earth as from a prison. They make their way up to a pure dwelling place and live on the surface of the earth. Those who have purified themselves sufficiently by philosophy live in the future altogether without a body. They make their way to even more beautiful dwelling places, which it is hard to describe clearly, nor do we have time to do so." For Plato, Tartaros is hell, and the true earth in the aether is heaven. Minor crimes can be absolved after some time in Tartaros, after which the soul is allowed to be released and go to heaven. It is known that Plato took parts of this picture from Pythagorean sources, but Plato's language, it sounds more like medieval Christian eschatology. Plato's account on the Phaedo can be seen to pave the way for works such as Dante's Divine Comedy. The idea of a heaven is hard to find evidence for early Pythagoreanism. Plato did not introduce this to Greek culture, though. For example, in the mythology of Heracles, the hero was at death purified of everything in him that was not Zeus, and he then ascended up to Zeus's domain, the Olympos in the aether. Plato's usual enigmatic way, after describing this, retreats from his work and says, "No sensible man would insist that things are as I have described them." This is typical of Plato. First he lets his mouthpieces go on at a great length about something, giving the reader the impression that this is what Plato thinks, only to then, in a sentence or two, introduce a back door that seems to press the need to qualify one's initial impression with, but not quite. One of the most enduring allegorical images conjured by Plato is that of the prisoners of the cave described in Plato's The Republic. Behind the prisoners in the cave is a fire. Between the fire and the prisoners is a wall on which objects are displayed like puppets. The shadows of these are cast on the wall the prisoners are facing, and they mistake it for the whole of reality. The allegory should be interpreted with the Orphic and Pythagorean themes in mind. The cave is crater, and the fire is the furthest in the deep of the cave is the subterranean sun or fire of Tartaros. To free oneself from the fetters and to turn around and move further into the cave, there to see the forms casting the shadows even further than behind the light and the darkness is every bit Pythagorean and Orphic. The link to the central sun and the crater would have been understood only by a small, select audience reading Plato's text. Plato complicates this allegory by adding an exit leading up to the daylight. Up in the daylight is the truly real world, the forms, Plato says, and goes on at some length to describe the free prisoner's endeavors to understand the sunlit world. This suggests Plato garbled up in the imagery of the crater and the fire in the depth of it and the wisdom journey into it, but it might also be that Plato incorporated the exit up to the daylight as a means only through which he was able to develop and reason around the fate of the man who sees the forms. If coupled with the picture of the world Plato describes it in the Phaedo, then the exit up into the daylight could be considered as a way up to true earth, which is a route taken by virtuous souls after the death in the Phaedo myth. It should be noted that Plato travels upwards, never downwards, thus making a break with earlier philosophers. He preserved an earlier imagery but put new values on it, and probably made more than a few alterations to. He certainly killed much of the magic and mysticism when he reiterated the myths and made them his own. The question that can be asked is whether he did this consciously or perhaps the Pythagoreans led him to do it because they foresaw that it would be the only way to preserve it for the future. Plato also expanded that the use of the word logos and made it specific, systemized in terms of epistemology. The immortal soul is the psyche, and it is the arche, or the principle of all knowing and cognitive activity, and it is through it that humans have access to true knowledge, episteme, or the realm of forms, eidos, ideas. The principle of logos relates or bridges sense impression as thesis, opinion, doxa, and knowledge, episteme. For example, a bridge between knowledge and true knowledge is thinking or understanding, dianoia. This thinking happens through discursive language, subject to the laws of logic and the objectivity exemplified by the information fed by the senses, that is to say, empiricism, but not quite. The highest step on Plato's epistemological ladder is the logos that relates or unfolds the psyche to the object of ideas. The logos Plato calls noesis, which translates as awareness, intelligence, or intuition. Logos, then, in Plato is experience and participation unfolding. Note that without proper logos, the communication between the senses, opinions, etc. becomes skewed, and people might hear but not understand. At first it seems as if Plato moved the logos away from its root in netis and magic, and made it a matter of discourse and reasoning, but the impression is not necessarily the complete truth. Even if Plato's works and teachings are extremely well preserved, compared to all the pre-Socratic teachings, a recent recollections of his works resulted in a staggering 1,808 pages his philosophy might have still differed greatly from what many later interpreters will have us believe. In one of his letters, Plato explains that the following concerning the first and the highest principles of nature. So much I can affirm with confidence about any who have written or proposed to write the question, pretending to a knowledge of the problems with which I am concerned, whether they claim to have learned from me or to have made the discoveries for themselves. It is impossible, in my opinion, that they can have learned anything at all about the subject. There is no writing of mine about these matters, nor will there ever be one, for this knowledge is not something that I can put into words like other sciences, but after a long continued intercourse between the teacher and the pupil, in a joint pursuit of the subject, suddenly, like a flash of lightning forth when the fire is kindled, it is born in the soul, and straightway nourishes itself. And this too I know, if these matters are to be expelled at all in the books and lectures, they would at least come from me. Certainly I am harmed, not least of all, if they are misrepresented. If I thought that they could be put into written words adequate for the multitude, that what nobler work could I do in my life than to compose something of such benefit to mankind, and bring to light the nature of all things for all to see. But I do not think that the examination, as it is called, of these questions would be any benefit to men, except for a few, i.e. those who could, with a little guidance, discover the truth by themselves. Of the rest, some would be filled with an ill-founded and quite unbecoming disdain, and some with an exaggerated and foolish elation, as if they had learned something grand. For this reason, anyone who is studying the matters will be the last to write about them, and thus expose his thought to the envy of the criticism and men, to the envy and criticism of men. Here we have Plato saying that he never committed his best thoughts to writing. Those teachings were oral only. And then there is Aristotle's allusion in his Physics to Plato's unwritten doctrines, where he says Plato's account of the receptacle which differentiates into the four elements, and the Timaeus differs from which he says in his so-called unwritten teaching. This is very Pythagorean indeed, and so is his choice of words when he describes how insight dawns on a person. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning forth when the fire is kindled, it is born in the soul, and straightway nourishes itself. This fire or lightning flash is the Logos, and the flashing forth of the light is Catharsis. Some aspects of Plato's philosophy were recognized as so Pythagorean, he was accused of plagiarizing Diogenes Laertius. Philolaus of Croton it was from him that Plato in a letter told Dion of Syracuse the tyrant to buy the Pythagorean books. He wrote one book. Hermippus says that according to one writer, the philosopher Plato went to Sicily, to the Count of Dionysus, bought the book from Philolaus's relatives for 40 Alexandrian minae, and from it copied out the Timaeus. Others say Plato acquired the books by securing from Dionysus and releasing from prison a young man who had been one of Philolaus's pupils. The Timaeus is a dialogue in which Plato relates the emanation of the world. The account is very elaborate, so I will not go into detail. But considering the accusation that he copied it from Philolaus, it is called for to compare the current ideas current in the Timaeus with Philolaus's generation of the cosmos. Plato establishes two realms, the world of ideas, which is atemporal and knows no becoming, and the cosmos, which comes to be and passes away, but nevertheless is shaped in likeness of ideas, just like being entrails. I fucked up. I lost my place here. Okay, the Timaeus of Theolaus' generation of the cosmos. Plato establishes two realms. One, the world of ideas, which is atemporal and knows no becoming, and the cosmos, which comes to be and passes away but never really is, but nevertheless is shaped in the likeness of ideas, just like being entails becoming. Prior to the cosmos coming into being, there is only soul. The soul, in turn, extends to a fabric by relating to itself in a triadic way: unity of being, multiplicity of being, and sameness, difference of being. Then, as Plato relates it, once the whole soul had acquired a form that pleased him, the Maker, he who formed it went on to fashion inside it all that is corporeal. Joined to the center, he fitted the two together. The soul was woven together with the body from the center on out in every direction to the outermost limit of the universe. The bodily is first without form, only a receptacle, Plato says. Nature of the receptacle is that of the materia prima, or undifferentiated matter space. It is a proto-physical thing to which the soul is everywhere interwoven. Now, the Maker brings the two together. The cosmos emanates about space and time. So as the model was itself an everlasting living thing, he set himself to bring the universe to completion in such a way that it too would have that character to the extent possible. Now, it was the living thing's nature to the eternal, but it is impossible to know eternity fully upon anything that is begotten. Oh, I have to shift position here. It's so uncomfortable sitting in this bed here, but either that or a chair or something like that. Continuing on, and so he began to think of making a moving image of eternity, and at the same time he brought order to the universe, through which he make an eternal image by moving according to number, eternity, and remaining in unity. This number, of course, is what we now call time. For before the heavens came to be, there were no days or nights, no months or years. But now, at the same time as he had framed the heavens, he devised their coming to be. These are all parts of time, and will be forms of time that have come to be. Such notions we unthinkingly but incorrectly apply to everlasting being. For we always say it was, and is, and will be, but according to the true account there is only appropriately said of it. Was and will are properly said about the becoming that passes in time, for these are the two motions. But that which always changeless and motionless cannot become either older or younger in the course of time. It neither ever became so, nor it is now such that it has become so, nor will it ever be so in the future. And all in all, none of the characteristics that becoming has bestowed upon these things that are born out of the realm of perception are appropriate to it. These are rather forms of time that we have come to be, time that imitates eternity and circles according to number. And what is more, we also say, things are like these, that what has come to be and what has came to be, that what is coming to be is what is coming to be, and also what is not is what is not. None of these expressions of ours are accurate, but I don't suppose this is a good time right now to be too meticulous about these matters. Time and space, then, are as if one thing, and time is not independent of movement. The talk about being and becoming is very reminiscent of Parmenides' ontology. At the same time, as the Maker orders the heaven and time, the receptacle is undifferentiated into the two elements, the unchanging, ungenerated forms, which awareness has for its objects, Plato goes on to juxtapose, is mimicked by what we call form. But what we call form is not form, but only a copy in constant flux. The world of change, of sensorial existence, is constantly borne along, now coming to be an essential place, and then perishing out of it. Form and copy has an intermediate, and that intermediate is space, the receptacle or the heaven, in which provides a situation for all the things that come into being. Things come into being in space. It stands to reason that the image should therefore come to be in something else, somehow clinging to being, or something, or else to be somehow clinging to being, or else be nothing at all. Excuse me, my bad. The first thing to come into being this way is fire. Then comes earth. Then also water and air. These are formed of the three-dimensional solids through geometrical generation out of triangles, which are in turn generated out of the receptacle and can be decomposed into triangles and put together as a new kind of solid. Space in Plato occupies curious intermediate realm, best understood as the ground of being to the geometrical forms of atoms. In this space is the bound of what is available to our sense perception. In that sense, space also has a bridging boundary function between what is sensorial and what exists for gnosis, ideas. As Plato says himself, we speak of it as an invisible and characterless sort of thing, one that receives all things and shares in a most perplexing way in what is intelligible. Plato's account of space and atoms is essentially the same as Democritus, except that Plato insists that the atoms do not come in all sorts of forms and sizes, but must exist according to some finite set of geometrical relations. Plato is not very dogmatic either. He knows that his account of the atomic world was beyond sense testing, so he suggests it is likely an account. The account is not really meant to be argued from a position of sensory data, aesthesis, opinion, doxa, but should be appreciated by way of Dianetic or Neonetic analogy. The geometric solids corresponding to the elements are earth cube, fire tetrahedron, water icosahedron. To earth cube, fire tetrahedron, water icosahedron, and air octahedron. After constructing and detailing the solids and corresponding with the four elements, Plato admits there is a fifth construction, one God used for the whole universe, embroidering figures on it the zodiac. The only solid left, are the only five that can be constructed in Euclidean space, is the dodecahedron, the 12-sided polygon with its pentagons for faces, already introduced in the Phaedo above. Speaking of the Euclidean space in the five Platonic solids, the most famed of the Greek treatises on mathematics is Euclid's Elements. The work consisted of the construction of the five Platonic solids. The work was written in 13 books, Book 1 beginning with the necessary axioms and postulates for plane geometry, and Book 13 culminating in the construction of the five three-dimensional regular polyhedrons. Through postulates and axioms, it generates the necessary mathematics for constructing the five Platonic solids. Although rarely mentioned today, the treatise is at heart an esoteric commitment to Plato's Timaeus. The focus of the book in its name, The Elements, testifies to the philosophical foundation. That fire is the first to be generated, or actually aether might be the first, or proto-aether in the form of the receptacle is similar to Empedocles' already quoted statement that when light has been mixed in the form of a human, or that any kind of wild beast or shrub or bird, and then come into contact with aether, this is what they men call coming into existence. Much of this account sounds like Philolaus' alleged beliefs, and Philolaus, as an undifferentiated one, inhaled the unlimited and was infused with it, so that time, distinguished place, and form came into being, and cosmos was born, all described as paralleled by analogia, the generation of number. The generation of elements, or elemental atoms, is not mentioned in the fragments describing Philolaus' doctrine, but since Plato is thought to have taken his Platonic solids from Philolaus and the Pythagoreans around him, they were probably part of the system. Plato also makes it clear that what is sensorial is formed according to geometry, which is Pythagorean harmonia, or precise mathematical relations. Hence we have Plato repeating the Pythagorean claim that all things that are known have number. What seems to be the case here is not that Plato copied any writing already in existence, but that he borrowed extensively, that he and Philolaus simply had of like-minded ideas. Plato's last dialogue, the Laws, is also indebted to the Pythagorean tradition. At the heart of the work, Plato conjures the image of an ideal city. The highest authorities in serving justice and matters of law are priests of Apollo and the sun. And then he goes on to explain that after these people die, they are to be worshipped as heroes. At the very end of the dialogue adds yet another dimension, a note that has bewildered the historians ever since, who describes how behind the outer government there should be another yet even more powerful group, largely made up of those priests of Apollo. This group is responsible not only for the decision and supervising, but more specifically for continually deepening its understanding of its purpose and source. What is truly peculiar is the name Plato gave to his group. He called it the Night Gathering, echoing the oldest known account of Orpheus' descent into the underworld, where Apollo is first identified with the sun, and Orpheus subsequently comes to understand that Apollo shares his powers with the night. Plato says the night gathering is supposed to meet from earliest dawn until sunrise, where Orpheus, after returning from the underworld, would get up at night while people were still asleep, climb a mountain, and wait from earliest dawn till sunrise so that he could be the first to catch a glimpse of the sun. Evidently, Plato modeled his dialogue after the Pythagoreans, who used to govern whole cities, and men such as Parmenides and Empedocles, who were both divinely inspired lawgivers. It is safe to say that Plato had very close philosophical ties to the Pythagoreans. But whether he was a Pythagorean himself is unknown. Diogenes said that Plato was excluded from the Pythagorean school for making public their doctrines, though that should definitely not be taken as final word. The affinity shown between Archytas and Plato might suggest that they were brethren. Aristonexus, in his historic commentary, says that Plato wished to burn all the writings of Democritus that he was able to collect, but that of Amyclas and Cleinias, the Pythagoreans, prevented him, as it would do no good, for copies of the books were already in many hands. Whatever reason Plato might have had for wanting to destroy the legacy of Democritus, it speaks of how Pythagoreans intervened in Plato's doings. A Pythagorean himself or not, his life and teaching were linked with Pythagoreanism. To quote Peter Kingsley on the subject, we respectively encounter the scenario of the Pythagoreans teaching highly creative individuals who can, in a sense, as he described, as perpetuating aspects of Pythagorean tradition through their own writings, but who themselves can only questionably be referred to as Pythagoreans. This is the case with Parmenides, with Empedocles, and with Plato. Writers in antiquity took up the challenge posed by such hard-to-clarify phenomenon, and with a vengeance. They had Empedocles and Plato, in particular, dramatically barred from Pythagorean circles for stealing doctrines and revealing them in their writings. The crude fictitiousness of these stories is, however, more or less transparent. Partly, they are the product of an overly hostile attitude on part of the Greek biographers to philosophy and philosophers in general, and partly they are based on the inalienability to understand how someone could legitimately publish writings which might in any way be related to the proverbially secret Pythagorean teachings. Empedocles' tendency to conceal his real meaning behind riddles and enigma, or Plato's diplomatic ability to remain silent on certain key subjects, were too subtle to attract the attention and consideration they deserved. Many of his followers at the early academy and the Neoplatonists also kept close ties to Pythagoreanism. Time and time again in his works, Aristotle couples Pythagoras with Plotinus, in his turn describing Pythagorean ideals to outline Platonist ones. To Aristotle, this was not arbitrary, but reflected his perception to the extent in which Platonism was embedded into Pythagoreanism. Also, more specifically, Aristotle repeatedly combines allusions to Pythagorean views with a passing reference to ideas held or expressed by Speusippus, who, as Plato's nephew and successor, head of the Academy, was an extremely important figure for early Platonism. Speusippus had followed Plato to Sicily and had been rescued with him by Archytas. He had direct contact with the Pythagoreans, wrote a book entitled Pythagorean Numbers, and championed a sort of revival of Pythagoreanism within the Academy. It is often thought that in the course of his revival, Pythagorean views became distorted through the attempt to assimilate them with the views of one another member of the Academy. The revival plainly involved academicians adopting the views that they were ascribing to the Pythagoreans. Academicians, I don't know how to fucking pronounce it. Too damn bad. So, that was a lot for only a 15-page chapter. I have a lot to summarize, okay? So, first things first here. Plato fucking stole from Philolaus the whole theory about the world of forms and the world of concepts, completely ripped off, stolen from Philolaus's Apeiron and the Pyrrhion. Okay? Or it might have been from Empedocles too, but largely it was Philolaus's magic and Philolaus's Apeiron and the Pyrrhion. Plato stole that shit. Not only did that, Plato wanted to burn books. This isn't in this book here, but Plato wanted to, like, I heard elsewhere that Plato wanted to burn Homer's books. He wanted to, like, completely ban and burn on the Hellenic classics, you know, the Iliad and the Odyssey. He wanted those gone. He wanted Homer's works gone. He wanted poetry gone. He was a fucking statist, a communist fascist there. He believed that government should have supreme power over the people, and that the citizens, you know, of Greece were basically to serve the government as slaves. He was all for shadow government. He was, in the truest sense of the word, a dark occultist. What these Pythagoreans, you know, were doing at the time, you know, they were like the Freemasons of Greece, you know, in the inner Pythagorean. This is not mentioned in the book there, but there's a secret society called the Pythagorean Order of Death, and they were essentially the Illuminati of Greece. They were the, if not the Illuminati, then they were definitely like some kind of alphabet gang. They were like, DHS, NSA, FBI. They held the real fucking power and influence over the Greek government. Now, some of the Pythagoreans, as we learned earlier, had de-occulted the teachings and made them open to the public. And for that, they did the right thing. And I have much respect for them. But the Pythagoreans are like, you're not fucking teaching this shit to the Goyim. And they fucking killed them. Took them out, So they might have started off as something good. They might have started out with good intent, like an order of assassins or something. But they came very quickly corrupt with wanting to conceal knowledge and everything like that. Another thing that I want to mention too about the part about the Earth, and we living in the mixing bowls and craters. So a lot of the flat Earth shit. Yeah, we know that flat Earth is bullshit. It's a bunch of psyop. They get it from the Platonist world model, and Plato, coincidentally, was a Kabbalist. Plato, Pythagoras, and some of the others, they were very, very good friends with Jewish Kabbalists who would relate to them these mysteries and stuff like that. And basically, if you were to ask a Jewish Kabbalist, or if you were to ask a high-level Kabbalist or anything like that, what shape is the Earth? They would tell you that the Earth is basically a coin inside of a spherical capsule. So the world is both round and flat. It's flat in the sense that the terrain that we're on is a coin, and in the roundness is the capsule, meaning the dome. There's like a dome or like over the flat Earth, and then there's a dome below the Earth, and you put them together and it makes a spherical capsule. So Earth is like a giant pill or something like that. Of course, I don't believe in that bullshit at all. That's completely wrong. Okay, so what these motherfuckers are doing, they're misquoting Plato. They're misquoting this shit. What Plato is really trying to say is that, yes, the Earth is a sphere with water and green land and browns and many different colors, like a big, leather ball of many colors. Yes, the Earth is a sphere. But what he refers to Earth, he's actually referring to the entire cosmos world. He's referring to the universe, or the realm of Midgard. Midgard as a dimension. Midgard as the universe. Now, if you believe the physicists out there that say the universe is flat, then yeah, you can say the Earth is flat in that sense, that space-time is flat. But this little sphere, this little ball called Earth, it looks like a sphere to us, but it's just a little pocket. It's a little mixing ball. Okay, it's just one little pocket dimension. But the real Earth is up in the stars in the sky, the stellar world. Okay? Another reason why I don't like Plato is in the next chapter. We're going to go into the Christian shit. Christianity is, as Uncle Bearhart calls it, the spiritual 9/11. Because after that, spirituality and true religion was completely fucked. Everything was fucked after that, after the advent of Christianity. Plato relating Tartaros to hell, where all the bad goyim go after they die, and heaven as some sort of reward. That's just manipulation to gaslight the goyim into being good goyims. Now, does that mean that there's no punishment for bad souls? Absolutely not. I absolutely do believe that we're responsible for our own actions, and what we do now in this life determines our afterlife. But this isn't to say that you're going to burn in hell for not believing in Apollo, for not believing in the cult of Mithras, which was basically the fucking precursor to Christianity. And Plato spilled the beans. He said, hey, the people are slaves. They should be controlled by the government, and that government should be controlled by a shadowy government priest class of Apollo. Now, Apollo may not be an asshole. Apollo may not be an asshole, but this is abuse of the sun. This is distortion of the sun cult. This is the beginning of the cult of Mithras, which would later become Christianity. And everything was completely inverted. Tartaros becoming hell. We just read earlier that Tartaros was the birthplace of the soul. If anything, Tartaros is heaven. Tartaros is the true heaven. The void of bliss, the void of unity in infinite love, that after we have completely learned all our lessons in this life, after we've mastered this plane and mastered all the other 9 worlds, then when we are ready, whenever we want, we can integrate back into the void. We're not going to be held prisoner there for eternity, and we can leave the void and have a new experience. But I think Plato decrypted some of this shit, some of this, what would later become Christian shit, as basically pearls before swine, poison pearls, that is. He put out false information to poison the Goyim and prepare them for the cult of Mithras, and which would prepare them for the tyranny of Christianity. So, Plato was a fucking hack. He was a plagiarist, a master fucking plagiarist. He was a dark occultist. He was an asshole. He was a statist. He did not believe in freedom. He believed in man's law, which is bullshit. There is no such thing as man's law. He believed in authority. He believed that man's law, authority, was more powerful than natural law. And worst of all, he fucking laid the foundations for the fucking cult of Mithras and fucking Christianity. So, summary, fuck Plato. Fuck Plato. Plato is a fucking asshole. Fuck Plato. Chapter 9, Christian Dogma. Early Christians had no history and no real theology, so they took elements from the Jews, what was to become the Old Testament, and from the Hellenic philosophy. As a result, things took on new meanings, and the original doctrines are no longer interpreted as before. After Alexander expanded the Greek word, traditions from all around the Mediterranean were blending in Alexandria in a widely eccentric brew. In incantations surviving from Hellenic Alexandria, we find Greek, Egyptian, Persian, Jewish, etc. entities freely combined and mixed. Hellenic Egypt had an extremely eclectic culture. Amongst the many things born from this creative soil was Philo of Alexandria, a man who would make a big impact on the Christian doctrine. Philo lived 20 BC to 42 AD in Alexandria, and is sometimes called the Judaic philosopher because he tried to join Judaism with Greek Platonism. Philo made his philosophy the means of defending and justifying this Jewish religious truth. These truths he regarded as fixed and determinate, and philosophy was used to aid the truth and as a means at arriving at it. Most Jews at the time, however, rejected his works, but early Christianity enthusiastically received him. Some Christians even reckoned him as a Christian. He built a lot on the Stoics, and in particular redefined Logos as the archetypal light of God, and thereby brought it into creation as the instrumental cause. First there was darkness, and the Spirit of God was over the waters, and then God said, "Let there be light." Philo's Logos was the divine reason immanent in the world, and the only real cause by which the power of God was suffused in the world. Philo put an alarming dualism between God and the world, and he regarded the world and the body as the cause of all evil. According to him, God did not create the world material, but finds it ready at hand. God could not have created it because it, in its nature, resists all contact with the divine. And that matter so aversive to everything divine, the soul, an emanation of God by means of Logos, is imprisoned. The physical nature of man is something defective and an obstacle to his development that can never be fully surmounted. But this is still something indispensable in the view of the nature of existence. With the body, the necessity for food arises, and Philo explains in various allegories. The body, however, is also of advantage to the spirit, since the spirit arrives at the knowledge of the world by means of the five senses, but higher and more important is the spiritual nature of man. This nature has a twofold tendency, one towards the sensual and earthly, which Philo calls sensuality, and one towards the spirit, which he calls the reason, nous. While sensuality cannot be done without, it must be subjected to reason. He further identifies reason with the masculine and sensuality with the feminine. Before birth, man is all soul and reason and pure, and then reason becomes polluted and earthly and confined to a body. The soul becomes earthly, but it retains a tendency towards something higher, and that is what virtue is. It is easy to see the dualized Platonism in all this. Philo has essentially just taken Plato and eliminated all the shades of gray, all the unspeakable, the shadowy, the obscure, and added his own emotional load up to the philosophy, whereas Plato calmly asserts that the human soul is forgetful of the forms. Philo adds an emotional dimension of guilt, angst, shame, and filth, where Plato is epistemological and the Orphics and Pythagoreans are mystical and magical. Philo is moral. Sure, the average reader tainted by a Christian culture will not see this subtle transformation. The average reader might even read into Plato to begin with. But nay, there is an unbridgeable gulf between Plato and Philo. Philo is not entirely certain whether the body in itself or merely in its preponderance over the spirit is evil. But the body is, in any case, a source of danger. It easily drags the spirit into the bonds of sensuality. Here also, Philo is undecided whether sensuality is in itself evil or whether it may merely lead into temptation and must itself be regarded as a means. Sensuality is a force of passion and desires. The passions attack the sensuality in order to destroy the whole soul. Now sensuality is feminine and reason is masculine. Adam, reason, fell because Eve's sensuality was tempted by the serpent, passions. The soul is first aroused by the stimuli of sensual pleasure. It begins to turn towards them and then becomes more and more involved. It becomes devoted to the body and it begins to lead an intolerable life. It is inflamed and excited by irrational impulses. Its condition is restless and painful. The sensuality endures great pain. A continual inner void produces a lasting desire which is never satisfied. All this is much closer to later Christian thought than to Jewish doctrine. it is not difficult to see how close ties between Christianity and Philo. However, not all treated Platonism the way Philo did. Some of the Neoplatonists of early Rome were of a different breed, one that considered itself of the same tradition as Orpheus and Pythagoras. These Neoplatonists practiced a form of magic called theurgy, an art formed on conversing with daemons or geniuses. Neoplatonist school of thought produced some of the most eloquent enemies of early Christianity. They perceived Christians as stealing and garbling up their doctrines. Plotinus, reckoned as the first Neoplatonists, criticized the Christians and the Manichaeans for their dualism, and also considered them to be wrong, demanding salvation from the gods, or from other men better off than themselves. Plotinus was, however, like most Neoplatonists, a bit too dedicated to reason in order to comprehend the pre-Socratics to really appreciate his predecessors. Plotinus interpreted Empedocles as if he meant that the soul fell from grace because it trusted raving strife. Empedocles invited misunderstanding, as it was seen in the earlier chapter devoted to him. But Plotinus simply could not appreciate Empedocles' drastic approach. It was all too far from reasonable discourse, perhaps a little bit too mad. The word translated raving strike, is equally well translated into mad. Plotinus ought to have remembered the distinction made by Plato. There is pathological madness, and then there is madness that has the ability to pull us out from our routine world and bring us closer to the gods. Plato might actually have been inspired in this by Empedocles, because in a quote attributed to him, he says there's more than one kind of madness. A medical author writing in Latin summed it up for us. One kind is caused by the purification of the soul. The other is a result of mental alienation and has a physical cause, namely imbalance. Plotinus' student and biographer, Porphyry, was a lot fiercer in his character. He attacked the historical roots of Christianity, proving them to be not as ancient as the Christians presumed, and he attacked the truth of the New Testament in his 15 volumes long diatribe against the Christians, showing how different passages in the New Testament contradicted each other. He called the evangelists liars. He gave reasons as to why Jesus himself was not a good man, nor his followers. He was passionate in his rejection, but Porphyry was also a great man of science, writing books such as On the Formation of the Embryo and a commentary on Euclid's Elementa. Porphyry's student Iamblichus, in turn, did more than anyone to revive and champion the Pythagorean Platonic mysticism. He and others like him synthesized the art known as theurgy. Through rituals involving the invocation of daemons, Iamblichus and other theurgists thought themselves able to directly know the forms. Iamblichus wielded a great force on the Emperor Julian, himself a Neoplatonist and pagan writer who, just like Porphyry, wrote a work entitled Against the Christians. Influenced by Iamblichus, Julian banned the Christian institutions from teaching anything based on Hellenic or ancient Greek texts. Julian, Iamblichus, and the others evidently did not like the way the Christians treated Plato and the rest of what they perceived as theirs. Julian wrote, "In the reading of your scripture, if the reading of your scripture is sufficient for you, why do you make such a fuss about learning of the Hellenes? It seems true that yourselves must be aware of the very different effect of your writings on the intellect compared to ours, and that from the study of yours no man could achieve excellence or even ordinary goodness, whereas the studying ours, every man can become better than before. Now this would give you clear proof. Select children from among your own, and train them and educate them in your scriptures, and if, when they come to manhood, they prove to have nobler qualities than slaves, you may believe that I am talking nonsense. Julian summarized the Christian faith as, the high point of their theology consists of two things, hissing at demons and sketching the cross on their foreheads. In sharp contrast to the Christian fear of demons were the practitioners of theurgy, a practice highly regarded by Julian. A few things ought to be said about this Neoplatonic form of magic. Of all the great names associated with Neoplatonism, Plotinus was the only one not to actively practice theurgy. Not only was it the norm to practice it, but those who did it regarded it as the highest form of philosophy, the direct experience of the truths guessed at by the intellect. In this ultimate form, theurgy was thought capable to raise people to godhood. Emperor Julian was assassinated by one of his own Christian soldiers on a command by Basil of Caesarea, according to the epitaph by Libanius. Most modern historians think that he was not killed by a Christian, but later Christians proudly propagated the story, saying Julian's assassination was divine intervention by Saint Mercurius in response to Saint Basil's prayers. The last of the great Neoplatonists was Proclus, 410-485 AD, and he was also one of the closest in teachings to his Pythagorean predecessors. He worshipped Hecate, practiced theurgy, wrote poetic hymns, admired the Hellenic mystery schools. He also knew Plutarch and Plutarch's daughter. He wrote a commentary on Euclid's Elementa, and somehow he knew the planets revolved around the sun, and that there were no planetary spheres. The planets were carried by their own movement, he said. That all the heavenly bodies revolved around their own axes, and that most planets had satellites like our own moon. He also, together with two of his pupils, conspired to overthrow the Christian Emperor Zeno. The students embarked on the project, but failed and faced dire destinies. Previous to this, in 448 AD, Porphyry's anti-Christian books had all been banned and burned by the Christian Church, now in power, in an instant some have argued should be held as the beginning of the Dark Ages. These anti-Christian Neoplatonists, especially Porphyry, Iamblichus, and Proclus, are cited many times throughout this text, as they commenced on much more than went before them and had access to books now lost. In the late 4th century, Christian persecution of pagans reached new levels of intensity. Temples and statues were destroyed throughout the Roman Empire. Pagan rituals forbidden under punishment of death, and libraries were closed. In 391 AD, Emperor Theodosius I ordered the destruction of all pagan temples, and the Bishop of Alexandria, Theophilus, complied with this request. As a result, the Library of Alexandria was destroyed. Similar, testifying to the same spirit of intolerance, is the story about Hypatia. I'm going to adjust my seat here, and then I'm going to get on to Hypatia. I'm going to get onto this. Okay, the assassination of Hypatia. She was a Platonic mathematician, philosopher, and teacher who lived in Alexandria. She was the daughter of Theon, the last fellow of the Museum of Alexandria, which was adjacent to or included in the main library of Alexandria. In March 415 AD, she was torn from her chariot, stripped naked, and butchered with her flesh carved from her bones by a Christian mob, led by a cleric named Peter. When Hypatia was butchered, Bishop Theophilus had just been succeeded by his equally violent nephew Cyril, a man who was by no means a man of genius, a man who held that Christians ought to believe without inquiring too curiously, and that a man must be a Jew to insist upon reasons and ask how on mysterious subjects. All forms of curiosity and inquiry were shunned, whether scientific or magical. Hermetic treatises and the great magical papyri, such as the writing the PGM, the Greek magical papyri, all date to around this period. Citing Professor Hans-Dieter Betz, who had researched the subject extensively, we know from literary sources that a large number of magical books in which spells were collected existed in antiquity. Most of them, however, have disappeared as a result of the systemic suppression and destruction. The episode about burning of the magical books in Ephesus in the Acts of the Apostles, Acts 19:19, is well known and typical of many such instances. Indeed, the first centuries of the Christian era saw many burnings of books, often magical books, and not a few burnings that included the magicians themselves. As a result, these acts of suppression, the magicians and their literature went underground. The papyri themselves testify to this by constantly recurring admonition to keep the books secret. The reason that Hellenic science, knowledge, and spirituality, that which is supposed to be the root of Western civilization, survives in such a fragmentary form is that the Christians, in a most violent and despotic manner, destroyed and burned the heritage. What little that remained they garbled up to fit their agenda. Prime example, Platonism. Numenius of Apamea, 2nd century A.D., is usually the person held chiefly responsible for the transition from Platonist idealism to a Neoplatonic synthesis of Hellenistic, Persian, and Jewish intellectual systems. He also considered himself a Pythagorean. Yet this man also wrote that what else is Plato than Moses speaking Attic Greek, and understood Plato as saying that the soul became involved with the body because of guilt, a necessary quirk if you want to twist Plato to justify your own doctrine of original sin. Numenius was a liar. Jerome, the man responsible for compiling the first Latin Bible, the Latin Vulgate, wrote in the Triumph, "How many as much know Plato's name, who say nothing of his works? Even old men sitting in quarters with nothing to occupy themselves can scarcely remember them." And when Plato was remembered, the image of him had been so garbled up that many seriously thought that he had been taught not by Pythagoreans, but by Hebrew prophet Jeremiah in Egypt. When remembered, Plato was now a natural Christian. The major ingredient added by the early Christians who took up Philo's writings was that they made Jesus or Christ into Logos itself. This idea is clearly presented in Revelations, where another curious detail can be found. Christ is there described as having bronze feet, as holding the keys to life and death. This is reminiscent of the bronze sandal as a sign and ability to move in the underworld, given by Acate, and Acate or Persephone as the key holder. Just like the Pythagorean and Orphic light born from the darkness, continually being born from and returning to darkness, passing through us like fiery breath, so is Christ made to and descended into the underworld and then rise bronze-footed. The free flowing of this light was a catharsis, and through Christ's resurrection is everything purified. This probably has little to no basis in Jesus' own words, but it was to become the standard Christian formula. When Christ was made into the Logos, or firstborn light, the light was severed from its roots in darkness. It became a tree without roots. Tartaros, or chaos, night, darkness as the first existence out of which the light emerged, was quickly glossed over by church. Tartaros became the place where fallen angels were imprisoned, the lowest pit of hell. Entities associated with Tartaros became demonized, and the daemons became demons, in the sense that we know the word. That we now know the word. Some of the ancient Greeks were even made out to have been demons themselves and not human. The Cabiri, or Empedocles, for example, had de facto claimed they were daemons, so in a way those Christians were not wrong. Under Christianity, Hellenic philosophy changed, I would say degenerated, into the medieval conceptions of life in the universe. The words of Aristotle gained nearly the status of scripture, and the Ptolemaic astrology was made into theology. The earth was the center of the universe, and inside the earth was hell. Gravity existed, according to Aristotle, because things wanted to be closer to the center of the universe. Earth was most dense, so it would be closest to the center. Next water, then air, then fire, and outside that the incorruptible aether. Hence the stone would fall to the ground and lay itself beneath the air. Theological reasons. Things do because they have a final goal they will towards. Now, coupled with the ideas about a body and a soul, the result was that the body, which was dense, wheeled down to hell, while the soul that belonged up in the heavens wheeled in the opposite direction. That the body threatened to drag the soul into sin can be seen to have had a literal meaning. What had once been allegorical was now all too literal, and to boot, the Christian theologians like Thomas Aquinas, Albertus Magnus quoted Plato and the pre-Socratics as evidence of the reality of their Christian dogma. How they, Plato et al., have known these Christian truths before Christ if they were not real, they argued. Evidently, they glossed over the instances in which Tartaros is painted as the bosom of nature, that which vivifies and is the source of light. I mentioned Revelations earlier, picking up on Jesus as bronze-footed. Yet another interesting parable and an example of co-opting can be found in it. The name Apollyon, which was the Greek rendering of the Hebrew Abaddon, the deepest region of the Hebrew hell, similar to Tartaros. Originally, however, it meant the caves in which initiation took place. In Revelations, Abaddon, or Apollyon, as is written in the New Testament Greek, is the angel of the bottomless pit. In some Old and New Testament scriptures, it does not say Apollyon, however, it says Apollo. The Pythagorean Apollo was, just like the Apollyon of Revelations, a god of the underworld and of locusts, the oracular hero descending to the underworld and then ascending, the god of the midnight sun, the central subterranean fire, the black sun, and Tartaros. The greatest importance to the development of Christianity was Augustine of Hippo. One could argue that he is responsible for forming as much of the Christian dogma as Jesus is. Born in 354 AD, he at age 17 joined the Manichaeans, drawing from Christianity, Gnosticism, Zoroastrianism, Mithraism, and Greek paganism. Their main theme was that all creation, flesh, was evil. They believed that all sex, even in marriage, including the birth of children, was evil and sinful. Therefore, according to the Manichaeans, celibacy was best. Catholic Church drew its celibacy from this. Augustine made sure that when he converted to Christianity and became an influential bishop, Augustine, because of his obsession with sex, would be torn between sex and shamed to regret throughout his life as a grown man. As he laments in his autobiography, Augustine made original sin a Christian doctrine, yet it cannot be found explicitly in the Bible, especially not in anything Jesus says. He advocated the use of imperial force against heretics and theological opponents. Take note that the Torah, on which the Bible is supposed to be based, does not have this dualism in it. Gnostic and Manichaean influence was very strong in Alexandria. That, along with Neoplatonism, Pseudo-Platonism, would influence the concept of the Trinity, another idea that cannot be found in the Bible. The Christianity of the 4th century was not the Christianity of most early Christians, and probably not much like anything Jesus ever taught either. Christianity might have renounced dualism and labeled the Manichaeans, i.e., heretics, but the dualistic heritage was never really purged. Jesus' original teaching was no doubt closer to what can be found in the Nag Hammadi text, the secret sayings of the living Jesus, i.e. the Gospel of Thomas. It is a Coptic translation of a Greek translation of Jesus' oral Aramaic sayings. Scholars agree that this is the closest record we have of a historical Jesus. Pivotal is the kingdom of God, something that supposedly is right now, if one is in it. In Matthew 6:5, verse 6, Jesus says, "But you, when you pray, go into your closet, and when you have shut your door, pray to your Father which is in secret, and your Father which sees in secret will reward you openly." In reference to go into your closet has been translated in other versions of the Bible as go into your inner room, go away by yourself, your most private room, enter into thy chamber. It is actually similar to the crater or mikos, compared to the one when Medusa speaks of her innermost chamber, from the Gospel of Thomas. I am the light over all things. I am all. I am so fucking sorry for that interruption. It was my fault. I did not have my phone on airplane. That's what that was. So what I'm going to do now is we're just going to restart the whole sentence or fucking paragraph we were just on. Okay. Alright, yep. Here, we'll start from here. Scholars agree that this is the closest record we have of the historical Jesus. Pivotal is the kingdom of God, something that supposedly is right now, if one is in it. In Matthew 6:5-6, Jesus says, "But you, when you pray, go into your closet, and when you have shut your door, pray to your Father which is in secret, and your Father which sees in secret will reward you openly." The reference to go into your closet has been translated in other versions of the Bible as go into your inner room, go away by yourself, your most private room, and enter thy chamber. It is actually similar to crater or mikos, compared to when Medusa speaks of her innermost chamber, from the Gospel of Thomas. I am the light over all things. I am all. From me all has come forth. To me all has reached. Split a piece of wood. I am there. Lift up a stone, and you will find me there. If your leaders tell you, "Look, my kingdom is in heaven," then the birds will precede you. If they say to you, "It's in the sea," then the fish will precede you. But the kingdom is inside of you, and it is outside of you. There is a light within a person of light, and it shines on the whole world. If it does not shine, it is dark. This is a lot like, if not identical to, some earlier Greek doctrines. The infinite in all things, and the light within a person that shines out. The dark that Jesus always speaks of does not necessarily refer to the darkness in which the light was born, or to the one darkness. It can also be the dark hand of God, God's punishing hand. In the Scriptures, we find that the right hand of God mentioned a great many times, and the left hand of God is also mentioned on a number of occasions. Adjusting my seat a little bit. The word right, as used with hand, is generally the Hebrew word yamin, meaning stronger, more dexterous. The word for left is shmal, meaning dark. From the meaning of these two terms, it is very easy to understand that God's right hand is his strength and dexterity, or his wonderful ability to do all things. The implication is that the right hand of God is the good hand of God, doing good things. Jesus, as the risen Christ, sits at his Father's side, but the left hand in the Old Testament means dark. From this we can readily understand that it signifies the opposite, what we call bad or evil. Jesus stuck out to that Old Testament usage.
Therefore, there is no real dualism at all in Jesus' teachings. The dark is still part of God. It is just his punishing, undoing, wrathful aspect. Some sources indicate that Jesus had an orthodox and degrading view of Shekinah, or the female divine presence, what we today might be called the anima of nature. He was from the Father only, from part of light, and scorned the female, or darkness infused into nature. Not much can be known about Jesus' original teaching, and this book is not about it. Part 2, the Pentagram. Preface. This part is admittedly not completely academic, with the exception of the first 2 chapters, which are both scholarly. Not because it is not researched and not because it contains errors, but because it is speculative. It attempts a reconstruction of what the pentagram meant to the Pythagoreans. Though speculative, no conclusions are simply jumped at, and I believe the text represents the most intelligible way to connect with the evidence, what little evidence there is. If you read this and are a scholar with the means to do a more complete investigation of this subject, please do so. The pentagram is a symbol of occultism par excellence in the popular mind. Few, even among those familiar with the occult and esoteric teachings, it seems, are capable of giving any intelligible answer about what is meant before the late Middle Ages. If pushed to back up their answer with something substantial, even fewer will pass. As one who has done a great deal of research in the subject, I can without hesitation say that most of what has been written about the pentagram is rubbish. And I'm going to add on that most of what has been written about the occult, about not just about symbols, but about daemons, about the gods, about really, anything is also rubbish. So much fucking shit, knowledge, has been fragmented and lost. It's fucking insane. So I'm going to do my best to, I'm now halfway through this book here. I'm going to do my best to read as much as I can in one sitting, as many hours as I can go, or until I finish this book. If Merle continues to bark or whatever like that, or there's not really much I can do about it. It's very nasty rain outside. I can't just tie him outside or anything like that. So I'm just going to do my best to speak loudly into this device here, and let's go at it. Chapter 10, History of the Pentagram. According to Lucian of Samosata, 120 to 180 AD, the pentagram was used by the Pythagoreans as a symbol of recognition among members, representing health or soundness, eugia. Lucian said that all Pythagoreans, when they had anything important to say to each other in letters, shared their letters with the exhortation, "Be healthy," and that the pentagram had interlaced triple triangle, which served them as a sort of password they called by the name health, eugia. Lucian explained this by claiming that for the Pythagoreans, good health is the root from which well-being and happiness sprang, but that good health does not necessarily arise from well-being and happiness. This is about all the definite early evidence we have regarding the Pythagorean pentagram. Also known is that the Pythagoreans attached a special significance to the dodecahedron. Knowledge of the dodecahedron would presuppose geometrical familiarity with the pentagram. Plato used the dodecahedron as a symbol of space, aether, or universe. In the Timaeus, since that dialogue is thought to be very indebted to Philolaus, Pythagoreans probably attached a similar meaning to the dodecahedron. That connection is surely a piece in the puzzle, but it does not say too much if left unconnected. Unfortunately, the above is just about all that is positively known. There are no plain statements from antiquity about the Pythagorean pentagram that can be quoted. To do a reconstruction, one must rely on intuition and tying together of many different threads. This chapter tries to refrain as much as possible from speculation, while still seeking to draw some conclusions. The following chapters will then, in a less academically strict fashion, speculate on the basis of this chapter. Dr. Jan Schouten, in his study from 1968 entitled The Pentagram as a Medical Sign, an iconological study, thinks the pentagram acquired an apoptratic meaning in Babylon around the early years of the first millennium BC, but hard evidence for such notion are sparse. In Sumer, which is the furthest back in history we can trace the use of the pentagram was used as a pictogram. Its number 306 in Labat's Manual de Epigraphe Academiae for the word ub, which meant corner, angle, nook, or small room. Sumerian is not a language related to Hebrew or Egyptian. It is either described as a language isolate, an ancient language relating to no other, or as a language related to Ural-Altic, what some people call Turanian, as was the Pelasgian language. The Sumerian pentagram sign could also mean the word ara, which meant praise, glory, fame, or to praise, to glorify, something that is close to the supposed Pythagorean meaning and of the greeting Ujiaya. The use of the pentagram seemed to have spread westwards through Turkey and the Middle East, and when arriving in Greece during the time of Pythagoras, it had definitely become a magical, apoptratic, or protective sign. An example of this protecting meaning is shown on the previous page. The pentagram can also be seen on several designs of Greek coins, which is a subject I shall dwell on presently, as is the most abundant source of hard facts that can give us a glimpse of what the Pythagorean pentagram might have represented. The first notable thing when looking at these coins is that the pentagrams are, with a few exceptions, drawn oriented one point down. Here below are some different designs of the ancient Greek coins with pentagrams on them. Barclay Head, former keeper of coins at the British Museum, writes about a find of coins from the island of Melos that the reverse types comprised, in addition to those already mentioned, supra, page 486, the following four-pronged fork, wasp on a bunch of grapes, triskeles, pentagram, murex, fig leaf, two capsicabiri, one on top of the other, gorgonion, 4 grains of corn in star form, with ivy leaves between them, amphora. The coins in this seem to range from circa BC 500 or later to BC 416. Date of the conquest of Melos by Athens, and they prove that during this period the island must have been at any rate within its own territory, the most wealthy of all the Aegean islands. The survival drawn to the middle of the 5th century at least of the Phoenician forms of the letters M and O of the Phoenician weight standard indicate that the influence of the original Phoenician settlers was still strong in spite of the later Dorian immigration. The extraordinary variety of the types and the fact that no specimens have been found outside Melos led us to suppose that their circulation was mainly local, that they represent successive issues probably struck on the occasions of recurrent religious festivals chiefly perhaps connected with the worship of the Phoenician Kabiri, of the Libyan Amon, cf. the ram's heads and the pentagram, this symbol on coins of Pitane. In other words, people struck coins on the island of Melos with pentagrams on them, probably in connection to the worship of the Kabiri and or Zeus Ammon. I have tried to find such a coin, but to no avail, unfortunately. However, at the end, Barclay connects these coins to those of Pitane, where the pentagram was a symbol of Zeus Ammon. Such a coin, one from Pitane, is shown below as coin 1. Zeus Ammon is as well known, not really Zeus, but the same as Protagones Eros of Orphic cosmogony, also identified with Pan by the Orphics. There is nothing to specifically link these coins to Pythagoras, except the geographical location and perceived cultural connection. But if we grant the Pythagorean use of the pentagram did not depart too far from the well-known usage, then the connections made so far are quite interesting. The descriptions that go with each coin are made by legitimate researchers. My remarks are in a paragraph below the researchers. Coin 1, and then it shows a coin with basically a pan, a side of a man's face or head with curved ram horns, and then on the other side is the upright pentagram. Or on the other side is the pentagram, one point down. I'm trying this. The coin must have rotated or whatever when it was flipped over. Okay, so obverse. Mysia, circa 4th century BC, head of Zeus Ammon. So this is not the same Zeus as the Olympian Zeus. Zeus Ammon is Pan, as the author previously mentioned. Verse, pentagram. In some designs, the head of Zeus Ammon is replaced with the head of Bacchanti or Omphalos, entwined by a serpent. Both the head of Bacchanti and Omphalos is entwined by a serpent, fit neatly as a ram-headed Zeus Ammon into the web of ideas discussed in this book. Interject here real quick. There was one other image that I did not tell you about earlier, and that was a photo of a pot, a clay pot with some soldiers, and one had the pentagram on the shield. So basically a pentagram as a protective sigil. Okay, returning now. Both the head of Bacchanti and Omphalos, entwined by a serpent, fit as neatly as a ram-headed Zeus Ammon into the web of ideas discussed in this book. It is rather intriguing to note that in the orgies of Bacchus, the persons in the ceremony used to scream, "Eva! Eva!" They also used to hold snakes in their hands, and women put snakes in their hair, connected to the picture of Medusa. Eva was the same as Apha, Opha, in which the Greeks rendered Ophis, and by it denoted a serpent. Clement of Alexandria, Epiphanius, both acknowledged the term Eva, properly aspirated, had such signification. The woman Eve and the tempting and mocking serpent might have all been one and the same essence. The letters around the pentagram spell Piton, name of Mycenaean city, but also means serpent. Okay, obverse. Thrace. Tyronesos, circa 400 to 350 BC, lion. Reverse pentagram and VE monogram. Okay. There's no picture for the second coin. There. These have been found coins in Thrace dating 400 to 350 BC with the head of Hermes on one side and with a goat, plus variously a caduceus, a pentagram, and or torch symbols on the other. Indeed, it's very curious connections, especially considering how prevalent Orphism was in Thrace. My great distress, though I had not been able to find such examples showing a pentagram, the source for the museum of that such coins were in use, former head of the British Museum coin collection, so it should be trustworthy enough without an image. Coin 3. Obverse Luciania Velia, circa 350 to 400 BC. Head of Athena, helmet shows griffin ornamentation. Reverse, pentagram. The coin is from the city of Velia in Italy, Parmenides' hometown. Athena was in essence the same as Medusa, whose head Athena had engraved on her shield and considered the highest deity in some places, not at all subject to Zeus. Coin 4. Obverse, Alexander III the Great, 336 to 323 BC. Head of Heracles, wearing the skin of the Nemean lion. Reverse, Zeus seated left, holding eagle and scepter. Alexandru in Greek to right, lion's head and the letter phi. Circle with the line through it. In the field to the left, pentagram under throne. It is tempting to interpret the pentagram under Zeus as the Idaean cave, the cave of the all-mother Rhea and the dactyls, from which Zeus was born and which he was tutored as an infant. The pentagram would then represent that which even Zeus is subject to, primeval necessity. Coin 5. Obverse, Campania Tenaeum Sedicinum, circa 265 to 240 BC. Laorte, head of Apollo, left. O, oval behind. Reverse, man-headed bull standing right, being crowned by Nike, who flies above. Pentagram below. Apollo, the god of underworldly oracular power, music, rules the Laorte, king of both the darkness and light, and perhaps the god most often connected with the Pythagoreans. Coin 6. Obverse, 336 to 323 BC. Struck under Antigonos, the first of Monophylathamos. Helmeted, head of Athena right. Serpent on helmet. Reverse Nike, standing left, holding wreath with Silas. Monogram and pentagram, outer left. Shell below wing. The coins prove a connection between the pentagram and the Kabiri, ram-headed Amon, Athena, Hermes, Apollo, and serpent imagery. It also seems that the pentagrams on coins was a matter limited to the northeastern, eastern, and Italian parts of the Greek world, precisely the regions we have come to associate most closely with Orphism and Pythagoreanism. This is not surprising because those religions had the closest ties to the East, and we know that the pentagram came into Greece from the East. The thesis that the pentagram was a pictograph link in the web of mythology and ideas this book has covered in previous chapters has been greatly strengthened. Unfortunately, the coins are just about all the hard evidence we have. What I will propose in later chapters regarding the use of the ancient Pythagorean pentagram is bound to remain a theory, albeit a likely one. The pentagram would have been widely familiar in ancient Mediterranean world. Wherever there was money changing hands, people would see the symbol. Normally the symbol was not imbued with any deeper significance beyond the protective. Lucian's comments imply that the Pythagoreans invested it with a meaning similar to the mainstream connotations of protection, but deepened the meaning so as to make the glyph into the symbol of Pythagorean life, a symbol of health that is the root of both well-being and happiness. This apparently short information says quite a lot, I think, because it directly links the pentagram to catharsis and harmony. Health and catharsis were intimately connected, especially, but not exclusively, in the Pythagorean mind. Apollo was the god of health and of catharsis. The link would have been absolutely standard, so Lucian's statement automatically makes the pentagram to a symbol of catharsis as well. of spiritual release. This was further connected to a harmonic life. The Pythagoreans considered the soul a type of harmonia, and linked to this the idea of health as a kind of proportion. The theory of proportion was not only by the Pythagoreans considered a matter of universal application. As was mentioned earlier in the book, the Greek word for proportion is logos. To keep a sense of proportion and to have the wholeness of mind are parts of this cultural heritage. Now the pentagram is, in a mathematical sense, the most beautiful two-dimensional creation there is. Every line in this figure is proportional to another, as the golden mean proportion, symbolized by the letter phi. Phi is in every line, every angle of the pentagram. Pythagoras' wife Diana was credited with a treatise on the subject of the golden mean. It is very likely that the Pythagoreans knew about the golden mean hidden in the pentagram. The golden mean in the pentagram could well at least be part of the explanation of why the Pythagoreans linked health or soundness with the pentagram. In the next few chapters, I will develop from this academically accepted ground by exploring a number of curious sets of 5 that might have some possible bearing on the Pythagorean use of the pentagram. Comparison with this chapter should be borne in mind when reading the next few chapters, because the pages ahead constitute an intricate puzzle, and to see how the pieces fit together, you have to pay close attention. Chapter 11. The Pentamikos. Pentamikos is the title of a book written by the philosopher, scientist, and magician Pherecydes of Syros. He was active during the middle of the 6th century BC, making him the same generation as, or a generation younger than Thales. Not much is known for certain about Pherecydes. He appears in a multitude of miraculous stories, so the problem is not really a lack of material about him. The problem is that the material regarding his life cannot be trusted. The places and dates vary. He is mixed up with a few other people, especially with Pythagoras, etc. Perhaps the greatest information about the stories yield is their existence. For whether true or not, they indicate that there was great interest in this man. His magnum opus was his book Pentamikos, 5 Recesses, said to have been the first book to describe a theogony and cosmogony in prose. Mikos meant a recess, a nook, a hidden place, or cavity. Sometimes the title is given as Heptamikos, but most scholarship agrees that this seems erroneous because, all the surviving fragmentary quotes and sentences actually describing the contents of the book speak of Pentamikos, 5 and not 7 recesses. The book survived the burning of the Alexandrian library in 47 BC and is thought to have existed in its entirety into the 3rd century AD, after which it disappeared from recorded history. It survives preserved in scattered fragments through the writings of others. Pherecydes himself is given no teacher, though he is said to have obtained his writing from the secret Phoenician books, or from the writings of Orpheus. What is true sounding this is beyond the present investigation, but the attributed reference show Pherecydes' theogony to have been oriental in tone and the motif, or else he and his teaching would not have been linked with the Phoenicians. They show he must have had some affinity with the Orphic teaching. The Phoenicians were the people occupying the strip of the seaboard of West Cilicia, their main city being Tyre. They are noted for 2 things: their development in trade and navigation, and as the builders of Solomon's temple. Following their reputation as a people of blacksmiths, master craftsmen, etc., they were known as Kenites, which means blacksmiths. They were not Israelites because they were friendly, but because they were friendly with them and traded a lot with them, the Israelites turned them into kin by making them descendants of Cain. Even though the descendants of Cain were all supposed to have been drowned in the flood. It is not difficult to trace elements of the Pythagorean movement to the Phoenicians, partly through Pherecydes, partly through Pythagoras' father, who is supposed to have come from Tyre, but also through later associations. Notable here is that the Phoenician influence is known to have come to bear heavily on the coinage done at Nilos. In describing the cosmology of the Phoenician, Philo of Byblos, himself a Phoenician, not the same person as Philo, the Judaic philosopher, wrote that the first principle of the universe he, Sanchonethon, supposed to have been air dark with cloud and wind, or rather a blast of cloudy air, a turbid chaos, dark as Erebus, and these were boundless and for long ages had no limit. This cosmology is in core doctrines identical in the previously related Hesiotic and Orphic ones, and to the one related by Pherecydes. Philo of Byblos claimed that he, in the account above, was quoting ancient Phoenician priest named Sanchonethon, who was said to have lived before the Trojan War, 1339 BC, which would make him roughly contemporary with Moses. He is thought to be the author of 3 principal works, all written in Phoenician. They were translated into the Greek language by Philo of Byblos, 1st-2nd century AD. It is from Philo's translation that we obtain all the fragments of Sanchonethon that have reached our times. Philo and Byblos had divided his translation into 9 books, of which the Neoplatonist Porphyry made use in his diatribe against the Christians. It is from the 4th book of this lost work that the Eusebius book, for an end directly opposite to this, the passages about creation, one of which is cited above, and thus we have those documents relating to the mythology and history of the Phoenicians from the 4th hand. Many historians have disbelieved the historical existence of Sanchonethon and maintain that his fragments were invented by Philo of Byblos as a mean of adding weight to his own arguments. Because the fragments contain a knowledge of Greek and Egyptian ideas that historians have doubted that a Phoenician priest would have had. However, excavations at Ras Shamra in Syria revealed Phoenician documents supporting much of Sanchonethon's information on Phoenician mythology and religious beliefs. According to Philo of Byblos, Sanchonethon derived the sacred lore from the inscriptions of the Ammonites, images or pillars of Baal Ammon, which stood in Phoenician temples. According to Eusebius, Sanchonethon wrote a book about the history of serpent worship, whose title was Athonion or Athothia. But because of the subject of the book, some had thought there was a reason to think that rendering the title was a mistake for Athothion, a title which is more immediately related to that worship the writer addressed. Ophion means serpent. That would also make the book a very strong candidate for one being Pherecydes' secret Phoenician books, because his Pentamikos is largely centered around a being named Ophion or Ophionius, named Ophinion or Ophinius. Verily, Philo of Byblos actually commented that from the Phoenicians, Pherecydes also took his starting points and theologized about the god called by him Ophion and Ophion Nidai, about whom we shall speak again. Book Pentamikos is an elaborate version of cosmogenesis, describing how three eternal things or beings beget or become depending on how you read. A number of principles or forms before the ordered world, the cosmos, appears. Three eternal principles are Zos, he who lives, Chronos, time, and Chthoniae, underlying the earth. Piecing together of what can be unraveled from the fragments tells us that Chronos, the pre-cosmic, not yet ordered time, one of Phaerocides' three eternals, to be distinguished from the Chronos with a K, ordered time, has an offspring born when Chronos with a CH, R-O-N-O-S, seed is put into the Pentamikos, the five recesses. It is described in the fragment preserved in Damascus De Principes that the seed disposed into Pentamikos were composed numerous offspring of gods, what is called of the five recesses. A closer relationship is thought to exist between these recesses and Chthoniae, which is another of the three first existing things. Chthoniae has to do with the origin of the word chthonic, and her name means underlying the earth. Hesiod described Tartaros as being in a mikos of broad-wayed earth, through which we may get at a close affinity between crater, mikos, and Chthoniae. Professor Hermann S. Schible, author of the most acclaimed academic book about Phaerocides, thinks that the five mikos were actually harbored within Chthoniae, or at the least were so initially when Chronos disposed of the seed within the five nukes. Alongside Chthoniae and Chronos, Phaerocides held a power called Zos. Zos is thought to be a strange etymological form of Zeus, and to be identical with the Orphic Eros in function, and seen as personification as masculine or simply sexual creativity. Proclus said that Phaerocides used to say that Zeus changed into Eros when about to create, for the reason that having created the world from opposites, he led it into agreement and peace, and sowed sameness in all things, and unity that penetrates the universe. The act of creation itself, perhaps it is more accurate to say that Chronos creates. It is from his seed that the actual stuff comes from, and that Zos orders and distributes. It is described by mytho-poetically as Zaz, making a cloth from which he decorates the earth and sea, and which he then presents as a wedding gift to Chthoniae, and wraps around her. Yet in another fragment it's not Chthoniae, but a winged oak that he wraps the cloth around. The stories are not mutually exclusive, simply different. The chronology is difficult to establish because much is lacking in these fragments. One thing is clear, and that is the creation is hindered by chaotic forces. Before the world is ordered, a cosmic battle takes place with Chronos, ordered time, as the head of one side, and Ophinis as the leader of the other. The same story is elsewhere enacted with Zeus and Typhon, or Typhonius, as leading characters, and it is also close parallels in many myths from cultures other than Greek, Marduk versus Tiamat, etc. Ophinis and its brood are often depicted as ruling the birthing cosmos for some time before falling from power. The chaotic forces are eternal and cannot be destroyed. Instead, they are thrown out from the ordered world and locked away in Tartaros, in a kind of appointment of the spheres, in which the victor, Zeus Chronos with a K, takes possession of the sky, of space and time. The locks to Tartaros are fashioned in iron by Zeus, and might hence been associated with the element of aether and in bronze by Poseidon, which might indicate a link to water, which was often conceived as the first matter. Judging from some ancient fragments, Ophinus is thrown into Okeanos, not into Tartaros. Exactly what entities or forces were locked away in Pherecydes' story cannot be known for sure, unless his book was miraculously recovered. Good guesswork would include 5 principal figures. We know that Ophinus, or Typhon, was one and the same. We also know that the entity Eurynome fought on the side of Ophinus against Kronos. That Thonie is a principal thing in the underworld is almost superfluous to argue. But whether she is to be counted as one of the 5, or the 5 sum total, is more of an open question. Apart from these, we know that Ophianus, Typhon, mated with Echnida, and that Echida herself was somehow mysteriously produced by Calhero. If Pherecydes counted the 5 principal entities in association with the Pentamikos doctrine, I then think that Ophianus, Eurynome, Echnida, Calhero, and Thonie are the main contenders. The case that these were the 5 will be given more argument and support in later chapters. As said, Kronos with a K is replaced by Zeus in the more popularly known version, but the overall story remains the same. Kronos and Zeus orders the offspring out from the cosmos to Tartaros. There they are kept behind locked gates, fashioned in iron, associated with Zeus and his element of sky, space, and bronze by Poseidon, the water force. We are told about chaotic beings put into Pentamikos, and we are told that the darkness has an offspring that is cast into the recesses of Tartaros. A fragment exclusively making the equation for us is lacking, but it does indeed seem very, very plausible that the prison house in Tartaros and the Pentamikos are ways of referring to essentially the same thing. According to Celsus, Pherecydes said that below what portion is the portion of Tartaros, the daughters of Boreas, the north wind, the Harpies and Thurella storm guard it. There Zeus banished any of the gods whenever one behaves with insolence. Considering this statement, Pherecydes' alleged own words, the identity between Zeus's prison house and the Pentamikos seems exceedingly likely. How Pherecydes' Pentamikos might have any bearing on the Pythagorean use of the pentagram is obvious, for what is the pentagram if not a glyph of 5 recesses? However, we would of course like to somehow bring the Pherecydes cosmological mythology closer to what Pythagoras used to be well known for, a teaching about the soul. We would like to more explicitly link Pherecydes' recesses to the Orphic Pythagorean craters. To our great delegation, we have some evidence pointing in that direction, according to the aforementioned Porphyry. Also Pherecydes, man of Syros, talks of recesses and pits and caves and doors and gates, and through these speaks in riddles of becomings and deceases of souls. A comparatively large number of sources say Pherecydes was the first to teach the eternality and transmigration of human souls. That he was the first to teach such a thing is doubtful, but he was the first among the first, and that he did profess this teaching is certain. Professor Hermann Ashidley, the most acclaimed scholar to Pherecydes, concludes that Pherecydes included in his book Pentamikos, at least a rudimentary treatment of the immortality of the soul, its wanderings in the underworld, and the reasons for the soul's incarnations. The Homeric poets had articulated the difference between the body and soul before Pherecydes, and pictured a kind of afterlife, but they did not speak of reincarnation. The psyche was regarded as the life force animating man, and at death it left the body and departed to a new shadow existence in Hades, never to return. Pherecydes, we are told, instead held the animating psyche was eternally reborn. Many of the doxographers describe how Pythagoras came to care for his teacher Pherecydes, who was dying, sick with a louse disease. When he died, Pythagoras arranged his burial as a son would for his father. Some commentators added a very curious detail for the story. When Pythagoras first comes to visit Pherecydes, he stops at the door to his teacher's chamber. Pausing at the door, he questions Pherecydes on the state of his health. In response, Pherecydes sticks out his finger through the door, and the finger is almost stripped of all flesh, consumed by lice. One ancient commentator implies that Pherecydes shows only his finger because he was ashamed of his gruesome appearance. Others add that Pherecydes, when showing his finger, says, "It is clear by the skin," as if meaning that sticking out his finger had to be explained and qualified, made sense of. To me, it seems as if the commentators do not know what they are retelling. Why would a story like this be repeated and made into a legend? I think the situation could be compared to the late commentators who made Empedocles' journey into Etna into a stage act fueled by Empedocles' charlatanism and an act that exposed him as a fraud. This story is so peculiar. My conviction is that originally it must have had some moral veiled meaning behind the more or less obvious interpretation that he is physically revealing his illness. The key to what his inner meaning was can be found in what Porphyry says in the above citation, that when Pherecydes spoke of doors and gates and riddles, about the becomings and deceases of souls, in other words, when Pythagoras comes out to see his old friend and teacher, Pherecydes is so ill he has already 1 foot in the grave, 1 finger through the gate. Note that this introduces no new meaning to the story, only a deeper meaning, and that was his way of layers of meaning is typical esotericism. Porphyry again gives an example of precisely this, as well as giving us a new angle on Pherecydes when he says that the other account is that this is the moment of the soul's entry into the embryo, when semen is deposited, as if the semen would not be able to be productively retained in the womb unless the soul were there to complete the union by its entry from the outside. Here, Numenius and the interpreters of Pythagoras' hidden meanings and understand as semen the river Amyles in Plato, and Styx in Hesiod and the Orphics, and the outflow in Pherecydes. Amyles was a river in the underworld from which the souls drank before their reincarnation. Styx would also function as this. It is known that both Plato and Philolaus attached the soul to the body, put the soul's carnal root at the crotch, see appendix parts of the soul. The outflow, then, would then be the soul rooting to the seed. Outflow would be translatable as ensoulment. That Pherecydes spoke of an outflow in the sense that the soul was supplied through the seed is strengthened by other accounts as well. Later, Plato in the Timaeus said that the deities confined the revolutions of the mortal soul in the body by body inflowing and outflowing, and that souls are then tossed to and fro in a great river. Again, this seems to be yet another example of how Plato only reiterates the older Pythagorean doctrine. The allegorical interpretation of Amyles as a seed is probably anachronistic, but only insofar that Amyles did not refer to semen. The idea of the outflow of underworldly rivers having a double layer of meaning, is likely historically correct. Leaving the arguments and sources to the appendix parts of the soul, I think that we can deduce that the soul outflows from Tartaros as a light and roots of the body at the time of conception. The soul then grows like a plant from the seed, unfolding into an increasingly less animal nature, with a passionate soul, thymos, in the chest, an intellectual soul in the head, etc. When this gets really interesting, when it gets compared to the Theogonal account of how Kronos' seed is deposited in the five Nikos, taking into account what Porphyry said about Pherecydes' talk about the Nikos really being riddles about the becomings and deceases of souls. The uterus in the above would parallel the Nikos in theogony. With a bit of allegorical twisting, the uterus would refer to the abyss and the waters of life, the moistness of the proto-matter in which Ophiuchus dwells. But this argument is yet premature. Possibilities like these are given more attention later. Scholars have picked up in the apparent similarity between Gates in Babylonian myth and Gates in Pherecydes. This similarity is especially apparent if the title of Pherecydes' work is taken as Heptamikos, 7 recesses, because the Babylonian underworld was conceived as having 7 regions, and the myth of the descent of Ishtar, goddess of death and sky. Ishtar has to pass through 7 gates. In the famed PGM, Papyri Magici Gracie, or Greek Magical Papyri, has contained the spell meant to serve as a recipe for immortality, classified as the PGM 475 through 834. It is very long, so I will not quote it in its entirety. It is devoted to Mithras, the Persian god of the sun, but mixed with Greek and Egyptian strata of religious language. The rite is a journey into the sun, a journey into immortality. It begins with the aspiring magician working himself up with a long plea, saying such things as, "Give me over to immortal birth," and following that to my underlying nature, so that, after the present need, which is pressing me exceedingly, I may gaze upon the immortal, and today I am about to behold with my immortal eyes. I, born mortal from mortal womb, but transformed by tremendous power. Then the magician draws a breath from the rays of the sun 3 times, after which the Papyri says, "You will see yourself being lifted up and ascending to the height, so that you seem to be in midair. You will hear nothing either of man or of any other living thing, nor in that hour will you see anything of mortal affairs on the earth, but rather you will see all immortal things." Next, the magician sees the sun, and the sun has a pipe that emanates the sound of the hissing snake. Staring at the sun, the magician will see God staring intently and rushing at him. These are averted by the magician himself calling up the hissing sound of the snake, saying, "Silence, silence! I am a star, wandering about with you, and shining forth out of the deep." When the gods are not threatening anymore, the magician will see fiery doors shut tight in the now open disk of the sun. The papyrus says that the doors are 7 in number, and that within them is the world of the gods. This is explained by the fact that Mithraic mysteries had 7 grades of initiates, each with each grade under the tutelage of a planetary deity. The papyrus continues, and the 7 gates open. Lights flash all around, and the 7 serpent-faced virgins, identified as the Fates, and 7 younger men, greet the initiate, who then completes the journey into immortality. The rite has some striking resemblances to the one described by Parmenides in his poem. See the later chapter for comparison, Parmenides' poem. Now, as said, 7 were of utmost importance to the Mithraic mysteries, and the goddess Ishtar journeyed her in a similar way through 7 gates. Now, I want to interject real quick here that these 7 gates, the Ishtar descends through, the 7 gates of Akala. I'm almost 100% fucking positive these are the 7 infernal habitations in the Sitra Achra mysteries. So, in the Klipoth, there are 7 hells with 10 places. There are 10 dark spheres within 7 recesses, the 7 infernal habitations. So what we're reading about the inner esoteric Mithraic tradition, where earlier I mentioned that the cult of Mithras had basically the origins of Christianity, a blood cult. And, you know, the crucified Savior, the blood of the Lamb, and all that shit would become Christianity. So we have 2 completely different things. You know, we have 2 completely different mysteries. Mysteries is what I'm saying. We have an inner mystery for those that are inside the inner circle. We have the mystery of basically path working with the black sun, path working with the sun and dark solar current. You know, scourging yourself, burning yourself in the 7 hells, burning yourself in Tartaros, where the exoteric or outer cult of Mithras was basically the Goyim had to just believe in Mithras and be a good believer and whatever like that, and you'll go to heaven and shit. And a lot of this is my own conjecture, my own theory on this. I am more likely than not probably wrong in this regard, and I have no problem with that. If I am wrong, and I'm wrong with this, you know, just call me out on it, and I'll fucking, regarding the cult of Mithras or any other thing, interpretation of this book, you know, I'll gladly correct myself. But the cult, the inner cult of the inner Mithraic solar tradition there, relate, you know, in darkening yourself with the black sun. That was a true Mithraic tradition, while the external Mithraic tradition was just a cult of, you know, the external tradition for the Goyim was just like a church, you know, kind of religion. And then when they needed a religion to control the Goyim, you know, you know, the fucking Constantine and the fucking Council of Nicaea and all that shit just basically took elements from the cult of Mithra and you know, these other cults and shit, and just watered them all the fuck down. Took all the magic out of them, took all the power out of them, took all everything out of them, just made them, you know, go away religion, just believe and die. If the exoteric outer cult of Mithras wasn't already like that, wasn't already a religion of slavish worship, wasn't already basically Christianity under a different name. But, you know, the fucking Council of Nicaea, you know, that shit, they gathered the 66 books from the Bible that they used to control the Goyim, and they fucking made Christianity out of it. But, right here, we're about to get into some very interesting stuff here. Okay, continuing on. And there's a diagram. There's a diagram on page 131 that I'd be more than happy to break down for you. So we're continuing on. We're on page 130. There is, as said, a lot of evidence the Babylonians conceived of the world as sevenfold. Okay, 1 second here. Curiously, they depicted this idea using a heptagram. See the image below. It is a redrawing of an ancient clay tablet, roughly contemporary with Pharaoh's cities, dating circa 500 to 700 BC. It places Babylon as the hub of the universe at the center of a circular inhabited world disk, which is encircled by the Bitter River, or earthly ocean. Around the Bitter River are 7 symmetrically placed triangular regions which point outward to the heavenly ocean. one strange and mythical beast as well as the great heroes lived in the 7 surrounding regions. The map is a cosmic map depicting the cosmic arrangement through sacred geometry. In what follows I will argue that the Pythagorean pentagram originating in Pherecydes' Pentamikos similarly showed 5, not 7, cosmic regions inhabited by beasts and heroes, and that the central pentagon represented the earthly dwelling of mankind. The ideas surrounding the waters and rivers should be compared with similar Greek themes: the Orphic underworld with its rivers of memory and forgetfulness, and with the outflow of Pherecydes and Plato above. The Babylonian myth has it that as first was nothing but Ab-Su, chaos ocean. In this chaos ocean was the world created, and with this Ab-Su was killed. But from the primeval ocean arose a mighty dragon called Tiamat, who fought against the forces of creation in order to avenge Ab-Su. The heavenly ocean to which the 7 triangles point was outside the heavens, and it was the home of Tiamat. Tiamat, before going into battle, created a number of beasts to serve its aid. The clay tablet with the map displayed above says that these monsters fought alongside Tiamat, now dwell in the 7 regions outside of the rim of the world. Our earliest source, the late Sumerian ruler Goaty of Lagash, 2600 BC, recorded in his inscriptions 7 such monsters. This is all very reminiscent of what we know of Pherecydes' story about the Ophinis and the cosmic battle, and how Ophinis and its brood are cast from the aether into Okeanos, or similarly hurled into Tartaros. I definitely agree with the scholars who think Pherecydes' recesses probably had a strong similarity to the 7 gates found in religious maps of the Near East and the 7 cosmic regions on the Babylonian map. But this does not make the title Heptamikos more probable than otherwise accepted Pentamikos. Pherecydes spoke of 5, not 7 gates. If we are to follow the more trustworthy ancient references in his book, that some commentators said Pherecydes spoke of 7 recesses, I think, because the similarity to the Near Eastern magical language was so apparent that the commentators mistakenly thought Pherecydes espoused the same doctrine. To explain why someone would confuse the 5 recesses with 7 is very easy, but to explain why 7 would get turned into 5 by those who gave the title as Pentamikos seems fruitless. Okay, so I'm going to do my best to describe this glyph for you, and I'm going to try to put a thumbnail up for this section of the video, but because of my fucking my fucking video editor thing is so fucking old school, all my shit's in like fucking 240p or worse, you know, so I'll put the symbol up there, but you won't be able to read all the names and details in it, because it's so fucking grainy. And you know, I have a fucking old ass fucking version of Windows Movie Maker, because there's something wrong with my machine there. I have a desktop Windows 7 that I got for free. I had one of my friends rig it up for me, but I cannot install a modern version of Windows Movie Maker. Like, it won't even boot, you know. But the old ass like XP version of Movie Maker will boot and will work. So I'm very limited in my video editing software and shit like that. But so what we have here is we have the septagram, or the 7-pointed star, with the 1 point pointing downwards and 2 points pointing up, similar to the pentagram, the 5-pointed star with the 2 horns of Mendes facing up. Okay. Now in the very center there's a circle. There's a double circle, a ring, and it says Bitter River. Now, in the center of the circle there, the innermost circle is a disc, okay? And there's just little circles in here like city, and oval here towards the right. That's Assyria. Towards the bottom, there's another city. Up towards the upper left is Haban, and then there's a symbol for mountains. And then there's a rectangle, a bar in there that says Babylon. So the innermost circle is Babylon here. And then we have towards the bottom we have Water Stream Marsh. And then we have what looks like a river or something joining out of a river called Bitter, as if the river from Babylon, from the mountains, is outflowing into the Bitter River, which is the central ring. Now on to the 7 triangles of the 7-pointed star itself. Now, going clockwise from 6 o'clock at the very bottom point, we have island number 1, which looks like a shoreline with a black sea. The sky is visible, and there's black water lapping up the sea. And then the second triangle there at the 7 o'clock position, we have island number 2, and it looks like a arid desert, or a dried up like bay or coast or something, and the sun is like rising as high noon. Okay. Now, at the 9 o'clock position, we have island number 3. We have another desert. The sun is invisible, but now we have some kind of like bird or like eagle or something flying over the desert. Okay. Now this is where it gets interesting. At the 10:30 or 11 o'clock position, going up towards the top now, we have island number 4, and what this symbol is right here, some kind of like canyon, some kind of like deserty or like cliffs or something, canyon. Bare trees blowing in the wind at night, and a natural obelisk-looking stone formation coming out of the ground under a waxing moon. Okay. Now at the 1 o'clock position, also at the very top, we have island number 5, which is just all black. The triangle's completely black, like the void. There's nothing to be seen there but darkness. Okay. Now back to the 3 o'clock position. We have the right on the right side of the star. We have the triangle island number 6, and it is a bull standing at the edge of a cliff, with his horns facing inwards towards the Bitter River. And then lastly, at the 3-4 o'clock position, we have island number 7, and that is some kind of like arid desert thing with some open pits and black like crevasses that you can like fall in or something. So a very fucking interesting symbolism, very fucking powerful. Like this definitely fucking alludes to the fucking, the 7 inhabitations of the Sitra Achra. And this diagram that I just showed you is the same symbol on the cover of the dust jacket of the book there, except it doesn't have the Babylon and the bitter river in the inner circle. It has the Pythagorean pentagon within the 7 triangles pointing outward. I know there's a deep fucking occult significance here, deep stuff, man. Dealing with the dark work, dealing with Negrito, dealing with the void, dealing with the unconscious, dealing with going into the center of yourself, dealing with annihilating yourself down to the pure spirit, down to the pure self without any attachment, down to the layer of Ereshkigal, that is basically the Sumerian version of Hecate, who is the queen of the void. A lot of fucking powerful fucking symbolism here that I can't even begin to interpret it there for you. I'll just tell you what I saw. So, last chapter of the book, man. We're halfway through. This is where the book really gets fun. This is where the book really gets fucking crazy and esoteric. Okay, on to chapter 12 now. The Sparti. This chapter is about a part in the mythical life of Cadmus. According to some myths, Cadmus was the one who brought the alphabet, writing, and civilization to the Greek mainland, and who founded the city of Thebes. After the Dark Ages, Canaanite people immigrated in great numbers into the Greek world. These are referred to the myths as Agenor. Agenor was a mythical son of Poseidon, born in Canaan or Phoenicia, who was supposed to have invaded Greece to become the king of the island of Argos. Agenor had 3 sons named Cadmus, Phoenix, and Cilix. Just as Agenor referred to a whole group of people, those of Agenor, i.e. the Canaanite people, so too did each of his 3 sons refer to a whole group of people. Cilix gave his name to Cilicia, and Phoenix remained in Phoenicia and referred to those Canaanites who stayed there. Cadmus seized part of what is to become Boeotia, which is included in the area of Thebes. The Greeks had largely abandoned writing during the time preceding the Dark Ages. Through the older Pelasgian alphabet still existed, not much used or only used esoterically. Along with the Phoenician immigrants came new alphabet, which wholly adopted around 800 BC. Its characters, that are indisputably Phoenician, explain that the myth it was Cadmus who taught men how to write. However, the name Cadmus is Greek rather than Phoenician, and the fact that Hermes was worshipped in Samothrace under the name of Cadmus or Cadmilus seems to imply that Cadmus did not refer to a Phoenician immigrant. The name Cadmus may mean order, and may hence have meant to characterize anyone who introduces order or civilization. This would mean that the mythical Cadmus was really a blend of the Phoenician immigrant hero and the Theban Hermes, which is another name for Thoth. I interjected there. We're going to continue on. The myth we are interested in this chapter begins with Cadmus being sent out to search for a sister who had been kidnapped by Zeus. Unsuccessful in his search, in the course of the wanderings, he came to Delphi, where he consulted the oracle. The augur informed him that he would find a cow in the field, and should follow her to wherever she might wander, and where she stopped, he would build a city and call it Thebes. Cadmus had hardly left the Castalian cave from which the oracle was delivered when he saw a cow slowly walking before him. He followed her closely. The cow went on till she passed the shallow channel of Cephisus, and came out into the plain of Panope. There she stood still. Wishing to perform a sacrifice, Cadmus sent his men off to fetch water. To what god the sacrifice was intended is uncertain, as there are variations, but most say Athena. Previously in his life, Cadmus was an active devotee of Poseidon, who we've already established towards the beginning of this book is Belial, or what the Greeks recognize as Poseidon, establishing 2 temples in his honor. Cadmus' father was a son of this Poseidon, which would make Cadmus the grandson of the ocean god. Nearby there was an ancient grove which had never been profaned by the axe, and in its midst was a cave covered with a growth of bushes. Beneath it burst forth a fountain of purest water. In the cave lurked a serpent with a crested head and scales glittering like gold. His eyes shined like fire, his body was swollen with venom. He vibrated a triple tongue, and showed a triple row of teeth. No sooner had Cadmus' men dipped their pitchers in the fountain, and the ingushing waters made a sound, than the glittering serpent raised its head out of the cave and uttered a fearful hiss. The vessels fell from the man's hands. The blood left their cheeks, and they trembled in every limb. The serpent, twisting its scaly body in a huge coil, raised its head, and while the men were frozen with terror and could neither fight nor fly, the serpent slew them all, some with his fangs, others in his folds, others with his poisonous breath. Cadmus, having waited for the return of his men till midday, went in search of them. He soon found their dead bodies and the serpent still with bloody jaws. Cadmus attacked the monster, hurling a stone against it. After a fierce battle before Cadmus slew the serpent, piercing it with his javelin. In a variation of the story, he smashes his head with a rock. While Cadmus stood over his conquered foe, a voice was heard. It was Athena, prophesying that he himself would eventually become a serpent, and commanding him to take the dragon's teeth and sow them in the earth. Cadmus obeyed, and 50 armed men, literally Spartai, sprang up like crops from the earth. Now 2 variations exist. Either Cadmus throws a stone into the middle of the throng, making the Spartai attack each other out of confusion, or they simply attack each other for no apparent reason. Anyhow, the 50 men fight and kill each other until only 5 remain. In one version, they cease battle when one of them says, "Brothers, let us live in peace," and throws away his weapons. The 5 remaining went under the names Thonius, Hyperenor, Udaeus, Pelorus, and Echion. They proceeded to help Cadmus build Thebes, and became the ancestors of the Theban people. The Spartai had a more supernatural side as well. In the legend of the War of the Seven against Thebes, the Theban seer Tiresias, who was said to have been a descendant of the Spartai Udaeus, summons the 5 Spartai from Hades using necromancy. The 5 Spartai now appearing as fearsome warrior ghosts, thirsting for blood. The story about Cadmus and the Spartai has, to my knowledge, never been given a complete and academic interpretation. The usual explanation is only partial, and was something like this. When Cadmus came to the future site of Thebes, a number of Pelasgian tribes, I lost my place here. Tribes had already lived there. Cadmus and his people were met with hostility when they arrived, and they were warred against, but the Pelasgian tribes fought each other as well, perhaps because something initiated by Cadmus, since he, in some versions of the myths, throws a rock into the throng of armed men, thus causing them to fight each other. and after a civil war between the tribes, they had changed their opinion and became friendly allies of Cadmus and his people. To solidify the friendship, Cadmus and his people subsequently adopted the Pelasgian Athena cult. This interpretation is probably correct. In one Greek myth, Pelasgus, the first man, at least the ancestor of all Pelasgians, is born from the teeth of Ophinius. It is also known that there were Pelasgian people living in the area where Cadmus lived, and these were worshipped in the form of Athena. However, this is a standard interpretation leaves a number of questions unanswered. Robert Temple proposed an extension of the standard interpretation by answering the questions: why 50 warriors? Why sowing of serpent's teeth? The Egyptian hieroglyph for tooth is also the hieroglyph for earth, and slightly tilted, it symbolizes the star Sirius. The hieroglyph for goddess also means serpent. The Greek word for growing from the earth was also used with the meaning rising of a constellation or star, i.e. stars were seen to grow from the earth as they rise above the horizon. It was the same expression. Hence, and because of more connections that needed to be cited, Temple conjecture that the Greeks inherited a poetic pun from the Egyptians, whereby the growing of a tooth in the earth is understood as a rising above the horizon of the star goddess Sirius. The tale about the ship Argo, with its 50 Argonauts and 50 oars from the island of Argos, also involves the sowing of serpent's teeth, resulting in armed men springing from the earth. Temple traced the Argonauts and their mythological web to the Dagon cult, the Oannes, and the associated fish lore and astrology, which were always 50 this and 50 that. Cadmus fits into all this. His father was king of Argos, his mother was called Argiope, and he was the grandson of Poseidon, and he had cultural ties to the geographic region of the Dagon and Oannes cults. Hence 50 Sparti is no riddle, it is instead just the number one would expect. Temple's ideas regarding the Dagon cult have been completely refuted, but this does not tarnish the interpretation of the myth of the 5 Sparti. There are two questions Temple's explanation does not answer, namely, why do they fight each other until only 5 are left? Why are the Sparti named as they are? The names Chthonius and Echion have a strikingly similarity to Chthoniae and Echnida, encountered in connection with the Pentamikos. Might there be a connection between the 5 Sparti and the Pentamikos that answers the questions? After all, Pherecydes is supposed to have based his Pentamikos doctrine on secret Phoenician books, brought to Greece by Phoenician immigrants. Echion means of the viper, and is derived from echinos, meaning sea urchin or viper. Oedus is derived from odos, meaning ground or earth's surface. Hyperenor means overbearing. The name Pelorus means mighty or monstrous. Chthonius is derived from thonon, meaning in or under the earth. Chthonius and Echion are identified with Chthoniae and Echnida. Can the remaining 3 be sorted out similarly? Oedus could be Typhon or Ophinius. Typhon was said to have been born from within the earth, as was Ophion. Typhon was identified with Python, and Python was supposed to lie rotting in a chasm in the earth beneath Delphi, its corpse giving off fumes from within the earth. Further, the man Pelasgus was born from the earth in a way similar to how the Sparti were born from the teeth of Ophion. In Graves' recreation of the myth, in the 5 Sparti were Pelasgians, so some connection to the Typhon Ophinius. Their names would almost be expected. The meaning of the name Pelorus, mighty or monstrous, could also be easily connected to a monster thrust into Tartaros, but meaning is too generally applicable for the connection to a specific dweller in Tartaros. Hyperenor, to conclude, could perhaps be connected to Uranom, which means far ruling or great rule. In the myth, Cadmus seems to have had a change of heart, had left his fish tradition for the local dark mother cult type Pelasgian worship. It is Athena's voice Cadmus hears, telling him to sow the teeth, prophesying that he will become a serpent. Cadmus moved from fish to serpent, and from 50 to 5. That is what the temple seems to have missed, because he has believed that there is only one thread of mythical tradition involved. I do not pretend to have proved that the 5 Sparti and their names were a code for the Pentamikos type of tradition adopted by Cadmus, but it is certainly a possibility. Again, Pharos cities was said to have been built on Phoenician accounts for his Pentamikos, and Cadmus was Phoenician. So the story might not involve any converting to the local belief of the Pelasgians. Cadmus might never leave his cultural context at all, or the story might be a blend of Phoenician and Pelasgian traditions, code for changing one tradition for another or not. I believe that the number 5 was not chosen at random and should be compared seriously to the Pentamikos doctrine. Apollodorus, who is one of the ancient sources responsible for preserving the story about Cadmus and the Sparti, clearly said himself that one of the sources were Pharos cities. However, the Pharos cities is today mostly considered to have been another Pharos cities than the author of the Pentamikos, though the last one scholar has recently argued for it being one and the same. If the two were one and the same man, then that would be a very strong reason for considering connections between the Sparti and the Pentamikos, and, in extension, connections between the Sparti and the Pythagorean pentagram. Cadmus helped Zeus in his fight against Typhon, and for that he became known as the savior of the world's harmony. To express this, he was, in myth, wedded to a woman named Harmonia. Pharos said that Cadmus presented Harmonia with a robe and necklace on their wedding day, according to Apollodorus. This is curious because one of the key elements described in the fragments described to Pentamikos is when Zos wraps Thonia in an embroidered robe, thereby creating to the Hypoteros dries or world tree. The stories parallel each other. It is also highly suggestive to remember the Pythagorean importance of harmony for creation as found in Philolosis and elsewhere. Later in the Theban myth, an ill-fortuned man named Alcmaeon, who is fighting Thebes, kills his own mother and is driven mad by the Erinyes. Pursued by the tormenting Erinyes, Alcmaeon then runs away to Arcadia and marries the king's daughter. The land becomes sterile because of Alcmaeon's presence. Seeking purification, Alcmaeon seeks out the river god Alcaeus, and then proceeds to marry his daughter, named Carahol. She then develops a yearning for the necklace and robe of Harmonia, and when Alcmaeon tries to steal the artifacts, he is killed. The name Carahol appears here too. Is it a reference to the same thing? I synthesized some of this in the chapter The Pythagorean Pentagram. I encourage the reader to return to this passage after reading through the later parts of the book. The 5 Sparti are connected to Athena in the story. Athena was much more than the daughter of Zeus. She was in fact none other than Medusa in disguise, or similar to her. Medusa is thought to be a continuance of the earlier goddess forms. For example, the serpentine statuettes of Crete. The mask of Medusa was worn by the goddess Artemis, as can be seen in surviving images. The mask of Medusa was also known as the mask of Hecate. The mask has wide penetrating eyes The mouth is deathly and looks devouring. The tongue is protruding like a snake's, and the face is surrounded by a halo of spiraling serpentine hair. Medusa began to be degraded in Greece in the 6th century BCE, when society grew more patriarchal and reflected in the pantheon. Apollo took over the oracle at Delphi. Athena was originally a Libyan goddess, who was then adopted by the Athenians as their goddess in the 7th century BC. Libyan Athena was called Gorgon, or Gorgopes, and her function as a death goddess. When the Athenians adopted Athenia, she was severed from her identification with the Gorgons. Athena's mother was Metis, the shapeshifter. Metis was raped and swallowed by Zeus. Metis' wisdom gave Zeus a terrible headache that ceased when Athena sprang forth full grown from his head. Originally, Metis was identified with Medusa. Athena was a new patriarchal of the earlier goddess of wisdom. Whether called Medusa, Hecate, or Metis, Athena betrayed her ancient lineage. In Aeschylus, Orestia, the writer has her saying, "It is my task to render final judgment here. There is no mother anywhere who gave me birth. I am always for the male with all my heart and strongly on my father's side. So in case where the wife has killed her husband, lord of the house, her death shall not mean most to me." To sever Athena from her mythological roots, the Athenians made Medusa no longer identify with Metis into the enemy of Athena. It was Athena that sent Perseus on his mission to slay Medusa and to bring back her head. With Athena's guidance, Perseus flew to Libya and found the 3 Gorgon sisters, killed Medusa, and brought back her head in triumph. Yet in Athena's character there can also be seen elements where her ancient lineage shines forth. For example, her sacred animal was the owl. The central detail and renderings of Athena is the head of Medusa mounted on Athena's shield, or the Gorgon ornaments on Athena's helmet. The earlier forms and functions of Athena were not wholly rooted out. In the story of the 5 Spartae, Cadmus calls Athena by her Phoenician name, Onga. Also the story of Cadmus is older than the Athenian patriarchal Athena. So the Athena in the story is definitely the older, darker Athena. Just going to get some water real quick. Oh, we're getting close there. We're almost 2/3 of the way through now. Chapter 13, the Dactyls. In standard Greek theogony, as put forth by Hesiod's theogony, Zeus was the son of Rhea and Kronos, with a C-H-R, spelled C-H-R-O-N-O-S, Kronos. And this is not the Saturnian Kronos with a K. Kronos with a CH. It almost sounds like Corazon or Karanzon or Kronos Zone, which, according to the Scorpion God by Mark Allen Smith, is actually one of the primeval names of Belial. The ancient Atlantean priests would call Belial Choronzon or Kozar for short. So Kronos, Chronos, Kronos Zone, and the Saturnian Kronos with a K are two completely different entities. Moving forward now. Rhea and Kronos. For this reason, Rhea was called the Mother of the Gods, or the Great Mother. Rhea was oftentimes identified with Gaia. Rhea had, unlike most other titans, many Greek cult centers and was always venerated with respect. The cult of Rhea was not native to Greece. It had spread to the Greek islands from Phrygia, Asia Minor. In Phrygia, Rhea was worshipped. Drank too much water fast. Was worshipped as Rhea Cybele, or Meter Ordia. Rhea Cybele means she of the flowing hair, and Meter Ordia means mountain mother. The hair of the goddess is a universal symbol for the threads of life, compared with the threads of destiny cut and woven by the Moirai, who are the same thing as the Moirs in Hecatian occultism there. Rhea was the goddess of the earth and of ever-flowing nature. The foremost Greek center of the cult of Rhea was the island of Samothrace, a rocky and mountainous volcanic island off the Thracian coast, not far from the coast of Asia Minor. The volcanic island was colonized first by the Pelasgians and later also by the Phoenicians. Not far away is the island of Lemnos, where Hephaestus, god of fire and smiths, was said to have landed when ejected from Olympus, and where most tablets of Pelasgian writing have been found. The island Samothrace was one of the regions associated most with the Orphic mysteries. This is an important detail I shall return to later in this chapter. Hesiod explains that Kronos feared that his rule will be overthrown by one of Rhea's sons, and that Rhea knew of this and, fearing for her child, fled shrouded in dead night to Crete and hid in a cave. According to one tradition, the Cretan cave in question was a cave in Cretan mountain, Mount Ida. This mountain had the same name as the Mount Ida in Phrygia, and both were sacred to the Great Mother. Rhea fled from Kronos to Crete and awaited her delivery on Mount Ida. When the due time came and the birth pangs began her torments, she supported herself with both hands on the soil. When she did this, a number of spirits called the Dactyloi, or anglicized the dactyls, were born from the mountain. The dactyls literally means the fingers. These beings subsequently assisted at the birth of Zeus and tutored the infant in their cave. The Deriveni Papyrus and other texts identify this cave where Zeus spent his infancy with the cave of the Mother Night. The Greeks identified the dactyls, also called the Idaean dactyls, with the Phrygian Corybantes and the Cabiri of Samothrace, and sometimes also with the Telchines of Rhodes and the Cortes. The key to understanding these identifications is that something with the names referred to mythical divinities while at other times referring to initiates and mystery cults associated with the great goddess. For example, it was said that the Kyberi were the dactyls from Phrygia, who had come westwards from Phrygia, and whose magical practices had made the inhabitants of Samothrace the first converts to their secret cult. The name Kyberi, which was probably Palestinian, suggests the Hebrew kabar, which means sorcerer. The daemons in the retinue of the great goddess were considered to have been the discoverers of metallurgy, to have brought rhythm and music to the world, to have been magicians, as well as exorcists and healers. Some even considered them the leaders of the Morai, and they were depicted sexually well endowed, just as statues of Hermes, and just as the statues of Magnesia. Their mystery cult was in both Samothrace and Crete, inseparably connected with the Orphic mysteries. Some held that Orpheus had actually been a pupil of Kyberi and Samothrace, and others said that he was initiated in the cult of the Idaean dactyls. Pythagoreans had close ties to Orphism, hence the account Orpheus got his wisdom from the dactyls links Pythagoreanism and the dactyls. There are, however, more direct connections. One biographer is that Pythagoras, early in his life, went to Crete to found the purest seat of the Orphic doctrine and to receive initiation into the mysteries of the dactyls. There, Pythagoras was ritually purified with a thunderbolt, after which he lay face down in the seashore all night covered in black lamb's wool. Then he spent 3 times 9 hollow days and nights in the Idaean cave, i.e. the cave of the dactyls, after which he fully emerged from his initiation. This was not just some minor initiation, no. This experience was what transformed Pythagoras from a mortal into a demigod. Apart from being an actual Cretan cave, the cave of the dactyls was a magical cave of initiation, the very cave in the depths of Tartaros where Zeus had been born, a catharsis by living flame. Thunderbolt was a prerequisite for initiation possible in this cave. I shall soon dwell more deeply on the magical nature of the cave of the dactyls. The dactyls were, for example, by Clement of Alexandria, identified as the inventors of the Ephesian letters. The Ephesian letters were not from the city of Ephesus. The Ephesian letters were not from the city of Ephesus, nor was their use exclusive to that city and region, but for some reason they acquired the name Ephesian. These were not letters in the sense of constituting an alphabet, but were a language of words. In later times they were called voces magicae, magical utterings, and they appear in numerous ancient magical scripts. The origins of the Ephesian letters remain obscure, but in some cases they have been identified as Greek translations of Egyptian, Hebrew, and Aramaic words. Regardless of their individual origins, the fact that the numerous words reappear time and time again in sources of varied provenance clearly demonstrates how such knowledge was passed from one practitioner to the next, and from one culture to another, to become almost international language of ritual power. Clement of Alexandria wrote, Androcydes, the Pythagorean, indeed says that the so-called Ephesian letters, which were well known among many, were of the order of symbols. And he said that Askion is darkness, for this has no shadow, and Kataskion is light, since it casts a shadow with its rays, and Lix is the earth, according to the ancient name. Tetrax is the year, according to the seasons. Damamenus is the sun, the tamer, and Asia is the true word. The above quote contains examples of Ephesian letters and their meanings. There existed many more Ephesian letters than those mentioned in the quote. Note that the source of this information in quote above was Pythagorean. The Ephesian letters were used in invocations and protective spells, to bless couples getting married, to exorcise demons, and to curse one's enemies. These magical words of power were, as said, invented by the dactyls, according to one tradition. In line with the names of the dactyls were themselves turned into Ephesian letters, or voces magicae. Plutarch said that it is true that those who have got by heart the names of the Idaean dactyls use them as charms against terrors, repeating each name with calm assurance. One especially interesting case of where both Ephesian letters and the dactyls appear is in a Hellenic papyrus describing a magical charm or incantation of the kate, in which is classified in academic circles as the PGM. It clarifies the magical nature of the cave of the dactyls. One charm of the PGM, LXX reads, Charm of the kate Erishkagal against fear of punishment. If he comes forth, say to him, I am Erishkagal, the one holding her thumbs, and not even one evil can befall her. If, however, he comes close to you, take hold of your right heel and recite the following, Erishkagal, virgin, bitch, serpent, wreath, key, caduceus, golden sandal of the lady of Tartaros, and you will avert him. It continues with, though this seems to be another spell, Aski kataski, Eron Orion, Ero Meir Semnor Baali, 3 times. Phobantia Semni, I have been initiated, and I went down into the underground chamber of the dactyls, and I saw the other things down below, virgin, bitch, and all the rest. Say it at the crossroads, and turn around and flee, because it is at those places that she appears. Say it late at night, about what you wish, and it will reveal it in your sleep. And if you are led away to death, say these things while scattering seeds of sesame, and it will save you. The untranslated words are Ephesian letters. Androcides, the Pythagorean, divulged the meaning of some of them in the quote earlier. Aski katashki are probably forms of the words askion and kataskion, which were mentioned by Androcides, see above. Phobiantia, another word of the Ephesian letters above the spell, is probably a word related to phobia. This is not the only surviving fragment mentioning a kate or the dactyls, or using Ephesian letters, or speaking of the underworld. I chose to include this particular fragment because it includes and connects all those elements in a very Latin way in one single short papyrus. The connections exist elsewhere as well. Hecate was a 3-headed goddess of witchcraft, crossroads, owls, the underworld. She was called the Lady of Tartaros, night-wandering queen of the world below, and as a guardian of house and home, statues of her were erected at doorways. Another of her titles was Guardian of the Gates. The spell above identifies the underground chamber of the kate with the chamber of the dactyls, and states that this is where initiation takes place. It is thought that the parts of the spell relating to the dactyls derive from the ancient mystery called the Idaean dactyls. The chamber was commonly known as Crater, a subject covered already. In the play Medea by Euripides, the sorcerer Medea calls upon Hecate with the words, By the dread queen, who I revere before all others, and have chosen to share my task, by Hecate, who dwells within my innermost chamber, Nikos, not one of them shall wound my heart and rue it not. Note that she speaks of the heart. The Nikos, or crater, is also the inmost chamber. Medea is also known for her magic of rejuvenation, in which she immersed herself into the crater, and then in the form of a cup or vessel similar to a cauldron. Imagery of a bitch or dog, hellhound, is almost universally connected with the underworld. It is interesting, then, When one learns the verb root dark, the first syllable and dactyl in its infinitive form, dakin, means the bite and teeth of dogs. This refers to the etymological bridge between the chambers of the dactyls and the underworld of the dead. Another word similar to the word dactyls, also containing the syllable dak, is dactylos, which means ring-shaped, suggesting yet another connection. The ring or circle of justice, Zeus binding Aether, would be dactylos of the dactyls. Of course, almost anything can be proved by playing around with words, but I think that in this case speculation of the sort is justified. The Ephesian letters were deliberately constructed as such puns and double meanings. Also interesting is serpent, wreath, key, caduceus, golden sandal of the ruler of Tartaros, elements that smack of Hellenic Hermeticism and images of wisdom and initiation. A bronze or gold sandal as a sign of Hecate's approval of the searching sorcerer or shaman also appears in the Orphic myths and hymns, and has been mentioned in an earlier chapter in connection with Empedocles. In Latin times, the dactyls were called the penates, the inner ones, and were worshipped as guardian spirits or household layers. They were intimately connected with the cult of Vestra, the goddess of the hearth fire. Vestra was the Latin form of the Greek Hestia, the goddess of the hearth in the center of the house, who had a sacred place in every Athenian home. The dactyls were not, according to my knowledge, associated with Hestia explicitly, but esoterically the connection might be valid. It would mean an equation with Hestia's hearth fire, with the fire of the esoteric forge of the blacksmith dactyls. Hestia is known to be related to Hecate, and Hecate is related to the dactyls. In Hesiod, Hestia tends the holy house of the Lord Apollo. Hers is the perpetual flame. To the Greeks, Hestia was another name of saying Osia. The H was omitted, which means being or beingness, and perhaps also a saying Osia, meaning flow. The name Rhea means flow. In Plato's dialogue, Cratylus, we find this stated explicitly. What we in Attic call Osia, being, for example, some call it Essia and others Osia, motion. First, then, it is reasonable, according to the second of the name, to call the being or essence Osia of things Hestia. Besides, we find ourselves to say what partakes of being, Istin, so being is also correctly called Hestia for this reason. We even seem to have called being Essia in ancient times, and if one has sacrifices in mind, one will realize that the name-givers themselves understood matters in this way, for anyone who called the being or essence of all things Essia would naturally sacrifice to Hestia before all other gods. On the other hand, those who use the term Osia seem to agree with Heraclitus' doctrine that the things that are all flowing, and that nothing stands fast, for the cause and originator of them is then the pusher Othon, and so is well named Osia. Hestia is the same idea as the inmost chamber of Hecate in the Orphic hymn to Hestia. The seat containing the unwearied flame, in sacred rites these ministries are thine. Mystics much blessed, holy and divine, in thee the gods have fixed place, strong, stable, basis of mortal race. Eternal, much formed and ever florid queen, laughing and blessed, lovely and mine, accept these rites, accord each desire, and gentle health and needful good inspire. Note that Hestia inspires gentle health in this poem. The English word essence derives etymologically from the Greek ousia es, which means is in French, derived from the Latin esse, and the Latin derives from the Greek. What is believed to be the only authentic fragment of Philolaus' account of cosmogony states that the first thing to be harmonized, the one is the hearth fire, with Hestia the beginning. Philolaus speaks of it as the hearth of the world, the house of Zeus, mother of gods, altar, bond, and measure of nature. Note that the title Mother of Gods was usually excessively reserved for Rhea. Philolaus was certainly conscious of this. This quote makes it natural to identify Hestia's hearth with the secret fires in the cave of the Dactyls, the cave where Rhea birthed Zeus. Hestia was esoterically identified with Hecate, at least as early Hellenic Egypt, for in spells from the time Hecate is spoken of as being the core of Tartaros and having a burning hearth fire. In those spells, Hecate is called upon as mother of gods and men and nature, mother of all things. Beginning and end are you, and you alone rule all. For things are from you, and in you do all things, eternal one, come to their end. Not only is the hearth fire explicit in these spells, now as Hecate's property, but the idea of Hestia being Osion becoming Osia is also clearly implicit. The idea that is beginning to dawn on us is that esoterically and magically, the cave of the Dactyls, the chamber of Hecate, the hearth of Hestia, and the Orphic initiatory crater in Tartaros are all facets of the same thing. What is more, most ancient commentators counted the 5 Idaean dactyls, and the Pythagoras was initiated into their cult. One may conjecture that the pentagram was devised as a symbol of the 5 dactyls. Pausanias, not the same as Empedocles' disciples, said that dactyls were worshipped under the names Heracles, Aeonius, Epimedes, Jazius, or Hasius, I don't know if the J is silent, and Iadas, or Aces Idas. Readers will identify those as heroes in Greek mythological tales. The dactylic heroes are far removed from these tales and much older. The Pausanians also said the dactyls came to Elis from Crete, and there were found the Olympic Games. Hero worship was at the root of Greek religion, and these hero cults were considered especially connected to colonization. A plethora of cultic evidence here in Elis and Acadia makes it hard to dismiss Heracles, the Idaean dactyl, as a late derivationist fabrication. One is also reminded of the Pythagorean entanglement with the Olympics. There is also clear evidence that Heracles was a figure of major importance in the 5th century BC Pythagoreans. The dactyls means literally the fingers. Behind the names of the dactyls as given by Pausanias are hidden the 5 fingers and their associations. This is somewhat speculative, and it might have been a little too far-fetched were it not for the puzzling meaning of the word dactyls. The thumb was used by the Greeks and Romans for their seal rings, usually made of iron. These were worn as prophylactic charms to maintain virility. The thumb was considered phallic in nature, but not phallic active. The thumb was like a stable, set base and ground. In chiromancy, or palmistry, the art of divination, reading the hands, which is late classical in origin, the thumb is allotted to Venus, regarded as phallic and associated with increase. The forefinger on the index finger is used in accusations and judgments, but is also considered good luck and was used in salutations. In Spanish, it is still called salutaris. It is still used to point out it reveals the both good and bad in what it is. In medieval times, it was considered the most magical finger, and medieval Christians especially feared the pointing of a witch's index finger. Children are still taught that it is rude to point, and that a woman's characteristic scolding and gesture brandishes the index finger like a weapon. In chiromancy, it is allotted to Jupiter and is associated with fortunate guidance. The middle finger, historically known as the fool's finger, or the digitus impudicus, has many meanings. First of all, it is known as obscene. It is the finger we raise when we signal "fuck you." The associating with sex and obscenities dates at least back to the Romans, whom in palmistry assigned it to Saturn, the fool of Saturnalia. At the same time, this finger is connected to the fool, though its connection is not so much alive today in a positive sense. The one who is true and dies can only be resurrected. The middle finger was associated with the devil by Christian authorities, who referred to it as digitus infames, the vile finger. The vile finger. When one tortures, ask the accused which finger they raised to take the devil's oath. Only the right answer they would accept was the middle finger. The ring, or physic or leech finger, was a finger commonly used for wedding rings, a practice dating back into Greek times. It was then believed that an artery runs directly from this finger to the heart. The ancient physicians for whom this finger derived its name, the physic finger, used to mix their medicaments with potions on it, and on the theory that no poison can adhere to its extreme tip without communicating itself directly to the heart, via this magical artery. This connection with the heart and health was probably based on some mystical idea and not anatomical in nature. Roman palmists allotted the finger, physic finger, to Apollo, and by that time little more than the patron of physicians. The little finger, also known as the ear finger, or the auricular finger, which is your pinky, by the way, primarily has connections to inspiration and prophecy. In France, there is a saying about when someone has gotten information from a strange source, it says, "His little finger told it to him." The earliest sense of auricular is secretly whispered in the ear. This is obviously related to the universal man habit of using the pinky finger to clean out a clogged ear. Palmistry connected the little finger to Mercury, his function as a conductor of the souls of the dead. I propose the 5 dactyls are to be identified with the 5 fingers as follows. Heracles is the thumb, not only because his nature fits. Pausanias also said he was the eldest among them, and the thumb is the primarily by poetic reasoning. Paeonius translates as a deliverer from evil, is the lucky forefinger. Epitomes, meaning he who thinks too late or smiling, is the middle or fool's finger. Jasius, meaning healer, is the psychic or ring finger, and Idas, he of Mount Ida, Rhea's seat, is the oracular little pinky finger. The syllable Achis means that he averts evil. The names fit very well with the connotations of the fingers. The dactyls must have been connected with the human fingers in some way. A dactyls literally means the fingers, and both the dactyls and the human fingers are 5 in number. They must be connected. The way to connect them proposed above seems to be the most reasonable. I will discuss this in the following chapter, the Pythagorean pentagram. In some sources, the names of the dactyls are given differently than in Pausanias' description. But in those cases, the authors are giving names often to admit that they are at a loss for understanding what they are referring to. Strabo, for example, commented that Sophocles thinks that the first male dactyloi were 5 in number, who were the first to discover and work iron, as well as many other things that were useful for purposes in life. I'm going to interject here. This makes so much fucking sense. Working with iron, like, why do you work with iron? You use your fingers, you use your hands. This is all talking about using your fucking hands, you know, making shit with your hands, making iron, blacksmithing. You need fingers to do that shit. No other animal on Earth has fingers like this. Not even the monkeys have. I think only like chimps have like posable thumbs, but they're nowhere near as good as like human thumbs. So like not even the other animals have human hands. So this is very fucking critical, very fucking deep right here. Sophocles thinks that the 5 in number work, who were the first to discover and work iron as well as many other things that were useful for the purpose of life, and that their sisters were 5 in number, and they were called the daclyloi from their number. But different writers tell them this in different ways, joining them difficulty to difficulty, and both the names and numbers they are different. And the name of one of them Calmus, and the other Damnamius, and Heracles to Achaemon. Even so, the other names are probably not wrong, but either they are names of human dactyls, initiates of the cult of the dactyls, or they are alternative titles for the beings described by the Pausanians. Damnamius, for example, was an earlier quote containing Androcytes' explanations, said to have been an Ephesian letter meaning the sun. The 5 dactyls were healers and magicians, and their names were used as the Ephesian letters as charms against evil. Pythagoras was initiated into the mysteries of their cave, which is the underground chamber of Hecate, the core and heart of the cosmos. It is very appealing to conjecture that the Pythagorean pentagram was somehow styled as a symbol of this. I will, in the chapter The Pythagorean Pentagram, do this, but also relate to the dactyls of the Pentamikos and the Sparti. I end by remarking on a curious detail. Heracles was trained by the centaur Chiron, as were many other Greek heroes, and Chiron was just like the dactyls, said to have been born before Zeus rose to power. He is also considered the first physician. He was actually a teacher of the god Asclepios, and the first to understand the uses of herbs. Now Chiron is the Greek word for hand, and something scholars agree on is rather puzzling. The fingers, Heracles and the heroes, are trained and tutored by the hand? That could explain it. The last pagan emperor of Rome, Julian the Apostate, extolled the Hellenes in his partially surviving book against the Christians as, of the tens of thousands who have the wisdom of Chiron, for it is from him that they have derived their initiation into the mysteries of nature and the knowledge of the divine things, so that in comparison the Hebrews seem to only give themselves airs about their own attainments. Connect this to what was said about Hestia, or the hearth of Hecate. Then the 5 dactyls seem like guiding and pushing spirit daimos, acting under or together as the teacher of Chiron. Chiron was the most famed out of all Greek mythical teachers, a demigod who began his career as divine king of the Pelasgians of Magnesia in the early Bronze Age. In his nature as half beast, half man, he is a figure that says knowledge and wisdom is through nature, in sharp contrast to the Christian beliefs Emperor Julian loathed so much. Chapter 14, the Dodecahedron. Most of the factual content surrounding the dodecahedron has already appeared in this book. It might be useful to skim the earlier chapters about Philolaus and Plato again before reading this. What is left to give an interpretation is essential to this chapter to connect this interpretation to the pentagram. So, instead of doing that, and going all the way back and rereading for you, I'm just going to summarize on those 2 guys for you real quick. So in the I don't know if you were paying attention, but in context to all this, we're talking about the Philolaus, talking about the Perion and the Aperion, talking about and I also commented about like seeing fucking Mandelbrot sets and like other fractals and shit in sunflowers and like spirals to infinity within creation, within like nature and shit, shit that you'd see on an acid trip or whatever like that. And the Platonic solids, the theory is that point A to point B, one line, that's one dimension, okay? A square, like a 2D plane, that's a 2D plane. Or a simple triangle is a 2D plane. But you triangulate that triangle and you create a tetrahedron, which is a pyramid. So the pyramid is one of the Platonic solids. The cube, or a six-sided figure with squares for faces, that is one of the Platonic solids. The dodecahedron, 10-sided figure with pentagrams for faces, as another Platonic solid. And basically the theory is that these are all the possible shapes that light, the possible solids that light can crystallize into, that light can only be one of these 5 or 10 Platonic solids. There can't be any more, than the Platonic. There can't be any more. These are all the possible solids, possible like shapes, 3D shapes for physical light, for physical matter. Okay, continuing on. The geometrical construction of the dodecahedron was known to Hippasos, but probably not invented by him. The dodecahedron contains irrational numbers, including the golden mean, and either for divulging the construction of the dodecahedron or for divulging the nature of irrational numbers, or both, Hippasos was excluded from the Pythagorean Brotherhood, and some say even killed. Later in history, the dodecahedron appears new in a context influenced by Pythagoreanism, namely Plato's Timaeus. Below is a picture of the dodecahedron. It is a solid with 12 angular pentagons and faces. The Timaeus Plato describes the generation of 4 or 5 so-called Platonic solids. The fifth, the dodecahedron. Oh, and one thing to interject here. Another thing I forgot to add in was the sphere, which represents the void. And the reason why we use a sphere for the void in Pythagoreanism is because a circle has an infinite number of sides on it. So does a sphere have an infinite or an uncountable number of faces. So, in essence, the sphere would be one of the Platonic solids. You'd have the sphere, the tetrahedron, the cube, and the dodecahedron. And that's it. There might be another Platonic solid I forgot, but by and large, those are your Platonic solids. Continuing on. Fifth, the dodecahedron was only implicitly contained. The geometrical generation of the first 4 bodies is done with triangles as the basic constituents and building blocks. The reason for this, the nature of triangles used, is explained by Plato. Now, everything that has a bodily form also has depth. Depth, moreover, is of necessity comprehended within surface, and as any surface, bounded by straight lines composed of triangles. Every triangle, moreover, derives from 2 triangles, One, the isosceles right-angled triangle, has at each other's two vertices an equal part of a right triangle determined by its division by equal sides, while the other, the scalene right-angled triangle, has equal parts of a right triangle as its other two vertices determined by the division of the right angle in equal sides. This, then, we presume to be the originating principle of fire and the other bodies, as we pursue our likely account in terms of necessity. Principles yet more ultimate than these are known only to the god, and to any man he may hold dear. To the left and the right below is an isosceles right-angled triangle and a scalene right-angled triangle, respectively. A right isosceles triangle is half of a square, and a right scalene triangle is half of a rectangle. The legs of an isosceles triangle are equal. The legs of a scalene triangle can form any ratio except in the 1-to-1 ratio, in which case the triangle would be isosceles. Any triangle, not necessarily the one right angle, can be decomposed into a right isosceles and the right scalene triangles. Shortly after the above quote, Plato recognizes that of the two right-angled triangles, the isosceles has but one nature, while the scalene has infinitely many. Any ratio between the legs is allowed. Now, we have to select the most excellent one from among the infinitely many if we are to get a proper start. So if anyone can say he has picked out another one that is more excellent for the construction of these bodies, his victory will be that of a friend, not an enemy. Of the many scalene right-angled triangles, then, we posit as the most excellent, surpassing the others, that one form or pair of which is equilateral triangle is constructed as a third figure. Why is this so too long of a story to tell now? But if anyone puts this claim to the test and discovers that this isn't so, his be the prize with our congratulations. The kind of scalene triangle singled out by Plato is one of the most excellent, determined by the side ratios of 1, the square root of 3 to 2. Let us review our situation. Plato is committing the reader to a likely account of emanation, built upon analogy with geometrical proportion, in which the elemental bodies are generated from two previously defined triangles, deemed the two most excellent available. The thing of note here, the curious thing, are Plato's words about the man God holds dear, that know of principles yet more ultimate than the ones divulged by Plato, the discovery of which is the victory of a friend. With Plato's congratulations, after Plato at length describes precisely how to generate the four solids from his posited building blocks, the two basic and most excellent triangles, how this is done is not important for our investigation, and I will omit the details. After the long description of how to construct the four solids using Plato's two basic triangles, comes one single sentence adding that one other construction of fifth still remained, and it is the one God used for the whole universe, embroidering figures on it. The only body this can possibly refer to, as there are only 5 regular polyhedra that can be made in Euclidean space, is a dodecahedron. However, it is a mathematical fact that unlike the 4 other regular polyhedra, the dodecahedron cannot be generated out of 2 triangles as posited by Plato. But Plato never openly admits this. If one remembers the implications planted by Plato, it is clear that the dodecahedron contains principles more ultimate than other bodies, principles known only to the man God holds dear. For some reason, Plato chooses to treat the inner geometries of dodecahedron as something not to be divulged. The dodecahedron clearly holds a special place. Plato says the dodecahedron is the symbol of the universe, and the animals embroidered on it must be understood as the zodiac. Inferring the philosophical content of this seems the figure to represent the limits of space, in which Platonism is the same as saying the limits of our sense perception, aesthesis. The dodecahedron binds that which we can know about. The four elements are generated out of the receptacle, in which seems to be some sort of protospace, and after that they have been granted and ordered, spaces become ordered aether, in which the other elements exist, represented by the dodecahedron. Everything that does so within the confines of the dodecahedron. In the Phaedo, Plato also implies the dodecahedron, and there too, in an obscure and implicit way, instead of naming it, he talks about a ball of 12 pieces in what the world looks like as seen from above. If we assume that Plato is consistent, this cannot properly refer to the literal earth, but earth must in this context mean the place of human dwelling, the cosmos. The dodecahedron is littered with craters that permeate the whole as a respiratory system, and ultimately tunnel down into the infinite chasm of Tartaros. Human existence is locked inside the dodecahedron as if locked within a prison. Within the prison, the humans are presented only with a deception and wander around in a daze of forgetfulness. Bertrand Russell summoned up what he dared declare on the subject of the Pythagorean pentagram. The pentagram has always been prominent in magic and apparently owes this position to the Pythagoreans, who called it health and used it as a symbol of recognition of members of the brotherhood. It seems it owed its properties to the fact that the dodecahedron, a 12-sided, three-dimensional figure, has pentagons for its faces and is, in some sense, a symbol of the universe. The topic is attractive, but it is difficult to ascertain much that is definite about it. Russell's quote aptly sums up what established scholars feel entitled to say on the subject. I think we can say a little bit more if we just carefully look at what we already know. First, the dodecahedron represents the confines or borders, para, of existence, yet it also contains the infinite Tartaros aperiata. There are two ways connecting Pythagorean pentagram of the dodecahedron. Either we see the pentagram as secretly contained in every pentagonal face of the dodecahedron, or we see each pentagonal face as secretly being the center of the pentagram. If the pentagram is taken to be contained inside the pentagon, dodecahedron, then it would be natural to regard the pentagram as a symbol of the ever-changing existence infused with the breath of Tartaros. It would represent healthy existence within the dodecahedron. If the pentagram is seen as enclosing the pentagon, dodecahedron, it would most naturally represent the unchanging, infinite, outside the dodecahedron where the forms, the true, the remembrance are. These two attributions would perhaps appear quite different, but they are not mutually exclusive. Chapter 15. The Pythagorean Pentagram. There are no plain statements about the Pythagorean pentagram from antiquity that can be quoted. To do a reconstruction, one must rely on tying together the many different threads. Pythagoras was intimately linked to Pherecydes, who was associated with the Pentamikos doctrine, was initiated into the mysteries of 5 dactyls, and he as his followers were generally associated with Hecate, Persephone, and Tartaros. Hence it would seem very likely that the Pythagorean pentagram symbolized in some way the underground chamber at the core of these doctrines, and that it was related through the dodecahedron to the confines of existence. My initial hypothesis for what the pentagram meant is that it was a symbol of the Pentamikos doctrine, an esoteric map of Pherecydes' cosmos, similar to the Babylonian cosmic map at the end of the chapter of Pentamikos. Now, before I continue on here, I want to drop a nugget for all you who are watching this. This completely fucking lines up with what Uncle Bearheart said about why banishments work and why when you draw the pentagram you can banish any entity, whether it's like a spirit, a ghost, a demon, or whatever like that, or or even a trans-Plutonian fucking thing, anything that's being a dick that doesn't have a physical body that's fucking pestering you. You can draw the pentagram and you're gonna banish them to any like random point, any point within the dodecahedron. That's why banishments work, because it has to do with the dodecahedron and the Pythagorean pentagram. Now the link for that video will also be in the description. Continuing on, I shall assume that the pentagram was drawn with one point down because based on the evidence of ancient Greek coins, that was the preferred way. Each of the 5 triangles or vertices represent one of the 5 recesses of the Pentamikos. Central pentagon represents the human dwelling in analogy with the Babylonian cosmic map. The geometry of the pentagon is a 2-dimensional analog of the dodecahedron. We know that the dodecahedron had an esoteric significance of the borders parata of existence, and that fits perfectly. The 5 recesses are outside of the borders in Tartaros or Okeanos. We know that Pherecydes encoded the esoteric revelations, riddles about the soul, and that some of these teachings were expressed as the in and outflow of water, air, and fire from Tartaros, in a style very similar to the cosmic respiratory system described by Plato in the dialogues the Phaedo and the Timaeus. The pentagram would have been a symbol of health, ougia, in the sense that it described these processes as locking to harmonia, into a proper measure and relation. The above forms the core of my hypothesis for what the Pythagorean pentagram signified. I think it is possible to ascribe more specific meanings to the pentagram, e.g. by relating the above to the 5 dactyls. However, before pushing the interpretation hypothesis further, I want to comment on the most common layman explanation of what the Pythagorean pentagram meant. This is a suggestion that the pentagram symbolized the 5 elements, or the 4 material elements plus spirit, 4 elements plus quintessence, or 4 elements plus idea, Platonic. The word ougia is claimed to be a code like this: ou, udor, or hydor, Greek for water; G or Gaia, Greek for earth; I, idea, Greek for idea; E or A as a compound of diphthong Helios or Helios, Greek for the sun and the warmth of the sun, taken as a stand-in for fire; A, air, Greek for air. Renaissance writers made this connection. Earlier than the connection between the pentagram and the elements has no support. Besides suffering from a complete lack of early evidence, the interpretation is anachronistic and fits poorly with what we know of Pythagorean doctrine. The elemental theory, it requires Aristotelian rather than Empedoclean. There is little suggesting the elemental theory was so crucial in the Pythagoreanism that the brethren would hail each other by invoking the elements. However, The Aristotelian or Hippocratic elemental thinking was typical in medieval writers, so for them to invent an elemental connection for the pentagram would be very likely. The elemental occasions might have existed before or on the beginning of the Common Era, but to think that was the arcanum of the pentagram would appear unsatisfactory. I argue that if the elements were connected to the pentagram by later Pythagoreans, it would have been a subordinate correspondence to the elements would have linked to something else, something that invested the pentagram with its real meaning, seen as the pentamikos. The following quote shows the anachronism of the elemental attribution, but it also shows how the elements would have been connected to pentamikos doctrine. Kronos made out of his own seed fire and wind and water, from which, when they were dispersed in the 5 recesses, were composed numerous other offspring. Compare this with the already related fact that Pherecydes spoke in riddles that related the seed and the outflow of the waters in Tartaros. Many scholars think that after Damascius, the commentator of Pherecydes responsible for the above quote, added the elements of Pherecydes' account, i.e., that they were part of Pherecydes' original doctrine. Even if Damascius did not introduce something anachronistic and new to Pherecydes, the quote mentions only 3 basic elements. Similarly, Empedocles counted 4 basic elements. I argue that the Pythagorean pentagram doctrine was not based on the elements, but that these might very well have been incorporated at some stage. The pentamikos would have taken on a new aspect at this stage, as to which burst the elements and orders them into the cosmos. Plato spoke similarly of the crater in his Timaeus, writing that he, Cosmocrator, turned again to the mixing bowl crater he had used before, the one in which he had blended and mixed the soul of the universe. He began to pour into what remained of the previous ingredients, elements, and to mix them in somewhat the same way. The above happens early in Plato's creation account in the Timaeus. I identify this process as the same as the quote from Damascius. When Damascius spoke of the elements being placed in the 5 recesses, the pentamikos, I also want to suggest another decoding of the word ougia other than a code for the elements. A word contains 4 of 5 Greek vowels. The poet Simonides, 556 to 468 BC, distinguished between long and short vowels and added an extra e, eta, an extra o, omega, making 7 vowels. The distinction was then adopted and as a standard in Athens in 403 BC. Before this, there were only 5 vowels, and after this, the introduction of the 2 extra vowels. The 5 original vowels were still the most important ones. The Pelasgian alphabet also, though not completely decoded and reconstructed, is thought to have had 5 vowels. The letter E, epsilon, was a diphthong when coupled with the letter I, iota, making the sound aya. And replacing G with an O, the word ougia then reads ouioia, woia, the 5 vowels. So, I'm going to interject right here. You went to school, you heard the 5 vowel sounds in music class, A, E, I, O, U. Well, oia is just that backwards. A, E, I, O, U, U, O, I, E, A. Same thing. Continuing on. The vowel sounds have no end, just as the irrational alogon numbers can be thought to have no end. There is a description of Greek priests in Alexandria who sung using only vowels. In myth, the 5 vowels were the invention of the Fates. A special sacred importance of the 5 vowels is well attested in Greek language, and was probably due to their natural association with the breath and thus the soul. This is not only true for Greek language. For example, the divine nature of the name Yahweh, J-H-V-H, Jehovah, lies in what is between the consonants, in the vowels that no one is supposed to know how to pronounce. To associate the pentagram with the 5 vowels would fit in neatly with the original thesis about the infinite infused. If the ancient Pythagoreans did use the word ougia as a code of sorts, then I find the veiled 5 vowels proposal as likely as the elemental decoding. Or perhaps both codes are valid. Layers of meaning would not be alien to exoteric groups such as the Pythagoreans. In fact, layers of coding would be expected. The pentagram is, in mathematical sense, the most beautiful two-dimensional creation there is. Every line of the figure is proportional to another as the golden mean of proportion. The golden ratio is in every line, every angle of the pentagram. Pythagoras' wife, Theano, was credited with a treatise on the subject of the golden mean. It is obvious that Pythagoreans knew about the golden proportions hidden in the pentagram, though not clear to what extent they exalted its importance. The golden mean expresses harmony, something we know busied the Pythagoreans. The theory of proportion was, not only for the Pythagoreans, a matter of universal application. The Greek word for proportion is logos, to keep a sense of proportion and have wholeness of mind and parts of this cultural heritage. The golden mean in the pentagram could well be at least part of the explanation as to why the Pythagoreans linked health or soundness with the pentagram. The golden mean is an irrational number, back then called a logon, not of the logos, and, as has been seen, the circle of Pythagoreans around Philolaus associated irrational numbers with the apeiron, or void. The irrational numbers are to numbers what the vowels are to language. The vowels fill the void between the consonants, in analogy of how the irrational numbers fill the void between the rationals. My proposed layers of meaning blend seamlessly. The core of my interpretation hypothesis so far is that the pentagram represent the pentamikos, the 5 triangles represent the 5 mikoi of Tartaros, and the pentagram describes the proper harmony of the breathing of the soul, and the forces of Tartaros locked in the proper place, thereby signifying health, ougia, in an esoteric way. To further this interpretation, we would like to get a more explicit idea of what these proper relations were. It is natural to assume that each of the 5 recesses, 5 triangles or vertices, represent a specific mystery. To explain this might have been understood, I turn to the 5 dactyls and try to connect them to my hypothesis. We know the 5 names render which the dactyls were worshipped, and that those 5 names probably related to the 5 human fingers in the following way: thumb, Heracles, index finger, Paeonius, middle finger, Epimenides, ring finger, Josias, little finger, Iodas. Oh, I can't seem to turn the page here. If the pentagram vertices are identified with the 5 human fingertips, then the above correspondences render an individual significance to the vertices of the pentagram. To do this, we must choose how to identify the vertices of the fingers. As an initial step, we decide upon if the above correspondences between the human fingers and the dactyls refers to the fingers on the left or right hand. Without hesitation, I would say the left hand. Aristotle said that the Pythagoreans associated with left with darkness. Some in the ancient world thought that there were 10 dactyls, 5 of each from the All-Mother Rhea's 2 hands. Those of which of the right hand were blacksmith, and those of the left hands were magicians, Goates. Left is always the magical, dark, sinister. Sinistrum means left in Latin, female, passive, and cunning. And I'm going to interject here and say that sinistra is also from the Arabic, meaning left, and where the whole stigma of the left-hand path and using the left is wrong, or the left hand is bad, from is that when the fucking when the Arabics, which when they the Sufis before Islam, probably since like Zoroastrianism or something like that, right around the time when like Islam became a thing, when people shat, they would wipe their asses with the left hand, and they'd shake people's hands with the right hand. So if there's someone they didn't like you, they would reach out their left hand, which was considered the dirty hand, and shake your hand. And that is where sinistra or sinister comes from. It literally means the left hand. Is from Arabic. Also sinistrum from Latin too. So continuing on, to substitute the pentagram with the 5 fingers, the human hand could explain how the Pythagoreans hail each other by invoking the pentagram, it functioning as their symbol of recognition. How did they practically do this? Did they all wear the pentagram necklaces? I find it likely that they did something similar to what, e.g., certain Freemasons do, and used a specific handshake or made specific gestures with a hand. Hand signs have been used for a long time, ranging from the Roman salutations to the hand signs employed by modern street gangs. I find it especially probable that the Pythagoreans used some sort of hand sign after Pythagoras' death, during the times when the brotherhood was violently suppressed and forced into secrecy. Let us assume that the thumb was connected to the top right point of the pentagram, and as we have opted to use the left hand, the most natural way to complete connection is 1 top right horn of the pentagram, the Heracles, going down to number 2, right side of the pentagram is Paeonius, 3, 6 o'clock at the very bottom is Epimedes, tip number 4, left side is Jasius, and number 5, the left horn of the horned pentagram would be Idas. Recall the meaning of the names of the dactyls. Heracles means glorify the sky or beloved by Hera. Paeonius means deliverer from evil. Epimedes means he who thinks too late or smiling. Jasius means healer. Ida means he of Mount Ida. To move on, I connect the 5 Sparti to my scheme. Regarding the Sparti, we have very few clues, other than their names, regarding the individual identities, so there is not much to prove or disprove the connections I propose. The 5 Sparti are Hypenor, Pelorus, Boetus, Echoen, and Phonius. The meaning of their names are: Hypenor means overbearing, Pelorus means mighty or monstrous, Boetus means ground or earth's surface, Echion is derived from Echios, which means viper. Phonius is derived from Thoon, meaning in or under the earth. In the chapter devoted to the Sparti, I propose to connect them to the Pentamikos monsters Uranon, Calrahol, Ophion, Echnia, Thonie, and Thonie respectively. We must decide on how to connect these to the 5 dactyls. Hypernor translates as overbearing or greater than man. Very manly, connects well to Heracles the thumb. Otherwise, the connections are as yet very vague. Instead of directly connecting the 5 Sparti to the 5 dactyls, I shall attempt to connect the pentamikos beings to the dactyls. There is a duality in the attributions I have made. On the one hand, there is a guiding, initiating nature of the dactyls, whose names, we are told, were used as spells against terror. On the other hand, we have terrifying beings of the pentamikos doctrine, and the perhaps to them connected, the 5 Sparti warriors. That the underworld had such a dual nature has already been seen. The Irenes, for example, were at the same time protectors of innocence and tormentors and avengers. The connections here proposed suggest a similar meaning of the pentagram. To explore this in more detail, it would be necessary to explore the 5 beings connected with pentamikos. As always, the clues published and available to read are scarce. I will begin with Ophinius, as it is the one that seems to have been of greatest importance, and we have the most surviving fragments about. Ophinius was both the serpent in the primeval watery abyss and the hatcher of the world egg. The waters are the waters of life. Pherecydes says that Ophianus guards the roots to the tree of life, and it is implied that he is born in Tartaros. The waters spoken of should be put into relation to Pherecydes' ideas about an outflow of subterranean rivers, and the esoteric connection to seed and the assoulment propelling that, as seen earlier, the Pythagoreans held a tradition about the light that flows through you and the light that has its root in the darkness from where it comes. More specifically, it seems, this root in darkness was linked to Ophinius as a guardian to the roots of the tree of life. In a surviving Orphic hymn entitled Hymn to Protagones, the light is referred to as the egg born with the golden wings, compared to the creation myths in chapter 1, and as coming full of metis. If light is the egg born, and Ophinius is the hatcher of the world egg, Ophinius is definitely connects to the place in the darkness where light has its root. To have this root is to have living flame, also spoken of earlier. The root connected to Ophinius is some being shared by the living, or those flowing in catharsis. A fitting word to describe this principle would be zoos, meaning living being or life, letting go your nature and the flow of your being, i.e. being rooted. That the ancient Pythagoreans used that precise word to describe a principle of the pentagram cannot be shown using academic reference, but that zoos is a word that accurately pinpoints this part of the doctrine should be perfectly clear. Compare this also to the information that Pherecydes taught that the soul enters the embryo when the seed is placed in the uterus as an outflow from Tartaros, an analog to how the seed of Kronos is fertilized into creation by being placed in the 5 recesses. This also fits with the meaning of the dactyl Epimedes, the foolish Dionysian, and with the sexual connotations of the middle finger. The interpretation is rather pleasing because it bridges the hellish nature of Ophinius to a principle of health, Ugia, thus resolving the puzzling dual nature of the initiating dactyls and the horrible pentamikos monsters. As was seen on the images of the coins earlier, the Pythagorean pentagram was probably 2 points up. The part of the pentamikos was the root described above and was connected to Ophinius. Would nature really be the bottom point? And it is if we connect Ophinius to Epimedes. For Pherecydes, we also get some clues about the relation between Ophiuchus, Thone, and Eurynome. From Thone, it means she underlaying the earth and stretches the self-supporting oak. Tartaros, the tree of life, around which the robe of the earth is wrapped. With her roots on the underworld, her crown in heaven, the revitalizing tree of life is guarded by the serpent Ophiuchus, who dwells in the water around its roots. If we want to know how the five relate to each other and which point their angle on the star is meant that, we have to decode this. There is a sequence to it. Thone, her roots are Ophiuchus, the ambrosial oak, the tree of life. Tartaros drives. When drawing the pentagram, one traces the points in either sequence 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, moving counterclockwise, or in the sequence 1, 4, 2, 5, 3, clockwise, with the numbering of the vertices being that used in the above picture. We can try to relate the sequence of Thone, Ophiuchus, Tartaros, and bears in the sequence. I have already ascribed Ophiuchus to the bottom point, so if we are to follow the above given the relations, it seems plausible to ascribe either the top left or the top right point to Thone, depending on whether we opt to trace the pentagram in counterclockwise or clockwise motion. I say the motion should be sinistral, and hence I place the Thone at the top left point. What principle of health, of the proper relation to the underworld, to God, does she represent? She is the beginning of necessity, and hence she is the giver of nature, physis. The word thonic still carry implications like that earthbound, and chthonic imagery is often connected with menstrual imagery. There is a fragment wherein Empedocles describes how the soul encounters Thone in the cave of the underworld just before the soul was clothed in a garment of flesh. What about Hippopteros theres then? Or Hypteros drives, and I don't know how you pronounce the Hippopteros drives. I'm so sorry, I'm butchering all these fucking names there. I sound like a fucking asshole, an idiot right now. But I'm doing my best to get through this chapter here. Should it be ascribed to the top right point? Both yes and no, I argue. It is not one of the five beings, but I take it as symbolic of the health principle of the top right angle. The being to the place on the top right is Eurynome. Eurynome was a consort and mate of Ophiuchus before Zeus established his rule and threw them into Tartaros. Many ancient sources, among them Hesiod, also say that Zeus and Eurynome then coupled and produced the Graces, the three givers of charm, beauty, and sweat, who were close companions of the 9 muses. Other sources say the Graces were born by Zeus and Eunomia, which has led many to think that Eunomia, meaning order, is merely another rendering of Eurynome. Sophocles said that being named Eurynome was the mother of Eurynes and the Morae, with Cronos a father, and some of the scholars have accordingly tactfully assumed an equality between Eurynome and Eurynome. I'm going to interject here real quick. I don't know how you fucking pronounce this name. Eurynome? It's E-U-R-Y-N-O-M-E. Now, I've never heard of this name outside of this book before, but it does sound an awful lot like Euronymous, which is one of the witch gods. So, Eurynome, Euronymous, this is where your classical demons are coming from. They're coming from the Greek and Orphics here, and some from the Far East. Continuing on, Eurynome also appears in a masculine form as the horrid ruler of the underworld, especially associated with the dead. Pausanias, a description of the Greece, describes this monumental painting by Polygnotus that depicts the land of the dead in all of its horror, and says that higher up than the figures I have encountered, fuck. I'm burning up my stamina here. Let's try again. Higher up than the figures I have enumerated comes Euronymous. I was fucking right. Euronome is Euronymous. Said by the Delphinian guides to be one of the demons in Hades, who eats off all the flesh of the corpses, leaving only their bones. However, in Homer's Odyssey in the poems The Nemead and The Returns, Homer tells of Hades and its horrors, but there is no mention of a demon called Euronymous. However, I will describe what he is like and his attitude in a painting. He is of a color between blue and black, like that of meat flies. He is showing his teeth, and is seated under him is spread a vulture's skin. Okay, pause real quick here. When I see that, I think of the Far East, and I think of like a very destructive deity like, Mahakal, or I think of the blue gods, the blue and black gods of the Far East, and they symbolize death. Now what you gotta fucking understand here is that all this shit is fucking allegorical. It's not fucking literal. There aren't really like souls being like stripped down by vultures and fucking, talons going into people's eye sockets and fucking buzzards and buzzard-beaked demons fucking biting people's fucking flesh off and shit like that. I mean, does that exist? I mean, in the astral, anything fucking exists. And I'm gonna clarify for you that the fucking I meant to clarify earlier, but the Hades is the astral, and Tartaros is the void or the absolute. So between us and the void, there's the astral plane, and anything you think in the astral plane materializes. You create from your thought. So I'm absolutely not sure, with the fucking spiritual 9/11, the false flag that was fucking Christianity. There certainly is a Christian hell. There is a place where fucking buzzard beak demons with talons and shit, that look like bird people or whatever like that, are fucking gouging people's eyeballs out, and then over and over and over again, for eternity, because that's what people are creating for themselves, and they take all this shit literally. But what's really going on, this is an allegory for, processes, these different forces, Klepothian forces, Citra Akra forces of the unconscious mind, strip dry the soul, strip down the soul of all the dross and all the bullshit and fucking everything that isn't the true self, that isn't the true sorcerer's will at the center of being. I'm going to continue on, and I think I'm just going to end this fucking chapter here. I am so fucking done with reading tonight out loud. Okay, let's fucking end this chapter with a bang here. This painting is believed to have been copied in the fresco in the gloomy tomb of Orco II of Tarquini, still preserved today. Orpheon mated with Euronome, but we are told, it was oak. Hypopteros deers that Ophion coiled about. I'm going to get up for a second, stretch my fucking legs here, adjust my chair, and then pull out my charger. Okay, battery's still good on my phone.
I have two recording devices actually going on right now. I'm recording this on my phone. I'm recording this on my tablet here because the other night my fucking phone decided to completely restart itself before I had a chance to save it. So I read chapters 7 and 8 for nothing. I read like an hour, so I had to re-record all over again. Now I'm fucking doubling up. All this shit. So I can get this book out. Ugh. The painting is believed to have been copied in fresco in the roomy tomb of Warco II of Tarquini, still preserved this day. Ophion made with urinum, but we are told it was the oak Hypepteros diris and Ophion coiled about. Urinum seems to connect it to the life tree. Urinum literally means wide rule or far ruling, a most fitting name for a ruler of both the life tree and the dead. One other thing to connect Urinum or Euronymous to the top right alpha is that Heracles is in some Orphic cosmogony is responsible for producing the world egg as Urinum, and so it would only seem right to assign the two the same point of the pentagram. Another thing to connect the two is the association to Zeus they both share. Heracles, son of Zeus, translates as glory of air, glory of sky, or beloved by Hera. And this was mentioned in the chapter devoted to Plato. At death he was purified of everything not Zeus and descended to the aether, and was mentioned as just a few paragraphs ago. The graces came to be when Zeus consorted with Urinum. The principle of health I take as associated with Urinum is Hypopteros dries, which translated as winged oak, under the wing of oak. If you could see a matter moving through time, you would see a chain or sequence like a big fish eats little fish, human eats big fish, etc., or woven cloth. The intuitive image is the web, weave, or cloth of necessity. Compare with the Fates, the Morae, said by Sophocles to have been the daughters of Urinum, who spun and cut the life threads in Greek mythology. This imagery, hair of the goddess, threads of fate, weave of life, or tree of life, is almost universal. Now, I'm going to interject here for those of you who don't know real quick. The three fates are the daughters of Euronymous. And Euronymous is a witch god. I couldn't tell you if he was created out of Lucifer's rib or Belial's rib, but most of the witch gods and witch archetypes are either the children of Belial or the children of Lucifer. So, the Moirs, they are also called the Fates, and their names are Clotho, Atropos, and Lachesis. They are the granddaughters of Hecate, essentially, the great goddess of the void. And these daughters of Euronymous and granddaughters of Hecate and Belial and Lucifer and so on, what in Greek mythology, they'd have this big spool of thread, and every time you were born, they would stretch out a random piece of thread. They just pull it out one time, and they'd have their blades handy, and they just cut the thread at whenever, just completely around. They just cut the thread, and however long your piece of string was, everyone got a piece of string, and however long your piece of string was when it was cut by the Fates, well, that was your fate. That was how long you lived. Now that, of course, that is the exoteric outer teaching. Okay, that's the thing that the church, that the Greek government wanted you to believe. That you were a complete victim and helpless to change your happenstance. But this is not what is being projected here. What is being projected here, because
we are all creators of our own reality, and we are our own gods and goddesses, is that the Moyers, the Fates, they're also known as the Furies. They're also called the Norns in the Nordic tradition, the Norns. Okay, and these weavers of fate, these weavers of the universe, they are constantly weaving. So they're not imprisoning you. They're not weaving your fate. They're actually your friends, because the greatest gift and punishment of causality is cause and effect. Action and reaction. Your actions create your reality. So depending on what the fuck you're doing, if you're working hard and everything like that, then they're weaving your manifestation in your favor. So it's not all about, oh, we're victims, we're helpless little things, and then the fates are big spiders and we're a little like fly trapped in the spider web. It's not like that. It's not like that at all. That's religion. That's what religion wants you to believe in. Religion is nothing but fucking victim mentality and projection of your own fucking power outside of yourself. I am not a fucking religionist. I am a fucking magician. I am a fucking seeker. I am a fucking occultist. I am a fucking Goatyan. Going the fuck on here. I lost my place, of course. Don't you love this? I got yep. Okay. Compare with the fates, the Moirae, said by Sophocles, have been the daughters of Europe. Okay. Hera the goddess, tree of life. Is almost universal. The Hippotros strives as a truth of virtue would be to connect to that. Thonia or Orpheus and Eurynomy held together from 3 points of the main V of the pentagram. How would the remaining 2 points be ascribed? Left to the lower point of the pentacle is Nikita, and the principal is Psyche. On the right of the lower point of the pentacle is Carahol, and the principal Dikaon, or Dikoisign. I do not have much Greek mythology to back up that connection, but I will try to make my case for it anyway. What stands out the descriptions of Akita and her terrible poisonous breath? Aristophanes said that in Hades, Acnita was her husband, Aristophanes said that in Hades, Athena, with her 100 heads, shall rive thy heartstrings, and Ovid said the Erinyes attack using Akita's venom. Therefore I take Akinda as a monstrous, horrible, outer form of Psyche breath. And interject here real quick. So Encadia, spelled Echidna. I wonder if that's related to Arachne or Arachnid, the spider goddess. Just a thought. Continuing on. Now Carahol is the only one being left, and the only point left is the lower right point. Carahol has the amazing, puzzling meaning, head of beauty, hair flowing, something that is least joinable with what I hitherto stated about the forefinger. Peonius and Polaris, justice equals balance equals beauty. Balance equals beauty. Fuck! Now I think more specific attribution of the elements of the 5 points can be done. If later Pythagoreans in wake of Empedocles and Plato did indeed connect the 5 elements of the pentamikos pentagram. When I think we are now ready to guess at how that might have been done, water would have gotten linked to Ophianos, the dragon of the primeval waters. Aether would have been linked to Uranon. The connection is more apparent, though, through the connection to Heracles. Chthoniae, the underlying earth, could be either earth or fire. Earth might seem more natural, but then one ought to remember that Empedocles used Hades as a stand-in for fire, and that this fiery aspect, Hades, has been an epithet Chthonius. Echinda, with her awesome breath, I would connect to air. That would leave Charahol to earth, or perhaps fire, depending on what is assigned Chthoniae. For now, I would opt for earth as is the element of form, something easy to connect with the principle of balance. Incidentally, the attributions result in the standard elemental decoding of Ugia above, with the Ugia written in counterclockwise around the star, beginning with the upsilon at the bottom point. Granted, the elemental connection would perhaps appear to some readers that it would be preferable to orient the pentagram with one point up, assigning Aether at the top point. I would agree, but that would also mean emphasizing the elements over the pentamikos, something only Pythagorean revisionists could have done. Ancient coins show that the preferred direction was the one point down, and later medieval writers refer to the Pythagorean pentagram, distinguished it as one point down. See the next chapter during Christian times. The one point up version would in some ways also be more attractive, with the dactyl attribution in mind. Heracles, the hero of heroes, would be at the top point, but again, I think the pentamikos connection is the oldest and most essential correspondence, and that coupled with the old coins makes me vote for a one point down version. Also, this argument has little academic value, but lots of occult value. Try giving the 2 kinds of pentagram to a painter. If you do not have the eyes of an artist yourself, and ask him or her what expression the lines of the 2 glyphs convey. The one point up version look urging upwards, unsatisfied and unbalanced, while the one point down figure looks balanced, resting, stable, and in harmony. Furthermore, the pentagram is joined with one point down, then the central pentagon looks a bit like a house, which is fitting since I argue that it has the symbolic meaning of the house of men. In short term, the suggestion would maybe Ugia was code word for the 5 vowels, and I would divide that word the same way as divided into the elemental code U, G, I, E, I, A, and then substitute the G for an O. In early Greek, the sound EI was often written with a single epsilon, and not as an epsilon plus iota as the latter texts. Hence, Ugia is reduced to Uoia, the 5 vowels, in reversed order that they appear in the alphabet. To clarify, the attributions are already given in the render of the vowels to the individual points, and the final attributions would be these. He's right about the point down pentagram looking better, and the reason why I say this, there is, back in my Joy of Satan days, right, now I knew this, one of the problems we have there is there's too much use of the point up pentagram. That is sending energy away from the earth. That's sending energy away from you and out to the sky. It's sent out to the cosmos. When the point down pentagram, as used in Satanism, Setianism, and the left-hand path, especially the satanic pentagram with the lightning bolt in there, is symbolic of the lightning flash, Indra's thunderbolt, or the lightning flash of the Red King Lucifer, descending from heaven, descending from the sky to the earth. So the point down pentagram means 3 things. The first thing, it represents the pentamikos Pythagorean pentagram. Second, it's also the satanic goat head pan pentagram, or the goat head of Mendes pentagram. Thirdly, the satanic pentagram, or the pentagram with the 2 points up with the lightning bolt in it, symbolizes divine cosmic energy, or the lightning flash, Indra's bolt, Shiva's or Mahakala's Furpa dagger, the lightning bolt, or Indra's weapon, being thrown into the earth. Now when you use the down-facing pentagram, you're drawing energy into the earth. That's what essentially you are doing. You're drawing energy into the earth. And Maxine Dietrich said that one of the problems is that so many people were using the point-up pentagram. They're sending all of Earth's energy into space, and it was draining the Earth's energy field there, and not enough people were using the point-down facing pentagram to invoke some of that cosmic energy back into the earth. Another thing that happens too when you have the point up facing pentagram is that the element of spirit, which is at the uppermost, or truly the bottommost point, the Wiccan idiots think that the point up pentagram means spirit is supreme over matter and all that. No. That's not at all. Actually, when you do that, spirit is squashing all the other four elements. Now, when you have the pentagram pointing down with the 2 points facing up, you actually have the four elements rising out of the abyss, rising out of Tartaros, rising out of the void, essentially. You have the spirit, the absolute spirit, as the Azoth, or the source of all the other four elements, and then the other four elements come out of that. They come out of that. And last but not least, the perfect Red King of Sulfur, Lucifer, in his horned god aspect, he has a triangular V-shaped head. So if you were to take the head from Lucifer, from the primal craft as the horned god, it would fit perfectly within the two upper points of the Pythagorean pentagram, and his chin would fit perfectly in the very bottom point. So we have that goat of Mendes pentagram once again. So that is all the different meanings of the point down pentagram, and why you should use it over the point up facing pentagram. So number one, the top left point of the pentagram, you have thumb, Heracles, Hypenrenor, Hippopteros, Duries, Uranome, and Aether. Letters I and A. Letter 2, you have the right ear of the goat to Mendes. Now, at the 3 o'clock position on the clock, you have index finger, Peonius, Polaris, Dicusone, Carlehol, and Earth. Letters G and O. 3, very, very bottom. You have the devil's chin, or Pan's beard. That's the middle finger. Epitomes, Wedus, Zoos, Ophion, water, U and U. 4. You have the left side of the pentagram there. You have the left ear on the goat. You have the ring finger, Jasius, Echion, Psyche, Echinida, Air, A, and E. And number 5. You have little finger, Iados, Thonios, Physis, Fire, EI, and I. And just so you know, the 5th one was the left horn. And not just goats, not just the devil. You could fit practically any horned animal skull inside the down-facing pentagram. Not just a goat. You can fit a dragon's head in there. You can fit a bull's head in there. You can fit a ram's skull with its spiral horns perfectly. You can fit so many horned animals inside of the point down pentagram. It's not even fucking funny. It's fucking amazing. This symbol right here. Continuing on. The vowel attributions fit quite well. Alpha fits well with the thumb and is intuitive enough. Omicron might be considered to depict the bound of justice. Upsilon is a vowel with sexual connotations. Epsilon fits best of all. The diphthong sound, ei, is the Greek word for if. And also if the second person singular in grammar of to be, i.e. thou art, you are, it was said, Minoan, was transferred to Delphi, and they are not understood properly as associated with Apollo. Was the Greek second vowel, and the sun was considered the second planet, or a free-moving star after the moon. And so they identified with Apollo, who is sacred to the Delphic shrine. The letter also appears in the 4th century BC tetrahedron coins from Rhodes. Appearing along with the letter T, Tau cross symbol of the wrathful goddess, and between the letters a rose symbol for the goddess in a gentle form, inherited by Catholicism as a symbol of the Virgin Mary, Mother of the Logos. When I just relax my jaws and tongue and breathe, is the sound I make as I exhale. Thus as I feel it, related to the breath and more than any other vowel, and verily a spell from Hellenic Egypt instructs the magician to engrave a stone with Psyche and Eros embracing each other, and under Psyche's feet engrave Ye. Iota is the simplest letter to draw. It fits well with the little finger. Iota, I feel, denotes the essence or the tiniest bit, something that cannot be reduced further, i.e. a single iota. The vowel code is not much of an argument, but since I find it suggestive, I include it. I maintain the pentamikos is the primary correspondence. Let me summarize. The pentagram, I suppose, was a master glyph for all the innermost chamber. That was also the underground chamber. And its 5 alphas resided, reading from thumb to the little finger, your destiny and place among the living. Hepopteros, dears, your inner justice and boundaries, Dicosine, and your root of catharsis, Zoos, as the breath and force of your soul, Psyche, and your inviolable I am or inner nature, Physis. Guiding these 5 principles of health, Ogia, are the 5 dactyls, guarding the principles of the horrible forms of the 5 angles, and the root of the pentamikos, also identified with the 5 Spartai warriors. In the middle of the glyph is the pentagon, which can be seen as a union of 5 V's. In the middle of the pentagon would be the innermost chamber, the secret hearth fire of Hestia, which is both ousia, meaning being, and ousia, meaning drive or motion. Your individual house, your place of health, is built on the foundation of the waters of life, guarded by Ophion, built on the ground by Oidius. Odas means ground. I will mention here something Empedocles has said in what is thought to be his magnum opus, his esoteric poem addressed to his disciple Pausanias. The beginning of the poem is as this: palms, so narrowed and closed in, have been poured over people's limbs, but countless worthless things keep crashing in, blurring their cares. During their lifetimes they see such a little part of life, and then they are off, short-lived, flying up and away like smoke, totally persuaded by whatever each of them happened to bump into the hole while being driven one away, another way, all over the place. And they claim in vain that they have found the hole. Like this, there is no way people can see or hear, consciously grasp the things I have to teach. But as for you, because you have come aside here, you will learn mortal resourcefulness can manage no more. Empedocles here describes the utter lack of metis he sees in his fellow humans. They have no real logos, how they were driven and deceived under the potent spell of non-being. The beginning statement of this is the strangest, and it is whole key to understanding the rest. Empedocles invokes the image of the palms being poured over people's limbs. The word for palm meant a great deal to the ancient Greeks. For them it was more than the hollow of the hand. It had a very apparent connotations as to the unshakable foundation of actions, the doing of fingers. At the same time, it was what the artists and craftsmen used to manipulate, what thieves used to hide, what tricksters used to deceive and cheat, to hide things away by sleight of hand. In the Greek language of Empedocles' time, palm was also the standard word for a cunning trick, a sleight of hand. English has some of the same meaning expression, palm a card, which means to cheat. As such, palm for Empedocles' fellow Greeks was inseparably associated with the concept of metis. In the opening line, Empedocles says the palms are being poured over people's limbs, saying that people at first might seem more than a little bizarre, but that impression is only due with the unfamiliarity of Greek myths. One of the most notorious scenes in Homer's mythical poetry is how the gods can bestow human beings with divine gifts and qualities by magically pouring them over their bodies. These acts are always performed at the hands of gods who are experts in metis. What Empedocles is invoking for the first time through skillful crafting of words and well-known imagery is that humans are graced by the gods with the divine gift of palms. At the core of their beings, the gift of metis that penetrates their bodies. Empedocles laments that these palms are narrow and closed in, which, judging from the continuing words, results in a state of helplessness and lack of metis and the real logos he sees in his fellow humans. The word he uses for narrow is a rare word and one that would not naturally connect to the narrows of a closed palm. The word he uses was early in Greek poetry, always used to convey a sense of oppressive danger, of a grave threat just out of sight, of trickery, of deception, and lurking accident. Close to what we mean today by a narrow situation, at the end of the Iliad, Homer uses a word relating how two chariots race side by side. The drivers trying to outsmart each other. One of them thinks he has outwitted, through his metis, the other. And he rides past his opponent, but finds himself on a narrow stretch of the world. Finds himself on a narrow stretch of the road, and his speed being too great, he sees a fatal collision is inescapable. Another way to invoke the exact same sense of narrowness would be to imagine two lines closing each other little by little, and then having to trace the two lines as they move in closer and closer, and where they meet a potentially devastating surprise awaits, one of which you only have a slight suspicion. This idea could be extended to the pentagram, which I think would be a good reason to believe this is precisely what Empedocles' palms referred to. The pentagram is chiron, the hand. The hand is a palm with the 5 fingers, 5 dactyls. The palm refers to the central pentagon, the house of the pentagram. Later in the poem, after introducing the image of the palms being poured over people's limbs, Empedocles begs the student to watch with every palm how each single thing becomes apparent. Hesiod's derivation of the word Titan, collective name for the pre-Olympic beings, is also of interest here. According to him, the name derived from the Titanine, meaning to stretch, and he said that the Titans were so called because they stretched out their hands. Further, the angles of the pentagram, as proposed, are narrow caverns of the underworld in which demons and threatening horrors abide. For Empedocles' fellow humans, what is in the pentagram would just be that, narrow. There is only the sense of dread and the threat in the face of the unlimited Tartaros. For those rare few for whom Tartaros, the dark depths of the soul, was the source of metis and will, to them it was the hand of the divine. Chapter 16. During Christian Times. This chapter is about the ideas I have proposed as to link the Pythagorean pentagram have surfaced during the Christian era. In this book about Pherecydes, Professor Hermann S. Schibbe writes that, in this context one may further point to the latter importance of caves in Mithraism, not only as sites of Mithraic mysteries, but also as symbols of the cosmos which Mithras has created. Manichaeism as well as include its caves in its world picture, which may ultimately derive from the Pentamikos cosmos and Pherecydes. The Manichaean kingdom of darkness contained 5 worlds which were pictured as caverns. Their inhabitants, divided into male and female, engaged in continuous strife as well as continuous copulation. Demonic, bestial creatures govern the caverns. Collectively, these 5 evil archons are called the Prince of Darkness. The similarity with Mithraism, mentioned above, was remarked upon in the chapter The Pentamikos. Following the arguments in this book, the above implies that the Manichaeans turned the Pentamikos, the Pythagorean health and pentagram, into the devil. However, there is more to it, and to understand the ramifications if Schibbe is right in his assertion, we need to understand Manichaeism. The religion was founded by Mani, who was born in western Persia and lived approximately 210 to 275 AD. Mani taught a strict dualism of spirit and matter, a doctrine mainly influenced by Zoroastrianism. He held that good and evil are in essence and in origin separate and opposed, and that they became mixed in this world through the act of the evil principle, matter or darkness. According to Mani, salvation lies in the release of goodness, spirit or light from matter, and its return to its original state of separation. This world came about when the Prince of Darkness came to the boundary between hell and heaven, and saw, desired, and invaded the light. To protect his realm and to preserve its eternal peace, the Father of Greatness, evoked by the sword of emanations of himself, the Mother of Life, who is in turn evokes her Son, the first man, and he evokes as his sons the 5 light elements from the substance of the paradise of light. With these, he, the first warrior of light, goes forth to do battle with the darkness. The light elements are also called his armor and his bait, which, overwhelmed by the powers of darkness, he is forced to throw down in order to distract the devils from paradise. The devils swallow the light elements, are appeased, and cease their invasion. By this act, a part of the light has become absorbed in darkness. The lost light is smothered by matter which has devoured it, suffers, and forgets its divine nature. The first man, overwhelmed in his prison of darkness, cries out for help, and his mother, hearing him, pleads with the Father of Greatness, who evokes the living spirit of light. Like the first man, the living spirit emanates 5 personalities or aspects from his divisions of mind. From his intelligence, the ornament of splendor, Sephat Ziva, Splendentens. Fuck, I'm butchering this name again. Sephat Ziva, Splendentens, Phenigotakos in Greek and Latin sources, from his reason, the great king of honor, from his thoughts, Adamos of light, from his self-reflection on the king of glory, and from his will, the supporter, Sabla Atlas, Amorphoros, and the Greek-Latin sources. Just moving my chair back a little bit. These 5 deities were objects of special worship amongst the Manichaeans, and St. Augustine, Contra Faustum 15, gives us descriptions of them drawn from Manichaean hymns. Paired with the 5 aspects of mind are Father Greatness's 5 attributes of love, faith, truth, high-mindedness, and wisdom. After emanating the 5 personalities, the living spirit goes to the edge of the abyss and utters a call, and the first man answers from the depths. This symbolizes a yearning of the gods for the defeated light and their response of that light to their summons. The realm of darkness was also manifested as 5 worlds, being 5 dark versions of the 5 light elements. From each of these 5 worlds, or the dark elements, grew a tree, and from the 5 trees came the 5 species of demons. The demons were divided into 2 sexes, and their existence was categorized by constant warfare and procreation. Each world of darkness was ruled by an archon, a demon, a lion, an eagle, a fish, and a dragon. The Prince of Darkness combined within himself the attributes of all 5 archons. Shibi only mentions the 5-fold darkness as possibly being a derivate of the Pentamikos doctrine. I would like to extend this and say that the whole schema of 5s in Manichaeism might as well be a dualized version of the Pentamikos. In Manichaeism, darkness is matter, form, and cosmos, while in the older Orphic, etc., sources it rather as the opposite. Light gives form and is the thing responsible for the cosmos. If you take the Manichaeism doctrine of 5s and revert back to the older, less dualistic conception of light and dark, then what you get is very much like the Pentamikos pentagram doctrine of this book. Man exists bound within the cosmos, and there are virtues or principles that have to do with the light that is inside a man that shines out, answering a call of the living spirit. There is also the outer principles not enlightened by the inner light, but wholly dark, whereas Manichaeism has it that the dark principles, collectively known as the Prince of Darkness, attack the inner light. Pherecydes might have said that although it might surely be perceived and felt that way by people who are pursued, the Irenes, the outer dark principles actually defend the light. I suggest that Manichaeism garbled up the Pythagorean pentagram doctrine in the following manner. Okay, the pentagram again, the 5 points of the Pythagorean pentagram. Top or right most point, intelligence, faith, ornament, or splendor. Hippotros dries. The second, meaning the left, the right ear there of the Mendes. There's no go to Mendes in this book, by the way. I'm just using this to help you visualize. So the pentagram with the 2 points facing up, or the goat pentagram there, that's what I'm using to give you a visual representation. So the right ear of Mendes, reason, truth, king of honor, Dyke. 3 would be the downward pointing tip again, being self-reflection, high-mindedness, king of glory, Zoos. 4th, the left ear of Mendes, thought, wisdom, Adamos of light, Psyche. 5 would be the left horn again. We're back towards the top. Will, love, and the Sephoria, Physis. Also, I suggest that the 5 archons of hell should be assigned as follows. 1, the dragon. 2nd is the lion. 3rd, fish. 4th, eagle. 5th, the demon. The above suggested correspondences are to be taken purely as suggestive, a possible aid for the reader who wants to investigate how the various 5s possibly relate to each other in more detail. The text of the Nag Hammadi library, which predates Mani's teaching, contains similar ideas about 5s. The following quote is from the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, which is one of the Nag Hammadi texts. For there are 5 trees in paradise for you. Summer or winter they do not change, and their leaves do not fall. Whoever knows them will not taste death. The not taste death phrase might refer not to death itself, but to the fear of death, or it is a promise of immortality, in the same sense that the Orphic tablets make such promises. The text qualifies as Gnostic, and Gnosticism is known to have been influenced by Hermeticism and Platonism. I think the 5 trees mentioned above are definitely related to the 5 trees in the Manichaeism realms of darkness and light. Furthermore, the 3 Nag Hammadi texts, the Apocryphon of John in its long recension, the Trimorphic Protenoia, I butchered that name again, I'm sorry, let me try again. The Apocryphon of John in its long recension, the Trimorphic Protenoia, and the Gospel of the Egyptians all refer in enigmatic fashion to the 5 seals. The context and language would appear to suggest that the 5 seals is some kind of initiatory rite or formula, involving both the granting of knowledge and of protection from death and ignorance. For example, the Apocryphon of John. Apocryphon of John. The feminine, divine, saving principle, Pronoia, descends into the depths of chaos to rescue and initiate the soul of a Gnostic, sealing him with the 5 seals. I, Pronoia, went into the realm of the great darkness and continued until I entered the mist of the prison. The foundations of chaos shook, and I hid from them the archons of chaos because of their evil, and they did not recognize me. I raised and sealed the person in the luminous water with 5 seals, that death may not prevail over the person from that moment on. Compare the last sentence to the sentence, whoever knows them will not taste death, quoted above. The 5 trees and the 5 seals seem related, and both have strong similarities in the Manichaean doctrine. Though the Nag Hammadi texts predate Manichaeism, the Trimorphic Protenoia offers more hints regarding the nature of the 5 seals and also describes the descent of a feminine divine savior, here referred to as Protenoia. Cf. Pronoia, the 5 Apocryphon of John, cited above. Protenoia describes the process of salvation of the Gnostic in terms of 5 stages: robing, baptizing, enthralling, glorifying, and rapture into the light. These 5 stages are followed by the reception of the 5 seals of the light of the Mother, so that the Gnostic participates in the mystery of knowledge and becomes the light in light. Some paragraphs later, the 5 seals are equated with the 5 ordinances of the Father, the glories higher than any glory, explaining that those who possess the 5 seals are stripped off of the garments of ignorance and put on a shining light, and nothing will appear to him that belongs to the powers of the archons. Within this sort of darkness will dissolve, and ignorance will die. The Gnostic doctrines in the Nag Hammadi texts are obviously very similar to the Manichaean doctrine. But the connections did not stop with the 5 seals and the 5 trees in paradise, because the Nag Hammadi texts too describe the underworld as 5-fold. The Apocryphon of John describes how, at the dawn of creation, the highest Sophia, divine wisdom, emanates from within herself, without the help of a consort, the demiurgic force called Yaldabaoth. She, Sophia, cast it, Yaldabaoth, away from her, outside that realm, so that none of the immortals would see it. She had produced it ignorantly. She surrounded it with a bright cloud and put a throne in the middle of the cloud, so that none would see it except the Holy Spirit, who is called the Mother of the Living. She named her offspring Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth is the first ruler who took great power from his mother. Then he left her and moved away from the place where he was born. He took control and created for himself other realms with luminous fire, which still exists. He mated with the mindlessness in him and produced authorities for himself. The name of the first is Athoth, whom generations call the Reaper. The second is Harmas, who is the Jealous Eye. The third is Kalila Ombri, The fourth is Yabel. The fifth is Adonios, who is called Sabaoth. A list of 7 more archons. Yaldabaoth stationed 7 kings, 1 for each sphere of heaven, to reign over the 7 heavens, and 5 to reign over the depths of the abyss. The 7 kings over the 7 heavens probably correspond, at least symbolically, to the 7 planets known to the Gnostics: the Sun, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The first 5 rulers, i.e. those included in the above quotation, were the 5 assigned lordship over the abyss. This can be ascertained on basis of the Gospel of Judas, which explicitly names the 5 rulers of the abyss. The first is Seth, who is called the Christ. The second is Harmathoth, who is missing text. The third is Galia. The fourth is Yobel, or Yabel. The fifth is Adonios, or Adonai. These are the 5 who ruled over the underworld and the first of all over chaos. Now I want to interject here that the first is Seth, who is called the Christ. I don't know if it's referring to Seth, like son of Abel, or like son of Cain and Abel, who had a son named Seth, or if this is referring to the Egyptian Set, meaning the god of the black sun, storms and war and everything like that. But it's very interesting that Seth, who is called the Christ, those who are devotees of Lucifer and the primal current will know that Lucifer has many names. One of them is he is also Set, the Egyptian Set. He is the black sun, and he is also Christ as well. Not the Christian church Christ, not the churchy Christ, but as a true Christ figure, meaning coronated, that he is a solar deity, a solar force. Harmathoth there is interesting there because it has the name Thoth in it. Thoth. So I wonder if this is actually referring to Thoth and Set as being assigned rulership over the dark spheres. I cannot tell you about Galia, if it has any relation to the Klepothic Gamaliel. It's purely syntax. The Galia and Galia and Gamaliel, if they happen to sound similar, then that is just syntax. That's just language. I can't tell you anything about Galia because I don't know about this. I cannot tell you anything of Yobel or Yabel. Do not know that name. What I can tell you about is a little bit about Adonai or Adonios. Okay, so Adonai first and foremost is a title. It is similar to the title meaning Lord. So when Adonai is a Lord, is one of the titles of the Jewish God in Judaism, Adonai. But guess what? Set, the Egyptian god Set, in the Greek magical papyri also bears the title of Adonai. Adonai just means Lord. It just means a master. That's what an Adonai is. Adonai comes from the Greek Adonios, and Adonios was a Greek god. I can't tell you the planetary association, but pretty sure it's not so different from the Jewish Jehovah coming from Jove. Jove, which I think is Jupiter in the Greek tradition. That's all I can tell you about these names. Moving on now. It would appear in the Gospel of Judas that the rulers Harmas and Athoth from the Apocryphon of John are combined into a single entity, Harmathoth, thereby allowing the introduction of Seth Christ as an archon of the underworld. The other correspondences are obvious, and the orderings, the other correspondences are obvious, and the orderings even agree. Kalia Omri is Galia. Yabel is Yobel. Adonaios is Adonaios. Based on the evidence gathered above, it must be considered as proved that the core of the elaborate doctrine of fives in Manichaeism predates Manichaeism, but it is also likely that it originated with the Gnostic groups that produced the text in a Nag Hammadi library. Rather, it appears that the doctrines were derived from pre-Christian Pentamikos doctrine, just as Professor Shibby believes. The strata of Gnosticism represented by the cited Nag Hammadi text, known as Sethian Gnosticism, is known to have deeply influenced by a religiously oriented Neo-Pythagorean and Middle Platonic philosophical tradition. The Sethian Gnostics were, like the Manichaeans, extremely dualistic. The pre-Socratic traditions were not dualistic at all. Thus, like the Manichaeans, the Gnostics got their doctrines from the pre-Socratic Pentamikos doctrine, which is likely, then we may infer that the Pythagorean Pentamikos doctrine ought to resemble a de-dualized version of the Gnostic Manichaean doctrine. In sum, the Manichaean and Gnostic doctrines are indirect evidence for my reconstruction of the Pythagorean pentagram doctrine. Just as there is no direct evidence that the Pythagoreans used the pentagram to signify Pentamikos, so too there is little evidence that any Gnostic group used the pentagram as a pictogram of the five seals or of the five archons of the underworld. This usage of the pentagram is conjectural, but likely, and there is some later medieval evidence. In Manichaeism, the five aspects of Father greatness are called the five limbs: head, arms, and legs. In later medieval mysticism, we sometimes find that the pentagram with a human male inscribed in it, with each of the points touching one of the five same limbs. This form of the pentagram is considered the Pentagrammaton, which is Christ. In my opinion, there are obvious analogies between the first man's cosmic five and the Pentagrammaton. The Pentagrammaton pentagram, with its inscribed male, is always drawn as one point up. It could be that Pythagorean Pentamikos doctrine was first dualized by the Manichaeans and the Gnostics, with the resulting light shade half later connected anew to the pentagram symbol. The biblical King Solomon has always been renowned for his wisdom. It is written in the Bible that Solomon's wisdom surpassed the wisdom of all the people of the East and all the wisdom of Egypt. 1 Kings 5:10 RSV 32-33. During the Hellenic period, Solomon's alleged wisdom was advanced to incorporate vast practical and magical knowledge. The Wisdom of Solomon, one of the Deuterocanonical books of the Bible, was written during the Jewish Hellenistic period, 1st or 2nd century BC, portrays Solomon as skilled in astrology, the powers of roots, and forces of spirits. Wisdom 7:15-22. The tradition about Solomon as a wise sage with magical powers was adopted and further developed by non-Jews during the 1st century AD. The Testament of Solomon was written about the 3rd century as a product of this tradition, and a syncretic text combining Jewish and Christian motifs with Greco-Roman magic, and it describes how Solomon builds his famous temple, harnessing the power of demons, using the binding magic of his magical ring, the seal, which is a pentagram. During the subsequent centuries, the pentagram was also referred to as Solomon's seal. A Latin phrase translated as the seal of Solomon actually is the Salus Solomonus, where literally health of Solomon. The word salus, meaning health, is also the Latin translation of the Greek word ougia. One may suspect that the all-iterative similarity of Salus and Salomon played a part in transforming the Salus Pythagoreae to Salus Salomonis. Let me interject here. I do not buy for one fucking second all that bullshit about Solomon the Jew being more wise and having more knowledge than all of the Goy, all of the Gentiles in Egypt and Greece and all that. That's just the Jews in the Bible like pumping themselves up as basically being racially superior than all the other non-Jews. Solomon in this context is not an actual person. It's not an actual Jew. He's actually Sol-Oman, which means temple of the sun. It has the word sol, S-O-L, which means the sun. Om, which is a Hindu vibratory sound of the universe, Om and An. So it literally means on the sun, or temple on the cosmic sun, not on sun. And secondly, so what he's saying here, that the ring that Solomon used supposedly to bind the Goatia. Now that's a whole other video. I do not buy that for 1 second. Now the Goatia are pretty tricky. Okay, now you cannot bind these things. These are acausal spirits. They're going to do what they want. They definitely put on a show for Solomon, and if this was an actual person, going back into Solomon is a title. It means temple on the sun. Now there may have been a person who bore this title. Okay, there might have been a Jew who bore the title of Solomon, which is again a name, and bound these Goatia. Well, certainly the Goatia put on a hell of a show and pretend to submit to this rabbinical magician, using the Pythagorean pentagram, using their own symbols. Now later on, most people think that Solomon's ring is a hexagram, which is the masculine and the feminine triangles conjoined. That is what most people think is the Star of David. It's a hexagram there, but that's not what this video is about here. So I don't know why he's using the Bible. Horrible source for information about Solomon, because basically when you read the Bible, all you're getting is a Jewish fairy tale. You know, the Jews were all superior to all the Gentiles. We're the best race in the world. Everyone else who isn't a Jew is shit, and everything like that. You know, that Talmudic fucking bullshit in there. But supposedly he built the temple by commanding these Goaties, which are basically children of the void. They are children of the Kate and the red dragon. They are scales on the dragon. Scales on what Curtis Joseph calls the Great Dragon, or the 166, which is all the Goatia, all of the Mepharash spirits, all of the Klepothic archdemons, and all of the Separatic angels. 166. Now there are certainly much more than 166, but those are the first 166 we hear about in Curtis Joseph's work. But this ancient, you see, I just get really triggered the fuck out. Anytime I read about about anybody, Solomon, a priest or anyone binding these demons in the name of the angels, I get really triggered the fuck out here, because I'm against this sigil torture shit. I'm just like, it triggers my autism there. Like, it's all bullshit. You know, if you think you can trigger something, if you think you can bind something, bind a spirit and like sigil torture it in the name of Fuckway while cowering behind Fuckway and his angels like a little bitch, you're basically just being trained to be a slave. You're being slave trained, and after you die, the spirits are going to turn around. They're going to do the same shit to you. They're going to fuck with you and make you their field nigga, if you know what I'm saying. They're going to make you their slave. So do not ever use sigil torture. Do not Do not cower behind fuckway. Do not cower behind these Hebrew bullshit names and all that. If you're gonna work with spirits, work with them directly or don't. No sigil torture. No cowering behind angels, or don't work with them at all. End of rant. Now back onto the book now. The first English mention in literature of the pentagram appears quite unexpectedly around 1830, when the anonymous author of Gawain and the Green Knight gave Gawain, traditionally the Celtic sun hero, a shield with a pentacle of pure gold color painted on it. The pentagram is immediately identified as Solomon's as a token of truth. And then the author spends almost 50 lines explaining why it is such a proper symbol for Gawain to have. Literally, critics have picked up on the unusual length of the description. Any prose or poetry writer could tell you that one should never explain the symbols that one uses. To do so was as rare during the Middle Ages as it is now. Not only does the author explain his symbols, but the explanation is also very long and seems especially out of place in a poem full of fast-paced action, supernatural beheadings, seductive temptresses, and jolly hunts. The author realized that he did something unconventional and inserted a disclaimer before his long description of the pentagram and why the pentacle is proper to the peerless prince. I intend now to tell, though detain me it must. The pentagram is given so much attention because it is no more heraldic a symbol for Gawain. It is what defines him. First he was found faultless in his 5 sentences. First he was found faultless in his 5 senses, and his 5 fingers never failed him in any deed. In all of his faith, this world was in the 5 wounds that Christ carried on the cross, as the creed informs us. No matter he moved in meal or in battle, it was his fervent thought, through thick or thin, that when he fought, his courage came from the 5 joys the High Queen of Heaven had of her child. And so the noble knight would never wear his shield till her image had been painted on the inner half. For when he saw her face, his courage never failed. And a 5th was found in Gawain, bounty and brotherhood above all else, courtesy and a clean heart, these were never crooked, and the finest point, compassion, these 5 virtues marked him more than any man alive. Now all these 5 fives were fastened around his knight, and each embraced the others in unbroken pattern, and met in 5 fixed points that never failed, nor bunched together, nor split in pieces, but ran endlessly at every point. Where the figure failed, it found new beginnings. Therefore the shield shone with a knot, and thus shaped, gold royally arranged against red glues, the noble pentacle as it known by men of lore. The author invokes 5 sets of 5s in the pentagram. The 5 senses or wits, the 5 hungers, the 5 wounds of Christ, the 5 joys the High Queen of Heaven had with her child, the 5 virtues, bounty, which is generosity, fellowship, purity, courtesy, and compassion. There is something decidedly peculiar about all this. The attributions, 5 sets of 5s, are not stated like this anywhere else prior to 1380, yet the Gawain poet is implicitly stating that these things about the noble pentacle are known by men of lore. Did the Gawain poet invent the attributions, or was he building on a tradition unknown to modern historians? Henry Littleton Savage suggested quite plausibly in his book The Gawain Poet that the short-lived French Order of the Star, founded by French King Jean II in 1351, was the source for Gawain's poet's use of the symbol. Looming behind the Order of the Star, however, stands the Order of the Temple of Solomon, most commonly known as the Knights Templar. All the attributions are interesting, e.g. the 5 fingers may be related to the 5 dactyls, but 2 of them are especially curious, namely the 5 virtues and the 5 joys of the Queen of Heaven. The 5 virtues are similar to the Pythagorean proper relations, and the way are understood in this book through Gawain's poets' use may historically be more directly related to the 5 Manichaean virtues. I suggest the following identifications. Okay, going clockwise again from the top right horn, fellowship, Hippotros trees, right ear, courtesy, bottom chin or goat's beard, purity, fourth the left ear, bounty or generosity, psyche, and the 5th horn or the left upper tip would be compassion or physis. The poem speaks of the 5 joys of the High Queen of Heaven had with her child. At the heart of Christian mysticism is the rosary. It consists of a chain made of 50 beads separated into 5 decades by 5 bigger beads, or 4 beads in one medallion, with the cross of Christ attached like a pendant at the bottom of the big bead. The rosary is sacred Mary, Queen of Heaven. I'm going to interject here. So Mary from the Catholics was completely stolen by Hecate and Astarte. Completely stolen from Isis there. So Queen of Heaven. Mother Mary is also called the Queen of Vengeance. So she also rules over hell. She's got she rules over hell and heaven. So that's where the triple goddess of heaven and hell and the earth, the terrestrial and the stellar plane. The Catholics completely stole that off. That's why I have a little bit of tolerance for Catholicism. The Catholics have their pagan symbols, but then you get to like Protestantism and other like forms of Christianity where there's absolutely no paganism. There's no paganism in it at all. I can't stand it, man. They have no Gentile archetypes. They have no Gentile anything, and it's just completely just like Talmudic Judaism. Continuing on. Cross of Christ attached like a pendant to the bottom of a big bead. The rosary is sacred to Mary, Queen of Heaven. Of the note of one of Mary's symbols is the rose. To cite Pope John Paul II, the rosary clearly belongs to the kind of veneration of the Mother of God described by the Second Vatican Council. A devotion directed to the Christian... Fucking hiccups. Excuse me. We're going to retry this last sentence here. The rosary clearly belongs to a kind of veneration of the Mother of God described by the Second Vatican Council, a devotion directed to the Christological center of the Christian faith in such a way that when the Mother is honored, the Son is duly known, loved, and glorified. The practice of the rosary consists of the meditation on 3 sets, or 4, as Pope John Paul recently added a 4th official set of 5 mysteries. The 4 groups are called the joyful, sorrowful, luminous, and glorious mysteries. The luminous were added by John Paul. The joyful are the oldest and are all about Mary, from Gabriel's annunciation to when Jesus is found teaching among men in the temple at the age 12. The joyful mysteries are the announcement, visitation, nativity, presentation, and the finding of Jesus in the temple. They are considered to contain, in the previous order, the spiritual fruits of humility, love of neighbor, courtesy, poverty of spirit, generosity, purity of mind, body, and obedience. Now, remember that one of the attributions in Gawain and the Green Knight was the 5 joys the High Queen of Heaven had with her child. By doing this, the poet equates the rosary with the pentagram. It also seems that the author of Gawain and the Green Knight has made his own interpretation of the spiritual fruits linked to the 5 joyful mysteries, and labeled them 5 virtues. The origins of the Rosary can be traced back to the 8th century. The main theme of the tale is that Gawain is tested in his knightly virtues, here symbolized by the pentagram. The Green Knight. The Green Knight being none other than the Green Man, trickster of the forest, or Pan. Envision the pentagram fitted onto the Rosary, its points connected to the 5 bigger beads. At the bottom point is the cross of Christ is attached. In Christian mysticism, Mary is connected to Mare, ocean water, and from that Christ is born like the light is born in Genesis, when the Spirit of God is over the waters. Compare this to the Manichaean mother of life and first man. It is quite the same thing. If my thesis of what the Pythagorean pentagram meant holds, then its connection cannot possibly be ignored. The similarity is just too great, and the Gawain poet must have retained some of the earlier ideas about the 5s and the pentagram. The Knights Templars used the pentagram, which curiously relates to the knightly theme in Gawain and the Green Knight, written not long after the disbandment of the Templars and the escape of many of its members to the British Isles. The pentagram appears many places in Tomar, a Portuguese town where the Templars had their headquarters. It appears on the facade of the church Santa Maria do Olival, in which 22 Templars are buried, but also on several tombstones. The Templars were Catholic Christians with a special affinity for Mary. They were accused of heresy, or perhaps they included some varieties of the Manichaean Gnostic ideas of the 5s. People like Knights Templar and the anonymous writer of Gawain and the Green Knight formed Christianity to suit their own hearts, and might have usurped the Pythagorean pentagram tradition and attached it to Mary. A reason why so little about the pre-Christian use of the pentagram has survived might be because of earlier traces were purely destroyed as the doctrines were co-opted. A curious note is that the Eastern Star, an organization related to Freemasonry, the Eastern Star, a 1-point-down pentagram, is referred to as the Star of Bethlehem, with the 1 point down pointing towards the birth of Christ, while the 5 points are attributed to the 5 heroines, the female from the Bible, representing the 5 virtues. In the center pentagon is an open book. Most modern Christians shudder at the sight of a pentagram. Little do they realize that the pentagram was used by the early Christians. The Roman Emperor Constantine I, after gaining help from the Christian Church in his military and religious takeover of the Roman Empire in 312 AD, used the pentagram together with the Chi Rho symbol as his personal seal and amulet. What did the symbol mean? For the Christians that used it, in most cases it was nothing more than an apotropaic sign. It had been commonly recognized during his pagan times, and as such is not really a Christian symbol per se, though early used by some Christians. In the words of Dr. Juan Schouten, in earlier Christian times the pentagram does not occur at all, if so very rarely. This is, in my view, substantiates the theory that the early Christians abhorred the pentagram as a purely heathen sign. I think abhorred is too strong a word, because the symbol can be found in a Christian context in several other instances than Constantine's sigil, belonging to the late Roman period and early Middle Ages. Prior to the Inquisition, there was nothing evil associated with the pentagram, whether considered pagan or folklore. According to Schouten himself, amulets showing the pentagram were in high favor both in antiquity and throughout the Middle Ages. Even if church authorities complained about the prevalence of pagan practices in the countryside, the pentagram was certainly not abhorred as a sign of the devil. The pentagram was an apotropaic sign, a lucky charm. Probably much the same way it had been used on coins in antiquity. This is what makes Gawain's poet's use of the pentagram so surprising, because there is no documented usage leading up to the way he employs the symbol. I conjecture that he was influenced by a tradition amongst the various knightly orders that identified the pentagram as a sign of the 5 virtues related to the practice of the rosary, and in part built on the Gnostic Manichaean sources that built on Pythagoreanism. To find something as elaborate as Gawain's poet's use, we have to jump in time to the early 16th century. That is also when the usage of the pentagram for the first time since the early Middle Ages is explicitly put into a Pythagorean context. Cornelius Agrippa of Nevinsheim, one of the most influential writers on occultism during the Renaissance, recognized 2 types of pentagram in his magnum opus, Occult Philosophy. He styled one as a type of expression of the relation between microcosm and macrocosm, or man in the universe. He shows this type of pentagram as one point up and is inscribing a human figure, the head in the topmost point, the arms and legs stretched to the 4 other angles. Around the pentagram is astrological signs. Agrippa's second type of pentagram is shown as one point down with the word Ugia spelled around the star. A short note by Agrippa lets the reader know that the one point down is the Ugia, or sign of health, used as a badge by Antiochus Soter, to which he owed his famous military conquest. The pentagram as a symbol of Ugia goes back to Lucian. See the first chapter in part 2 of this book. Antiochus Soter was a Syrian king after Alexander's demise, who won a famous victory against the Galatians. The connection to Antiochus goes back to Lucian, who, however, did not say that Antiochus used a pentagram, only that he used the word Ugia as a banner of sorts and was victorious under it. Contemporary with Agrippa was Tyrus Valerianus, who wrote Hieroglyphica, the first great manual of symbols, reprinted many times. He too identified 2 types of pentagram. One represents the 5 wounds of Christ, and then he shows 2 variants of the Pythagorean or Ugia pentagram. He is even more detailed about Antiochus and says that the Ugia pentagram emblazoned on his armor before the battle, and after the battle he stuck coins of the pentagram. In 1519, Johannes Hell, a medical student at Cologne University, began printing and publishing books. One of the first books he printed was Agrippa's earlier mentioned Occult Philosophy. It was published in 1533 in Cologne and overseen personally by Agrippa, who has fled to Cologne due to the threat of the Inquisition. The publication is still delayed, and the intervention of Dominican Inquisitor Conrad Colin of Ulm, but together Agrippa and Hell pulled it off. Hell printed under the pseudonym Antiochus Soter, or Johannes Soter, and used the one point down pentagram as his printer's mark and put it in all the books he printed. Hell's printer's mark is shown on the previous page. The 5 symbols between the vertices of the pentagram are probably symbols of the elements, modified forms, or otherwise used as elemental triangles, styled to look as if they were derived in the shape of the pentagram. With the simple eye as a symbol for the quintessence, the tilted 4s are air and earth, and the tilted V's are fire and water. The exact order of the underpinnings of Hale's logic require more guesswork to be glimpsed at and understood. Around the image are the 4 sentences in different languages. To the left, an inscription in Latin, and the top one in Hebrew, the right one in Greek, and at the bottom one in Ge'ez. The Latin sentence translates as, "One prays, hopes for a sound mind and a healthy body," and is a quote from the Latin playwriter Juvenal, Satires 10:356. The Hebrew inscription at the top is the second half of a Bible verse, Proverbs 13 through 17, and translates as a faithful herald is to health. The Greek to the right is a maximum for the Greek playwright, writer, and comedian Menander, which translated to English reads, "There is nothing more precious to life than health." The text at the bottom is in Ge'ez, the main Ethiopian language. The sentence translates as, "The language that gave knowledge is medicine healing," or alternatively as, "Language that gives knowledge heals," because despite the sentence being imperfectum, one can, according to the rules of Ge'ez, understand it as a general statement. That Hallel would include a sentence in Ethiopian is interesting. It is explained by the fact that his uncle, Johannes Potkin, was the first to ever print a book in Ethiopian in Europe. Hell probably got his Ethiopian fonts and learning from Potkin. Apart from publishing Agrippa, Hell printed important works such as Marsilio Finso's translation of Plotinus, editions of the works by Horaz, Cicero, Plinius, Macrobius, Quintilian, the Iliad and the Odyssey, various books on medicine, and the Coverdale Bible. The first Bible meant to be readable to a wider audience and very important for later Reformation. Hell was a very subversive printer who put himself in great danger for the sake of freedom of thought, or whatever his personal motives might have been.